Okay, sorry for being late, ladies and gentlemen. I had a contacts debacle. My eye felt like it was going to fall out, but should be good now. Now, we have a couple injury updates before we get into anything. Trevor Lawrence expected to play. I think we were all expecting that. Gerald Everett will be a game time decision. Joshua Palmer will be a game time decision. Robert Woods is going to be expected to miss 2 to 3 weeks. And then Curtis Samuel to undergo pre-game workout Sunday to determine his availability for week 8. Jerome Ford to undergo a pre-game workout Sunday to determine his availability for week 8. Zach Moss to undergo a pre-game workout Sunday to determine his availability for week 8. Now, on top of that, Michael Thomas did pop up last night to be questionable with an illness. Now, I know everybody is going to be panicking about this based on what we saw last night, given what we had with Bijan Robinson last week, right? Like, the last thing that we want to hear now is, oh, player X has a headache. Player X is dealing with it, blah, blah. I mean, we'd rather not have to worry about that. I mean, it kind of is what it is. I don't necessarily think that you are wanting to play Michael Thomas anyway. So if it was a stud guy, I'd say, you know what? Who cares? Play him. If it's Michael Thomas, maybe if you were going, oh, do I go Michael Thomas? Do I go Tank Dell? Do I go Michael Thomas? Do I go Josh? Just bench Michael Thomas. Go Tank Dell. Go Josh Downs. Just use it as a tie break. But I think that should be about it, ladies and gentlemen, for those. Let's go ahead and, like I said, sorry if it looks like I'm crying. I had a horrible contact incident this morning. That's what took us so long. But Clutchbox says Logan Thomas or David Njoku this week. Honestly, both guys are very comparable. I would say I'm probably going to go David Njoku. I'm a little bit biased in that. I just drafted a lot more David Njoku than I did Logan Thomas. But ultimately, at the end of the day, David Njoku did see 9 targets last week. This is someone that I want to believe is a better tight end than Thomas. The issue is the offense isn't great, but PJ Walker's the quarterback who gave him those 9 targets last week. So I think we can make an argument to just go ahead and take David Njoku here. But in reality, if you look at their underdog pickups, they're both going to be like 33, 31 receiving yards. They're both about going to be in the same range. Now, Sean says, hey, Mason, start 1 full PPR. Dell, Downs, Watson, Rice, Darrell Henderson. I think you can make an argument for a couple different guys here. I mean, obviously, in the case of Tank Dell, you have no Robert Woods, so maybe you want to give him a bump up for that reason. In the case of Josh Downs, this is a wide receiver that's been the most productive option as of late. We are being told that Christian Watson's fully healthy. Maybe you want to go Watson. Rashee Rice is in the best offense, has been scoring the most touchdowns. So I think you can make a strong argument for any of these guys. I probably would just go ahead and I would probably take Josh Downs. Just take the production and what we've seen from it. In reality, if you look at all their pick'ems, they're all going to be around a 45 to 50 receiving yards. I think they're all about the same. Rest of season, I still think that Christian Watson has the most upside. I just think that we can say, okay, well, let's wait to see what we get from Watson. I mean, I was willing to play him last week, given how good the matchup was against Denver. Obviously, regretting that at this point. Now, Ben says, full BBR for the flex. We have CMC and Raheem in running back slots. Am I crazy to start Tank over Bijan Robinson? Yes, you are crazy. If you wanted to start Tank over Josh Downs, no, you do you. Go play Tank Dell. But Tank Dell over Bijan is crazy. Tank has big upside potential this week. Bijan the safer floor. I'd say Bijan also has a higher ceiling. I think Bijan has a higher floor and Bijan has a higher ceiling than Tank Dell. So, yeah, I'm not going to overthink that one too much. I agree. I think that Tank Dell's in a good spot. You just can't play him over any running back of that ilk. Now, Shark Slide says, pick 2 receivers between Ayuk, Thielen, Olave, or Flowers. So Adam Thielen, wide receiver 6 so far this season. Like, you kind of have to play Thielen no matter what. And then also, I think we are going to go ahead and play Brandon Ayuk. If you're looking at Ayuk, this is a wide receiver that gets the bump, having no Debo, and also Brock Purdy now being fully healthy, right? Which is something that we previously weren't expecting. Now, Green Blocker says, happy BR, Sanders, Rice, Ridley, Dell. Good morning. Good morning, my friend. And you know, I always appreciate you. Hopefully this week we will not let you down. Probably will, though. I think I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Calvin Ridley now that we have Lawrence good to go. I think Ridley is incredibly close to Rice and Dell. I'm comfortable saying that we bench Miles Sanders until we actually see the production, until we actually see what the role may look like between these two guys. But between Rice, Ridley, Dell, it's extremely close. I'm probably going to go Ridley, but let's ask the live chat here just to show how close this is. Can everybody in the chat please spam? Who would you rather start? Calvin Ridley, Rashee Rice, or Tank Dell? Calvin Ridley, Rashee Rice, or Tank Dell? Please let me know in the live chat. We got one vote for Rice. And yes, Purdy is playing, my friend. 2 votes for Rice. Dell, Rice, Rice, Dell. Rice, Dell. So it looks like it is close. It's split about 50-50 between Rice and Tank Dell, with 0 people telling you to go through and play Calvin Ridley. So maybe you don't want to listen to me. That's just what I think I may end up doing, my friend. Okay. But now our next question coming out from, I believe, Diego says, start Hopkins or Jalen Warren? And what do you think of Jacobs and Gabe Davis for Breece Hall? I don't necessarily think we change our minds with Gabe Davis based off him having that incredible week. Still think it's kind of the same player. Still the boom bust option that we're not going to know what to do with from a week to week perspective. Now, with that being said, you can definitely go through and you can make the trade if you would like. It really does come down to just what you're expecting with Jacobs. I don't want to say, oh, you need to sell Jacobs for Breece Hall because Josh Jacobs is in a bad offense, so we need to go get to the Jets, you know? It's kind of like I don't want to say a lose-lose. Or it's a running back you like, workload you like, and a bad offense regardless. And then between Hopkins and Jalen Warren, I think that DeAndre Hopkins has a higher ceiling. Jalen Warren has a higher floor. I probably go ahead. I probably just take Jalen Warren until we see what Will Levis will be. I'm really rooting for Will Levis. I mean, he was so damn nice to us at the NFL draft. And I will be the #1 supporter of Will Levis today besides his mom. But in reality, it's just so damn hard to know what we're going to get in Tennessee. And you have Treylon Burks fully healthy, so I don't think we go that direction. Okay. Now, Iconic Thug says, start 1, Addison, Collins, Ridley. Also, who had quarterback in a 4-point passing touchdown league between Lawrence and CJ Stroud? So, I mean, if you're going to look at what you have with the pick'ems between these two guys at quarterback, I mean, CJ Stroud, currently, you're sitting with 1.5 passing touchdowns, 239.5 passing yards, 249.5 total yards. Whereas if we're going to go and look at what you're going to get from Trevor Lawrence, or at least with the projections, of course, you have Trevor Lawrence at 233.5 passing yards, 255.5 total yards. So you do have Lawrence with a little more rushing upside. You have Lawrence with a little more fantasy points overall with their projections. If you look at my quarterback rankings, we are going to have these guys incredibly close, my friend. I have Stroud at 8. I have Lawrence at 9. Stroud has been the better quarterback so far this year, and he does have the better matchup. So like we said, if they are back-to-back in our rankings, it really is just up to you. I probably go Stroud, but I think it's damn close. And then between Addison, Nico, and Ridley, I think we're going to go Jordan Addison, not think about it too much. I mean, he definitely would not play Calvin Ridley here. It'd be Addison or Nico. Fred says, should I start Puka and Kupp? Yes, sir. Please start both wide receivers. I mean, they can combine for over 50% of the targets in Los Angeles this week. John says, start 3 full BBR, Thielen, Flowers, Ayuk, DJ Moore, and London. We're going to go with Brandon Ayuk, Adam Thielen, and then between Flowers, London, and DJ Moore. A little bit tougher, but with how bad the Chicago offense is, I think we're going to go ahead. We're probably just going to end up taking Zay Flowers. Joe Stu says, good morning, my friend. Choose two to start between Addison, Kirk, Lamb. We're going to be going with Addison and Lamb, my friend. Even if Kirk has been better than Lamb so far, Lamb has an incredibly high implied team total going up against the Rams. I think we want to be getting him in. And then Stroud or Lawrence. Feels like I'm overthinking it on Lamb. You are overthinking it on CD, my man. I mean, should be a much better spot in a pretty good matchup. And then between Stroud and Lawrence, like we were saying, I think it's incredibly close. I'd probably just go ahead and take Stroud since he's been the better quarterback. Shadow says, tough spot. Start DeMarcado, Henderson, or Foreman. I'm going to go DeMarcado because he was the running back that we saw have every touch out of his backfield last week. Now, with that being said, at the same time, I mean, you are in a spot where, I mean, he's in a horrendous offense. He's not a good running back, and he has a bad matchup going up against Baltimore. So I don't want to come out here and act like we are super excited about it, but Darrell Henderson's in a committee where we don't know how it's going to split exactly. Deonta Foreman's in a committee in a horrendous offense, you know? So, yeah, even though Deonta Foreman would have been the guy last week, I don't think we can do it this week. Now, DJ says, start one, Moss, Deontay, Sanders, Chuba. We're going to go with, I can't play Miles Sanders with him being a game time decision. I mean, if he's a game time decision and he's that banged up, I doubt that they aggressively start him. So I'm probably going to end up just playing Deonta Foreman and riding with the hot hand, but it's tough. Foreman's going to be in a committee with Roschon coming back, and it's a horrendous offense. And then one receiver between Pittman, Pickens, or Dell. I'm going to go Pittman, even though you are expecting a step backwards. And also, should we move DK or Puka for a running back where we have Cup? Depends the price point. If you could move Puka to a small piece like Deonta Foreman, Zach Moss, Miles Sanders, and go get Pollard, go get Eckler. I think that those would be moves that would be absolute no-brainers. But as we were saying, I mean, it is that tougher question overall when we're looking at that range. Now, Fantasy Football 101 says, streamer, Howell, Carr, Love, Minshew, or Zach Wilson? My man, going off the reservation to ask a Zach Wilson question here. I think we're going to go ahead. We will take Jordan Love. With Love, it's a pretty decent matchup against Minnesota, where right now Vegas projecting this as a very close game. Now, Turf Farmer says, Happy BR, start three. Thielen, Waddle, Addison, Collins, Pittman, Flowers. Have a good day, my man. Now, have a good day. I think we're going to go ahead. I think we're going to play Addison, Waddle, and Adam Thielen. Bench, Collins, Pittman, Flowers. But honestly, you have so much wide receiver depth here that I really hope that we have an elite quarterback. I really hope that we have an elite tight end, because we have absolutely no excuse not to whenever we have this team, right? I mean, if you don't, let's go out there and let's sell some of this wide receiver depth and let's get someone in the starting lineup. Okay. Let's move this around. Legit Savage says 14 team, 4-2-1, PBR. We have Tua, Barkley, Eckler, Waddle, Addison, Gabe, Hockenson, Watson. And then on the bench, we have Kincaid, Quentin Johnston, Zay Jones, Henderson, Kelly. I have concerns of not having an alpha wide receiver. What are your thoughts? I think that the reason you are winning games is because you do not need an alpha wide receiver in this format. 14-team league, we're going to be a little bit more so focused in on the depth here. So what I would say is if you wanted to go and get that alpha wide receiver, I think you're completely fine in doing so. What the trade would end up looking like is you'd be looking to send, say, Dalton Kincaid and Jordan Addison and go get an elite receiver from a team that needs a tight end, since we have TJ Hockenson. And also, whenever we have the lack of depth, we're down there on the bench. Our best wide receivers like Quentin Johnston. If you wanted to sell Kincaid straight up for another wide receiver, I wouldn't mind you doing that either. Now, Brad says JSN over Burks, Hill, Odell, Freeman, or Boyd. Yes, I would definitely rather have Jackson Smith and Jigba over all these guys. Over every single one. X-Men says PBR start 1. Ayuk, Metcalf, Deontay Johnson. We're going to go ahead. We're going to play Brandon Ayuk. Must start player at this point. When you have Brock Purdy good to go, not only do you have Purdy good to go, but on top of that, we have no Deebo Samuel. It's in a double flex league where we have Hurts, Henry, Cook, Diggs, Watson, Ferguson, and Njoku. The flex, Swift, Montgomery, Sutton, Palmer. Any trades or stay the course? Double flex format, I think we're going to stay the course. We're really just going to be sitting on our hands waiting until we get David Montgomery back in. And I would say in this 12-team double flex league, this is where I'd be less likely to go out of our way and make a trade and upgrade at tight end, right? I think we can afford a punt tight end here. Now, today's full says Ford or Gus Edwards. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to play Gus Edwards. If Jerome Ford plays, I'm not expecting him to have a massive role, my friend. Anthony says Waller for Smith. We have Laporta and A.J. Brown. Need extra wide receiver upside. Tank Dell pickup off waivers. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. Yeah, I think you can go out there and trade Darren Waller for Devonta Smith if you want. I mean, Waller just has been very unproductive and at the same time, very difficult to get too super excited about what we are getting from that Giants offense. Sebastian says we got to bench one between Ridley, Rice, and Foreman. Under the assumption it's a PBR league, I think that we are going to go ahead. We're going to be benching Deonta Foreman. Hugga Lawrence, you know, I love my guy. We had him as a must-start player last week. The issue is, if you are looking at what you have with Deonta Foreman, now he is splitting the backfield between Roschon Johnson and one of the worst offenses in the NFL. So it would be very difficult to get in there, my friend. It will be difficult. But let's move this over. And ladies and gentlemen, if you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream for us. I have live streamed every single day since April. Not going to miss the day until 2024, but Sunday morning live streams are by far and away the most important for us. So if you're ever going to hit that like button, please do it now. And of course, if you wanted to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, going to get a 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, the usual Jalen Hurts special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard, and a Flock exclusive special pick'em, Amon-Ra St. Brown, more than less than half a total yard on top of that. So please make sure you are taking advantage if you have not done so already. Now let's move this over to our next question coming out from Jamel, who says, Amari or Downs at the flex? I want Amari long-term as we have PJ Walker in here in the starting lineup. I'm not going to fault you in the slightest if you wanted to play Downs. Now, Cheap Burp says Burrow or Stroud this week. Tough spot. I'm going to go Burrow long-term this week in particular. I'm probably going to go CJ Stroud. However, if you do look at the underdog pick'ems, they would say to go Burrow. And like I've said a million times now, they probably know more than I do. Now, our next question coming out from GD Mart says, PBR, Rice, Downs, or Amari. Thanks, Geek. Appreciate you, my friend. I think we're going to go ahead. We're going to go Downs this week. Long-term, maybe a little bit of a different story as we were mentioning. I think I'm just very hesitant to go out there and feel comfortable with PJ Walker as the starting quarterback for Amari Cooper, even if he has done fine before. As obviously, at the end of the day, it's PJ Walker, right? I don't know how excited we can be about PJ Walker. Now, Ron says, I start JT Mostert. We have Jaleel on the bench. Trade offer of Mostert for Javonte Zagmoss. We're going to go Mostert. Should we do this and lock up the Indy and Denver RBs? No, I mean, the thing is you're not locking up the Denver RBs by having Jaleel and Javonte. It's a three-man running back by committee and one of the worst offenses that we want nothing to do with. I think that you are giving away the best player in the best offense pretty much in Miami at the moment. So yeah, no, please keep Raheem Mostert here. Now, Diego says, should I trade Adam Thielen? And what do you think about him rest of season? I think it's going to depend on your price point. I think that Adam Thielen should project out to be a high-end wide receiver 2 rest of season. He's been a mid wide receiver 1 so far. I would say if you could sell him at that wide receiver 1 price tag, if you could pivot off to like CeeDee Lamb, Devontae Adams, then yes, I will sell Adam Thielen. However, if you're going to be selling him and you're going to be closer to like the Calvin Ridley range, then you probably just want to hold on to him. Josu, always happy to see us. A 6-1, 12 team PBR double flex. We have Burrow, Ford, Montgomery, Amon-Ra, Smith, Keenan, Ayuk, Jaleel, Dobbs, Laporta, Roshan, Cousins, Spears. Running back rooms in shambles since losing Chubb, Kamara, Etienne, Swift. Swift owner wants Keenan, but only offered Swift. What are your thoughts? Okay. It's a double flex league where we can start 4 wide receivers anyway. So yeah, I understand that we are struggling at running back right now with the injuries to Ford and Montgomery, but long term we should be fine at least with Montgomery. Wide receiver, we're going to be starting Amon-Ra, Keenan, Ayuk, then Devonta Smith in that second flex. So my issue is I 100% agree that this team needs some help at running back. But if we were to go out there and trade like Keenan Allen for DeAndre Swift, then essentially all we're going to do is move our hole from running back to the flex spot. So I would say maybe if this is a league where you only started 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, you can make the argument for it. However, with this being a league instead where you have 2 flexes on top, I think that you probably need to be holding on to the extra wide receiver. So I'm going to hold on to Keenan Allen here. I mean, if you could get maybe another solid wide receiver in return, right? Say if you wanted to sell Keenan Allen for DeAndre Swift, and then on top of that, get back, I don't want to say CeeDee Lamb. I don't think you're going to be able to go that high. I mean, hell, we can try. But if not, get someone like Jalen Waddle, get someone like Brandon Ayuk. If we could get that package in a league where depth is prioritized a little bit more, I think that could make some sense. Now, Jamie says, start Burrow or Stroud in my super flex spot. Herbert is my other QB. Great quarterback room rest of season. I think that I'm going to be a little bit hesitant to play Joe Burrow right away. I think I'm going to go ahead. I'm just going to be playing CJ Stroud in the short term. Burrow is definitely the guy that I want in the long term. I would just rather see Burrow 100% healthy, you know. I'd rather see Burrow healthy. I'd rather see Higgins healthy. And I don't think we have to roll the dice in a tough matchup against San Fran. Green Blogger says, have you FaceTime Bijan yet? Is he good? Yeah, I mean, we were up on the phone all night talking, and he said that his headache was still a little bit there. I introduced him to Tylenol. I have no idea how he'd never heard of Tylenol before. But yeah, so we told him to take some Tylenol last night. He should be good to go. Now, Fred says, I have Mahomes, Pollard, Kamara, Kupp, Puka, Andrews, Mostert, Kittle, Thielen, Kirk, Jefferson. Is this championship material? Yeah, Kupp, top 5 wide receiver. Jefferson, top 5 wide receiver. Pollard, Kamara, both going to crush in a full PPR format. We have the elite quarterback, the elite tight end. Phenomenal team, my friend. Phenomenal team. Bob the Builder III says, quarterback Mahomes, Stroud, running back Charbonnet, Walker, Gibbs, Jacobs, receiver St. Brown, Wilson, Nico, Watson, Flowers, JSN. Tight end, we have Laporta. I traded Jefferson for Nico and St. Brown after you told me to do it. Thanks for everything. No, thank you, my friend. Solid team. I'm going to operate under the assumption that we are in a spot where we need to win games now, right? Like if you're 2-5, 3-4, 1-6, 0-7, especially, I doubt this team's 0-7. I doubt this team's 1-6. But nonetheless, there are certain situations where we may just have to go out there and win immediately. And if we can sell Jefferson for Amon-Ra St. Brown plus a piece in those situations, I think that makes some sense. Now, James says Najee, Chuba, Charbonnet, or Taji for our running back 2 spot. I'm going to go with Najee Harris. Tough spot. Obviously, split in the backfield. Not super, super excited about it. And then Downs, Palmer, Tank Dell, wide receiver. Oh, for the flex. We're going to go ahead. We're going to play Josh Downs. Really, I have no faith whatsoever in starting Joshua Palmer. Plays on Sunday nights, a game time decision. Even if he were to play, how much better would he actually be than Josh Downs? So I'm not going to be rolling those dice. And then the Chiefs or Falcons DST. Thanks. Thank you, my friend. Honestly, it's close with the Titans starting Will Levis, and we just have no idea what you're going to get from Levis. I think that it's kind of going to be up to you. I probably just go ahead and I probably take the Chiefs, though, as we know for a damn fact how bad Denver is, and the weather may be an issue as well. Now, Christopher says, PBR start 2. Ayuk, Nico, or Devonta Smith. So I'd say Smith has the best matchup, but at the same time, Ayuk has Purdy with no Debo. And at the same time, Nico Collins has been more productive than Smith so far this season. He himself has a decent matchup, and you have no Robert Woods. So I'm going to go Ayuk and Nico. Blake Habitacy says Hunt or DeMercado at this point. I think I'm probably going to go with Kareem Hunt. Obviously, we're going to want to continue to monitor what we have with this situation for Jerome Ford. I'm going to be operating under the assumption that Jerome Ford does miss some time, but I could be wrong. Now, Hoosier says, PBR, who to start? We have various concerns about our flex options. Hopkins with the matchup, among other reasons. Singletary, Jeff Wilson Jr., JSN, Hyatt, Janu. Hit me up with your thoughts. So I 100% agree. I think that you are in a tough spot here when it comes to your flex, and I don't really love any of these options. Now, with that being said, I think that you are going to have to go through and you are going to have to play DeAndre Hopkins. It sucks for a multitude of reasons. With DeAndre Hopkins, we don't necessarily know how the quarterback play is going to be with Will Levis. Hopkins himself has not been efficient. And you're also going out there and having to look at Treylon Burks coming back into this offense. We don't know how that's going to swing the target share. So I agree we are not super excited about it, but I think that you do probably end up playing DeAndre Hopkins here, my friend. I think that you probably have to. Okay, so let's move this around. Now, 860 says, Happy BR trade offer. Mostert, Olave, JSN for A.J. Brown. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take A.J. Brown here, my friend. Are the running back? Oh, especially if the running backs are Taylor, Hall, Achane. Other wide receivers are Adams, Puka, Judy, and Jefferson. Phenomenal team. The depth's not going to matter that much for us. We just want the best player. Let's make that move. Now, Rodrigo says, start 1, Higgins, Amari, Foreman, Watson, and Rice. I'm going to go T. Higgins under the assumption it's a PBR league. I think that T. Higgins has been an intriguing buy low candidate for a while. I will say, however, I don't want to come out here and act like T. Higgins is just absolute no-brainer. You got to get him in. It is tough with him coming out from the rib injury and at the same time, Burrow, we haven't seen him be 100% healthy, and it's a tough matchup. Jacob says, start 1 at the flex. DK, Palmer, Watson, Foreman, DeMercado. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to play DK Metcalf. Don't love it given the matchup that you have against Cleveland, but it is what it is. Now, Richard says 12-team PBR, single flex, Ritter, Foreman, Jones, Henderson, Jeff Wilson Jr., Chase, Rice, Dell, Amari, Downs, Watson. And are we going to pick up Jimmy G over Desmond Ridder? Yes, I would imagine there's a better streaming quarterback than this, but if there's not, there's not. And then our running backs, we're going to be going with, oh my gosh, Darrell Henderson, Aaron Jones. Wide receiver, we're going to go Chase and Rice. And then for the flex, we're going to go Downs. Yeah. So play as many wide receivers as you can. Not super excited in going out there and playing Aaron Jones, of course. I'd rather see him be productive and then look to play him afterwards. But it is what it is. In this kind of spot, I don't think we can play Deonta Foreman over him. You know what I got to say? Hook'em Lawrence, I love my guy. But he is splitting with our other guy in Roschon Johnson in the worst offense in the NFL, or one of the worst offenses in the NFL. I think it would be very difficult to get excited about him. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you have not done so already, please go down there, hit that like button. We've been live for about 40 minutes. We've live streamed every single day for 184 days in a row, not missing a day until 2024. Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. So if you are ever going to hit that like button, if you're ever going to subscribe, make sure you do it now. And of course, if you wanted to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, get a 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, the usual special pick'em that they'll have for new people, which would be Jalen Hurts, more than less than half a total yard. But we also are actually going to be able to be the only ones to get you an additional Flock exclusive special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for Amon-Ra St. Brown. So please make sure to take advantage of that. Now, Low Rise says, 12-team PPR keeper league. Trade Lawrence in either Foreman or Jameson to get Joe Burrow. Yeah, I would. I mean, I honestly think Foreman and Jameson, neither one has a ton of value at this moment. Team is Lamb, Olave, Higgins, Ridley, Bijan, Brian Robinson, HN, Andrews. Yeah, so we have plenty of depth here as well. I would go ahead. I would look to make this deal, and we would be able to stack Burrow with Higgins. Another side note is, especially in a keeper league, it would be interesting if we get some great value when it comes to someone like Dalton Kincaid, since we have Mark Andrews on the team as well. Now, Easton says DK or Tank Dell this week. I'm going to go ahead. I will take DK Metcalf. Not a super big DK guy. I understand why you'd want to be excited about Tank Dell. Good matchup. Plus no Robert Woods. But I don't think we can say Tank Dell over DK just yet. Chase says start one full BBR. Madison, Foreman, Gus Edwards. We're going to go ahead. We're going to start Gus Edwards in a great matchup against Arizona. Olave or Ramondre Stevenson in a non-PPR format. Ooh, really tough spot to be in. Am I allowed to say I do not know? It would be the truthful answer, my friend. Yeah, I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to hit you with the I do not know in a non-PPR format. And then trade Kyler for McLaurin in a super flex. We have Dak and Hurts. Hell no, I definitely want Kyler Murray in a super flex format over McLaurin. Like, is McLaurin that much an upgrade over Olave or Ramondre? Probably not, probably not. Now, Buck Nato says 4-3, 12-team PPR, 3 receivers, 2 flex spots. Need to fill my last. Boyd, Sanders, Singletary, Hill, Jeff Wilson Jr., or Jamal Williams. And then for tight end, we're going to go Taysom, Njoku, or Gerald Everett. In a full BBR format, we'll go David Njoku at tight ends. And then for the flexes, don't love to do it. We will go Miles Sanders. With Sanders, obviously, it's difficult to feel super confident at the moment. But we can say, oh, okay, well, maybe he was just working in a 50-50 split with Chuba Hubbard with his injuries before the bye weeks. Maybe he is healthy. And now going to see closer to 100. I don't know, my friend. I mean, we can try to spin up a story here, but I think maybe we go Sanders. Now, Dermacco coming out saying, start 2, sit 1. Gibbs, Pacheco, Nico Collins. We're going to have to end up benching Nico Collins, even if he's in a great spot. I mean, these are must-start running backs this week. Now, Kurt coming out saying 49ers defense or the Texans defense. 49ers defense, definitely a much better defense overall. The Texans defense, need to know who can put up the most points. I don't know. Texans defense, a worse defense and a much better matchup. I'd probably go with the Niners defense and just see if we see a splash play. Just see if we see a pick six or something along the lines. I think that they are comparable. I think defensive scoring would matter there because obviously it's a tough matchup going up against Cincinnati, but the 49ers are at home. Now, Freddie says 10-team PBR. We need a running back. Henderson, Roschon, Jeff Wilson Jr. We're going to go with Darrell Henderson, my friend. And then 2 flexes and 1 receiver. We have Rice, Deontay, Dell, London. Thank you and good luck, Flock. Thank you, my friend. We are going to be going with Rice, Dell for our 2 flex spots. And our wide receiver, we are going to be going with Deontay Johnson. I'm a little bit biased. I don't want to start anybody in Atlanta not named Bijan Robinson. I'm so fed up with Arthur Smith. I can't do it. Now, Zaya says, Love or Howell? We're going to go with Jordan Love. And then Terry or Pickens? We are going to go George Pickens. Garrett says, Lamb, Kirk, Ayuk. Should I start one of the 3 wide receivers I listed over Henderson, Ford, or Hopkins? Yes, play Lamb, Kirk, and Ayuk. Jerome Ford, we don't even know if he's going to play or not yet. I mean, even if Jerome Ford were to play, I would operate under the assumption that he's not going to be at 100%. Now, Popbox says 8-team, happy BR 5-2 in second place. We have Mahomes, Adams, Amon-Ra, CMC, Walker, TJ Gibbs. And then on the bench, Addison, Nico, DK, Jacobs, Higgins. On the IR, Jefferson and Fields. How are we looking? Phenomenal team, my friend. I think you're already doing a great job prioritizing long-term upside on a 5-2 build, having like Jefferson down there on the IR. Now, in terms of us making any potential moves from this point, maybe if you really wanted to go out there and see if we could sell like Justin Fields and Jordan Addison and go get a long-term tier 1 wide receiver, I think that could potentially be interesting. But ultimately, you don't need to go out there and make a move like that, right? You don't need to. Now, Pat says, start 1, Ridley, Henderson, Javonte, or Foreman at the flex spot. Full PPR format, I think you can make a strong argument for Calvin Ridley. If you wanted to go with the running back, it would be Darrell Henderson here. If you wanted to go with an RB. Now, AG says, full BBR, pick 2 for the flex. Amari, Downs, Watson, Zach Moss. We're going to go Downs and Amari Cooper. If you wanted to go somewhere else, you'd go Downs and Christian Watson. I just think I would rather at this point wait the extra week and not get suckered into playing Christian Watson yet again until we actually see him at 100% health. Now, James says Moore, Wilson, Flowers, Higgins, Olave for wide receiver 2. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Chris Olave. Olave did see 14 targets last week, my friend. Now, Hundo says full BBR, Pittman, Downs, Hollywood, Tank Dell. We need a receiver and a flex. I think I'm going to go Michael Pittman and George Pickens. Obviously, Josh Downs, Tank Dell are guys that you want to get in. We just have the longer track record of production with Pittman and Pickens. Now, Fred says, Mostert, or do we start Thielen, Kittle, Brees, Kirk? I would start Raheem Mostert over Christian Kirk. I'd start Mostert over Kirk, my friend. Okay. Now, Kawaka says, what's up, mother flogger? Traded Saquon and Watson for Bijan and a 12-team PBR double flex. How are we feeling? Should I be worried about Arthur Smith? I am rooting for you. I think that going forward, Saquon and Bijan should be in a similar tier. I would rather have Bijan. Obviously, I'm very biased when I say that. I think that if I were to say we shouldn't worry about Arthur Smith at all, I would be lying. But I think that we are fine making the move, right? I think we are fine to go out there and make this play. Now, Joshua says, have it be our Foreman, Hunt, Downs, Bourne, Devonta Smith. We're going to be going with Devonta Smith, with Smith having a great matchup against Washington. Like, honestly, I don't know if we can get away from this matchup, my friend. Okay. Let's move this over. Ollie, happy to see us, says 12-team PBR double flex 4 and 3. We have Allen, Diggs, Collins, Wilson, Gibbs, Barkley, Roschon, Osborne, JSN, Dalvin, Singletary, Herbert. Traded Pittman and Sutton for Devontae Adams. Oh, great move. I would say after we make this trade, we've probably already sold out enough depth where we're probably not going to make there's no like pressing trade on the back end that makes a lot of sense here. I mean, if we were to try to go through and find something, maybe we could say, oh, okay, well, let's go ahead and let's see if we can send, I don't know, maybe just cut Dalvin Cook and pick someone else up off waivers. In reality, we sold the depth. We got that stud upgrade in the starting lineup, which we can definitely do once or twice. It's hard to just continuously run that back. However, whenever it's a 12-team double flex league where depth's going to matter a little bit more. But I really like the initial move. It's just harder to make it the next one. Neil says, hey, Mason, happy BR pick 3. Chase, yes. DJ Moore, Ayuk, Addison, Kirk. We're going to go Chase, Ayuk, and Jordan Addison with no Debo and with no Jefferson. Facing a team that normally scores pretty high, but I wish I could play on my wide receivers. Yeah, obviously, great wide receiver core. And we do have a tremendous amount of value here, which is why we always point out, like, if you have a wide receiver core like this, you could always go out there and you could always try to swing a trade one way or another. But I know, yeah, I think we go ahead. We just played Chase, Ayuk, and Jordan Addison. Now, Dan says 10-team PBR 4 and 3. We have Allen, Pollard, Hunt, Tyreek Smith, Hockenson, DJ Moore, Flowers, Watson, Brian Robinson, Spears, Roschon. Any moves? Love the channel. Thank you, my friend. We have the elite quarterback, the elite tight ends. If we could send, say, Brian Robinson and Kareem Hunt and go get a long-term upgrade at running back, or Brian Robinson and DJ Moore and go get a long-term upgrade at wide receiver, I think that'd make a lot of sense. Or DJ Moore, Brian Robinson, and go get that long-term upgrade at running back. Especially when we have the elite quarterback, have the elite tight end, so we can spend extra roster spots on wide receiver, running back down there on the bench. I think it would be interesting trying to make a play like that. Okay. Now, Connor says Lawrence or Love. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to play Lawrence. It is what it is. I understand Lawrence has been very disappointing. I understand that you've had Ridley as a very disappointing option as well. I don't know. I don't know if we can go as far as saying like Jordan Love has shown enough where we need to be ranking him over Lawrence. But funny enough, I mean, Love has been the better player between the two, at least in fantasy so far. Now, Keaton says, started Kincaid Thursday night. Need some help with my second flex with Kittle, Moore, Downs, Deontay. We're going to go ahead. We're going to play DJ Moore. And I would say just in the long term, probably going to be looking to sell one of these guys, right? Probably going to be looking to sell either Kittle or Kincaid, really whoever we get the best price point for. Now, Charlie says, what 3 wide receivers should we start? St. Brown, Addison, Chase, Collins, Douglas, Waddle, Deontay. Yes, my wide receiver group is crazy. I'm 6-1. I know, this is ridiculous. We're going to go with Chase, Addison, and Amon-Ra St. Brown. It is a little bit painful to have to go out there and bench someone like Jalen Waddle, but it is what it is. I think we will play Waddle over Addison long-term when we get Jefferson back in. Now, Ty says, aloha, Mason, aloha. PBR start Olave, Waddle, Laporta, Chuba, Addison, or Henderson. Thanks. Thank you, my friend. I think I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to go with either Addison or Olave. I'm probably going to end up just going to go ahead and play Jordan Addison now. We can look at Chris Olave in the long term. I still like Olave in the long term. This is a wide receiver that had 14 targets this past week. But yeah, let's go ahead and let's play Jordan Addison. Because, I mean, this past week, well, Olave maybe had 14 targets. Addison had 1,400 fantasy points. Now, Eddie says, need a receiver and 2 flex spots. McLaurin, Deontay, Rice, Garrett Wilson, Jamison, Chuba, Roshan Spears. Then in a super flex other league, Howell, Nico, Hopkins, Javon. We're just going to go Sam Howell. Don't overthink it. And then in the first league, I think our wide receiver, we will be playing Garrett Wilson. And then for our 2 flex spots, I think we're going to be going with Rashee Rice and then probably Terry McLaurin. Maybe you would have asked me earlier on the week, we would have said go Deontay Johnson over McLaurin. But if Deontay was dealing with the hamstring injury, even if Deontay's going to be good to go, I think it's close enough to use that as a tie break. Low Kane coming out. Thank you, my friend. Says, should I start Waller for Kyron and Trey McBride? Should I trade Waller for Kyron and Trey McBride? In the situation where you are 6-1, 5-2, need running back depth in the long term, and it's very difficult to get running back depth off the waiver wire, then yes, we go out there and make this trade. However, I would say it's very difficult for me to be telling people to trade for Kyron Williams right now. We don't know exactly what the timeline on him coming back is. Plus, I mean, you love Kyron Williams in fantasy this season for his workload earlier on in the year, not necessarily his talent profile. And I think him missing may actually open up the window just a bit for another running back to go out there and turn this into a running back by committee, where Kyron Williams doesn't just have full run with the job by himself. Now, Kyle says, 2 wide receiver, Watson, Dotson, Reed, Cook, JSN, Hyatt, Douglas, 7-0. I think we're going to go Watson and JSN, right? Unless I'm blanking. I think you definitely have to play Christian Watson here. The other spot's tough. I don't want to tell anybody to play JSN considering how tough this matchup is, right? And you have Lockett and Metcalf good to go, but probably have to. Now, Neurologic says Henderson, Deonta Foreman, Tank Dell. Need to start one at running back 2 and another at the flex. Who would you sit? I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to sit Deonta Foreman. It is painful. Hook 'em horns. You know I love my guy. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it's going to be very difficult for us to go out there and say that Foreman's someone that you need to play as we get Roshan Johnson back into this offense. Jake coming out with a donation. Thank you, my friend. And GFA says, flex full BBR, Ramadre or London. I'm going to go ahead. I will play Ramadre Stevenson here. Let me refresh this so we can keep bringing these questions up. And as I do this, let me remind you, ladies and gentlemen, we've been live for almost an hour. If you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this live stream. Today is day 184 in a row of live streaming. We're not going to stop until 2024. So make sure you hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. Sunday mornings are by far and away the most important mornings for us if you're going to show some support. And if you wanted to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. The usual special pick'em Underdog is going to get you, if you're new, is going to be that Jalen Hurts more than less than half a total yard. You're going to get that, plus an additional Amon-Ra St. Brown special pick'em more than less than half a total yard, which is a Flock exclusive, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure you take advantage. But Rob says, start 2 PBR. Lockett, Palmer, Amari, Henderson. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to say, let's start Amari and Darrell Henderson. Lockett, tough matchup, not 100% healthy. Palmer, we don't even know if he's going to play. And then start 2, Hollywood, Palmer, Sanders. Hollywood and Sanders. If we knew Palmer was for sure healthy and going to play, then we could be more excited about him. I just don't know how we can be confident in that at the moment. Steve says, what running back should we start and put in my flex? Barkley, Mostert, Swift, or Pacheco? Tough call. I want to start all of these guys. Non-PBR league, I think the guy that we end up benching is... Oh, no, we can't do that. I think we start Barkley, Swift, and Pacheco. Most weeks, I would say let's go ahead and let's play Raheem Mostert over Pacheco. My only hesitation in saying that in this moment is Isaiah Pacheco just has the best matchup you could ask for going up against Denver, right? The best matchup. Now, Ollie says, pick one for receiver and flex. Happy BR. Ridley, Osborne, JSN. Lockett, Ford, Tajee, and Dalvin. We're going to go Ridley for wide receiver. And then for the flex, I'm probably going to go Tyler Lockett. Like, even if you were to get, say, Jerome Ford to play, I don't necessarily know if we can be excited in starting Jerome Ford. Because if he's a game time decision, right, and he's in a committee as is, I think that we can maybe assume that even if he does play, his role in said committee is maybe just going to be shrunk a bit. Like, I don't know if we'd be excited about starting a fully healthy Jerome Ford. We'll do it, but it's a 3-man running back by committee in Cleveland at the moment. Okay. Now, Eddie says 10-team full BBR 5-2. We have Hurts, Eckler, Swift, Mostert, Kupp, Keenan, Puka, Evans, Hawkinson, Goddard. Any moves? Feel like we have too much depth. I would say yes. What we can look to do is we can look to see if we could swing maybe like Mostert and Goddard and get an elite level running back, or Puka and Goddard, and go and get someone like Jamar Chase. I think we definitely want to be selling one of the tight ends and going and trying to extract some value elsewhere. Because when we have two stud tight ends like this, I mean, it's not like we need both, right? It's not like we need both here. And we know that we would be able to get some value out of someone else for him. Okay. David says, I'll be 7-1 after today. Do I trade Puka for Jefferson? Yes, sir, you do that. Team would be Brown, Jefferson, London, McLaurin, Palmer, JSN for the playoffs. Love it, my friend. And yeah, let's go out there and let's buy Justin Jefferson on a 7-1 team. Mitchell says, Happy BR, who do we start for the flex? Nico, Kirk, or Rashee Rice? I'm going to go Nico Collins, especially as we have no Robert Woods. And then between Kenneth Walker and CeeDee Lamb, in a full PPR format, I actually may end up going CeeDee Lamb. If it was a non-PPR league, I'd go Kenneth Walker. The issue is Walker may be a little bit banged up, and it is that very tough matchup going up against Cleveland. Now, Kevin says start 2, Dell, Waddle, Olave, Gibbs, or Terry. I'm going to go with Gibbs, and then your call between Waddle and Olave. Just make sure at the minimum that we are starting Gibbs and benching Dell, Terry. Now, Kyle says trading Mixon, Lockett for Kyron and Watson. Honestly, I'd probably rather have the Mixon side. I'm just not super confident that you were going to be looking at Kyron is the same guy he was beforehand. It definitely can happen. I just don't want to act like it's a guarantee. Now, DL Goat says trade Brian Robinson, Jalen Warren, Cortland Sutton. We need to start one. If the weather's okay in Denver, we'll go Cortland Sutton. If not, we are going to go ahead and we're going to be taking Jalen Warren. Matthew says, Ford, Hunt, Aaron Jones. We need one. Love from the UK. Appreciate you, my friend. If Jerome Ford plays, then at that point, I think we go Aaron Jones. If Jerome Ford misses, then we go Kareem Hunt. Matt says, my wide receivers are Lamb, Puka, Pickens, Flowers, Judy. Tight ends, Ferguson and Frymuth. Would you trade Pickens for George Kittle? You can if you want to. I mean, I think we assume that Pickens maybe takes a slight step backwards given what we have with Deontay Johnson coming back in. But at the same time, you are dealing with Deebo Samuel coming back in right on the other end. So both players will see added competition. So it's not like a super easy slot. Now, John says, full BBR, start 2, bench 2. Collins, McLaurin, Madison, Higgins. Nico Collins will be a must-start guy between McLaurin, Madison, T. Higgins. I think it will be much tougher. I think that T. Higgins is for sure the guy we want in the long term. With him coming off the rib injury and without us knowing for sure Burrow's 100%, I don't love the spot, but we still probably end up playing Higgins here. Probably still do. Treg says, good morning. Would you go Browns or Atlanta's defense? I think Atlanta's defense has the much better matchup against the uncertain rookie quarterback play. I think the Browns defense is the better defense between the two. So honestly, I think it's very close. I probably end up going with the Atlanta defense though, if we're looking for ceiling, right? I think the ceiling could be with the Atlanta defense, seeing if Will Levis maybe just has a full-blown meltdown. Now, Treg says, Addison or Garrett? We're going to go Addison. Based on the matchup, will Addison see Jair? So the thing is, if you look at how defensive corners match up with receivers in today's NFL, offensive coordinators don't really allow wide receivers to be stuck on one defensive back all game. That's not really how things work. So I'm not really ever concerned going through and saying, oh my gosh, he gets Jair Alexander. He gets Alexander. Our days are numbered. Our days are... No, he'll have some routes against him. He'll have some routes against other players. I'm not too concerned. Okay, so now our next question coming out from, I believe, World, who says 7-0 and needing help with the flex this week. Have BBR. We have Stroud, Chase, St. Brown, Walker, Gibbs, Laporte at tight end. The flex options are Hill, Amari, Singletary, Ingram, Akers, and JSN. Brutal spot to be in, my friend. I would say that we're probably just going to go ahead and we're probably going to take Amari Cooper. I mean, obviously, we're not super excited about Amari considering the fact that this is someone that's rolling with PJ Walker as their starting quarterback. But Justice Hill is in the lesser part of committee in Baltimore. Singletary, we have no idea what the role is going to be. It could be the backup running back for the Houston Texans. Evan Ingram's the tight end. I'm not flexing the tight ends. Akers this season's never been productive. JSN has a horrendous matchup against Cleveland and is, right now projecting out to be the wide receiver 3 on this team. So that's tough. Now, Jake says, Cousins, Saquon, Pacheco. Gibbs, AJ, Puka, Waller. Non-BBR, we need a flex. Amari, Chuba, Judy, or Osborne. Non-BBR format, it's a little bit tougher. I want to reiterate, it's not that I feel great telling people to go out there and start Amari Cooper. I would not feel good if I were you starting Amari Cooper. But in this range, we're like Chuba Hubbard, he could be just the backup running back in the worst offense in the NFL this week. We don't know. I think you do have to go ahead and you have to play Amari there. Now, Isaac says, bench 1, Hall, Walker, Addison. I think it depends on your scoring. I'm probably going to end up going ahead and I'm probably going to be benching Jordan Addison. You're definitely playing Breece Hall. It's between Addison and Walker. My only hesitation is I think that Walker has the safer workload to project out. It just is a pretty tough spot whenever it's coming to just it maybe not being 100% and it being a tough matchup. And all of these guys are players we want to get in, right? But I probably bench Jordan Addison there. I probably do. Trevor says, Master Windu needs some advice. 2-5, 12-team at BBR, but third in points 4. Ramondre or Jacobs? We will go Jacobs. Both running backs in horrendous offenses. The difference is Jacobs is going to see a larger percentage of his set offense. JT's my other back. Thanks, Gene. Thank you, my friend. And yes, hopefully he is better going forward. But I think that we are going to have to go ahead. I think, honestly, probably just end up having to take Josh Jacobs. Nate says, should I do this? I get Diggs and Taylor. I give Pierce, Walker, Ridley. Ridley and Pierce versus Diggs. Diggs by a mile. Taylor versus Walker. Probably give me Walker, but it's close. So yes, I'm going to make this trade. And then you're asking if we should trade Lamb for another running back after this move. I would say no. I think that if you look to try to get some value out of Lamb through trade, you're going to be seeing significantly less than you would assume. I think that you'd be better off, honestly, just holding on to CeeDee Lamb. Now, Eddie says, 2 receivers and a flex. Amon-Ra, Ayuk, Kirk, Rice, Nico, Hopkins, Javonte, Chuba, Moss. And is Fields droppable? Superflex League? Hell no, you cannot drop Justin Fields. Okay, so our 2 wide receivers are going to go St. Brown, Ayuk. And then our flex, we will go ahead and we will play, we'll go Nico Collins. We'll go Nico Collins in the flex. No Robert Woods. Good matchup. Nico's been great all season. So yeah, let's go ahead and let's go in that direction. Griffin says 4-3 record. We have Lamar, Hollywood, Deontay, Higgins, Barkley, Walker, Derrick Henry, Schultz. The bench is Rashad White, Evan Ingram, Gus Edwards, Darrell Henderson. Need advice. Have a great Sunday. Have a great Sunday, my friend. I think the first thing that we do is we go ahead and we play Evan Ingram over Dalton Schultz. I actually drafted a ton of Dalton Schultz in underdog drafts this year, so I kind of hope that I'm wrong, but ultimately at the end of the day, I mean, it is hard to go through and say that we need to be taking the tight end coming off of the touchdown volatility rather than the tight end that's in the comparable offense, but instead is getting more target volume. I think we go Ingram. And then outside of that, I think we're sitting on our hands. Great team. It is interesting to hear Shefty coming out saying the Titans have no interest in trading Derrick Henry. I mean, I would have assumed that Henry would have been on the block, just given the overall aspirations of this team. Like, what are we playing for? You know, Derrick Henry's a 30-year-old running back. But it is what it is. Now, John coming out saying 2 receivers, 2 running backs, and a flex. We have Brown, Adams, Addison, Nico, Higgins, Ridley, Bijan, Swift, Brees. 2 and 5, but ain't giving up yet. Love your vids, bros. Thank you so much, my man. Our wide receiver, we're going to go ahead. We're going to go A.J. Brown, Devontae Adams. Our running backs, I'm going to go Bijan and Brees. And our flex, we're going to go DeAndre Swift. How the hell is this team 2 and 5? This is phenomenal. I'm assuming maybe this is like an 8-team league. This team has no business being 2 and 5, my friend. Pierce says, hey, Mason, who do we flex, Hollywood or Downs? Super tough. I think if you look at the underdog pick'ems right now, you have Hollywood at 49.5 receiving yards. You have Downs at 45.5. Really, I do think it's going to be up to you there. Probably going to go Hollywood. Probably Hollywood. The Weather Dog says 18 PBR. I traded Kupp and Thielen for Achane, Henry, and Michael Pittman. I'm loaded on receivers, but only have Jacobs and Jones at running back. What are your thoughts? I think I'm fine with this being an 8-team league where I completely believe that we are loaded up with wide receivers, right? Or wide receiver will be much easier to come by overall. So I don't love the overall value. I don't love the deal in general. But given the situation that we are in, I think that you are fine to make it. Now, Alex says, Ayuk, Collins, Ridley. Kamara, JT, Hill, James Cook. We're going to go ahead. We are actually going to take Brandon Ayuk. If you would have asked me earlier in the week, I think there's an outside chance I would have told you Nico Collins. I just don't necessarily know if we can continue to go in that direction. Given the fact you have Purdy, given the fact you have no Deebo Samuel, I think you have to be excited about Ayuk. Now, Thomas says, full BBR in the flex. Start Palmer, Lockett, Sanders, Kendrick Bourne. Appreciate the consistent stream. So thank you so much, my man. Not really wanting to start Bourne. Horrible offense as is. Now you have Ramsey in this game as well. I don't want to start Palmer with us not knowing if he'll be good to go or not. Full BBR, I think honestly we may end up just going Tyler Lockett. I hate to say it, but I mean, if you look at Lockett, while it's a tough matchup, we're pretty sure he's playing. He's going to have target volume. Miles Sanders, we have no idea what the workload's going to be. Joshua Palmer, we don't even know if he's going to play. So I think maybe you just have to go lock in, just take what we know. Now, real quick, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to hit 500 likes on this live stream. If you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this stream. We've already been live for over an hour. We're going to stream all the way until kickoff. We've live streamed every single day for 184 days in a row. Sunday mornings are by far and away the most important mornings for us. So if you're ever going to go down there and hit that like button, please do it now. Also, subscribe to the channel if you have not done so already. And if you wanted to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, going to get a 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And the usual Jalen Hurts special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard if you're new to Underdog Fantasy. But an additional Amon-Ra St. Brown special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard, only with code FLOCK. We got you all FLOCK exclusive this week, so make sure you take advantage. But our next question coming out from Connor says, any changes? We have Lawrence, Etienne, Mostert, Addison, Flowers, Laporta, Moore, and then on the bench, Waller, Pierce, Love, London, Higgins, and Devonta Smith. Thanks. Thank you, my friend. The only thing that I would potentially swap is I think that it would be interesting to play Devonta Smith based off the matchup that he has going up against Washington, either over DJ Moore or Zay Flowers. That really is going to be up to you. If you look at the Underdog pick'ems, they're saying that you have it right. They're saying that you should bench Jordan Addison. But if you were going to make a move, that's probably what it would end up being. And then outside of that, I agree. I think we probably want to be playing the Falcons defense when we have no idea what Will Levis will be. Now, Alpaca says start two, Javonte Ridley, Pickens, and Joshua Palmer. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to go with George Pickens and Calvin Ridley. Just cannot rely on Joshua Palmer. He's a game time decision that plays on Sunday night. No interest, to be honest. Now, MCM says, start two, Downs, Rice, Higgins, Sutton, London, half PPR. Benching Sutton, London, not thinking about that too much. It really does come down to Higgins, Downs, Rice. I probably go Higgins and Downs. But honestly, I do think it's up to you. I do think it's up to you. Mike says, full BBR Lawrence or Stroud? I'm going to go Stroud over Lawrence this week. It's super close. We have Stroud QB8, Lawrence QB9, and then Hunt or Stevenson. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. Probably will go Kareem Hunt and hope that we have no Jerome Ford. If Ford does play, then at that point, if you wanted to swap over to Stevenson, not going to fault you for it. I mean, these guys are going to be at a committee regardless, right? Now, John says, hey, Mason, 12-team BBR double flex, 2 and 5. We need a flex between Roshan Stevenson and Tyler Lockett. We're going to go with Ramondre Stevenson. And then quarterbacks to keep rest of season, Stafford, CJ, Kyler. Stacked with Nico, Puka, Atwell. Thanks, the original motherflocker. Appreciate you so damn much. You know that, my man. Very tough. I think that we are probably going to go Stroud and Kyler. I think you can make a strong argument that Stafford has the higher floor. But ultimately, if we are looking for these guys off the bottom end of our bench, we're not really looking for the highest floor, right? Instead, we are going to be trying to prioritize the highest ceiling, which I do think we probably have with CJ and Kyler. Now, Riley says, I traded Jacobs and Smith for Tony Pollard. What do you think? Now we have Eckler, Etienne, Pollard, and Aaron Jones. I think it makes a lot of sense if we are loaded up like this, you know, where the depth ultimately is not going to matter for us, and we are just wanting the best player in the deal. Okay, so Noah has our next question. Let's go ahead and let's find this. Start one PPR, Walker, Brandon Ayuk, or DJ Moore. Given the fact that now we have Brock Purdy playing, and you have no Deebo Samuel, I think we probably have to go out. I think we probably have to play Brandon Ayuk, right? It is a tough matchup for Walker going up against Cleveland. Now, Matthew says, Deontay, Amari, Palmer, Hunt, JSN. 2 wide receivers in a flex. I think we're going to go with Deontay and Amari at wide receiver. We're going to go Hunt at the flex. JSN, I don't know if we can start with a fully healthy Metcalf with Tyler Lockett playing as well. So I think you probably have to bench JSN. And I know for sure we can't start Joshua Palmer. I'm not, like, maybe Palmer has a high ceiling, right? Palmer's been great. But if he's not healthy and he plays on Sunday night, I just don't know why we would be looking to take that risk. Now, Syncrosity says 12-team BBR, 3 receivers, 1 flex. We have Lawrence, Kupp, Amon-Ra, DK, Kirk, JSN, ETN, Pierce, Ford, Hunt, Bigsby, Logan Thomas. 4 and 3. Who do we start for RB2 and any moves we can make? We're going to go Hunt at RB2. And then in terms of trades that we can make from here, I would say there really aren't any. If this was a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, then maybe we could go out there and maybe we could make this kind of play. I mean, where we could sell some wide receiver depth. However, in that league where you have to start 3 wide receivers and the flex, like if we were to go through, if we were to sell a wide receiver and go get that running back upgrade, then we just have a hole elsewhere, right? So honestly, probably going to be sitting on our hands. Now, Eddie says 10-team, 6-point passing touchdown, where we have Hurts, Bijan, Cook, Henderson, Ford, Kyron, Amon-Ra, Puka, Waddle, Rice, Lockett, Watson, Downs, Andrews, 5 and 2. Any moves to make? Judy is on waivers. I don't necessarily know if we want to cut any of these players for Jerry Judy. I would say if we could go through and possibly sell a wide receiver, like sell Josh Downs and Darrell Henderson and go get that upgrade at running back. We probably look to do so, but that would just be so we could have the open roster spot and pick up Jerry Judy for free off the waiver wire. I mean, we had rumors coming out last night saying that Jerry Judy may end up getting dealt, right? So if there is that outside chance that Judy ends up getting traded, I mean, it would be nice to have him on the team. Like, what if he goes to Buffalo? You know? Be interesting to just see. Okay. Now, Andy says start 3, full PBR, 8-team league. We have Breece, Gibbs, Walker, and Derrick Henry. We're going to go with Breece, Gibbs for sure. Between Walker and Henry, I do think that it's going to be a little bit tougher. I think I'm probably going to play Kenneth Walker over Derrick Henry, even if I don't love the matchup. Matthew says, Big Mace dropping fantasy bombs. Appreciate you, my man. Thank you so much for coming out. Tristan says, would you rather have Tank Dell or Amari? Rest of season, I'm going to go with Amari Cooper. This week, I'm going to go Tank Dell with no Robert Woods and with Amari being in a tough spot with PJ Walker. Chris Cap says, thanks for all you do, Mason. Good luck, Flockers. Good luck, everybody. Thank you so much for being a member of the flock, my man. Steve says, Strouder Lawrence points per completion. If you're looking at the passing volume that we've had in these respective offenses, I think we probably end up having to go ahead and we probably end up having to take CJ Stroud, right? At least like the thing is Jacksonville can just run the ball, whereas Houston can't. Jacksonville can run it and Houston can't. Now, Grant says, pick 2, Godwin played. Nico, Myers, and Ayuk. I think I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Nico and Ayuk. We have no Debo, and we have no Robert Woods. Myers definitely very appealing when Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be playing in here, but still, I think it would be difficult to get away from those other receivers. Now, Bigley says full BBR, flex 1. Taysom, Roshan, Johnston, Jason, Dalvin. Thanks for the consistency. No, thank you so much for being a member of the flock, my man. For the love of God, do not play Taysom. I think, honestly, here, Johnston may be in play if it was guaranteed that we were going to have no Palmer, but if Palmer does play, then we can't. I think that we probably end up having to go through and play Roshan for the floor, JSN for the ceiling, depending on what you're needing. I think I would. Now, Bradley says 12 team, PBR 1 and 6. At tight end, Jonnu or Trey McBride. I think I'm going to go ahead. I will be taking Trey McBride here. I mean, if you are looking at McBride, Zach Ertz is on the IR. McBride does have the room to himself. There really is not a secondary wide receiver, a third wide receiver that's taking a ton of volume in this offense. And then I just don't want to start a tight end in a tight end by committee in Atlanta, right? I mean, I understand he has been fine. I just don't really have too much excitement for that. Now, Andy says, Happy VR need 2. Jones, Madison, Rice, JSN, and Brian Robinson. I'm going to go with Aaron Jones and Cry, and I'm going to go with Rashee Rice as well. Let's go Aaron Jones and Rashee Rice. I think Alexander Madison maybe has a higher floor, but I just think that Alexander Madison's ceiling is going to be severely capped if he is back to splitting this backfield with Cam Akers. Now, Junior says 12-team full BBR traded Chase, Debo, Spears, Ferguson for Lamb, Hogginson, Gibbs, Hollywood. Chase the Lamb downgrade. Debo to Hawkinson upgrade. Spears to Gibbs upgrade. Ferguson to Hollywood, who cares? I think you can make this move, my man. So I think TJ Hawkinson is an elite level tight end. It really does come down to what you perceive to be the value of guys like CeeDee Lamb and TJ Hawkinson. I still think that Lamb's a wide receiver 1. I think that TJ Hawkinson is an elite level tight end. So I'm completely fine to go out there and make that play. Now, Seth says, full BBR is Scary Terry or Michael Pittman. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Michael Pittman. Pittman's been much better this season, and I'm a little bit worried about the Scary Terry matchup against Philly. Now, the Weather Dog coming out saying, Ridley and Pitts or George Pickens. I'm going to go Ridley and Pitts over George Pickens. AJ says, Watson or Tank. And Roshan, Chuba, or Jaleel. I'm going to go Roshan over Chuba and Jaleel, and then I'm going to go Tank Dell over Christian Watson. I do still like the long-term upside that we are going to have. With Christian Watson, I think I would just rather sit here and wait a little bit to see him producing, right? If we can see him produce and then go out there and start him, I think I would opt to do that. Maybe I got burned last week playing him against Denver. Maybe we had to learn a lesson the hard way. Let's see him stay fully healthy. Now, Michael says 12-team full BBR. Dell or Downs for a flex. We need a W. My man, I think that these 3 guys are all so damn close this week that I have no idea how to answer it. Downs, Dell, and Rice. I think that they're all about the same. I probably go Downs over Dell, even if we have no Robert Woods. Like we said, with no Woods, Dell is extremely appealing, and I do think that these guys are close. But can y'all please spam the live chat right now? Include Rashee Rice in this question, because this is the question we're going to get over and over again, and I have no idea how to answer. Rashee Rice, Tank Dell, Josh Downs. Spam the chat. Let me know who you would start this week between those 3 players. Dell, Downs, Rashee Rice. Because I am lost. We got Rice, Dell, Rice, Downs, Dell, Rice, Downs, Dell, Rice, Downs, Rice, Downs. It looks like it's split. It looks like it's split in the chat where, like, I hate to give the answer because I know it's not the answer you come for. I know it's a crap answer. But ultimately, if we are looking at those guys, it does come down to your personal preference. I hate to say it, but it's the truth. You know, like if I were to come out here and if I were to say, guys, I know I got it. We ran 1,000 sims last night and it's Tank Dell. I'd be lying to you. I think that they're all very close and it is up to you. But real quick, let me go to our next question. And as I do this, if you have not done so already, ladies and gentlemen, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And if you wanted to check out any of those pick'ems over there on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match with our rest of season fantasy football rankings and with a Jalen Hurts special pick'em more than less than half a total yard for today. And on top of that, we're actually getting y'all an additional Flock Express exclusive special pick of Amon-Ra St. Brown, more than less than half a total yard. Only going to get all that with promo code FLOCK, so make sure you take advantage. Links in the live chat and description. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Thomas, who says, help, need one running back and 2 flex spots. Henderson, Foreman, Jones, Watson, Dell, Bourne. I'm torn in between Henderson and Foreman. Don't know if we can trust Jones yet. I'm going to be going with Watson, Dell at the flex, and I'm not going to go, oh my gosh, I'm going to go Aaron Jones. It sucks. I don't feel super comfortable in telling you to do so, my friend. But ultimately, I can't tell someone to play like Deonta Foreman and a running back by committee in the worst offense in the NFL, right? I mean, we said to start him last week, Hogan Morans, but that's because you had no Roschon Johnson. Now, Ethan says, start a wide receiver to flex, Addison, Pacheco, JT, and Olave. We're going to go with Jordan Addison at wide receiver. And then we're going to go, honestly, now that you have Zach Moss this injured when he's a game time decision, I maybe would have said Pacheco early in the week given his matchup. But now I probably actually want to go ahead and now I probably actually want to take JT. Jordan says Gibbs or Josh Jacobs. In a full PBR format, will end up going with Jahmyr Gibbs, just given how much better this offense should be than Josh Jacobs this week. 20, always happy to see us, says 12-team PPR. We have Lawrence, A.J. Brown, Adams, Bijan, Brees, Andrews, Terry. And then on the bench, we have James Cook, Gabe Davis, Dylan Gibson, Wan'Dale Roschon. Trade Adams and Madison for Kelsey or Mark Andrews. I'm sorry. Adams and Mark Andrews for Kelsey and Higgins. So I know on paper, maybe it seems like this would be a very bad move. And on paper, I would say you definitely rather have Adams and Andrews. Just in reality with how this plays out, at least in my mind, Travis Kelce is so far ahead of Mark Andrews that I know one's tight end 1, the other's tight end 2. And so that's why on paper it kind of looks close, where in reality, I think the spread on these guys is actually much further. And I probably do want to just go ahead and I probably just want to take the Kelce side. Now, Clutchbox says, should I bench Sutton for Romeo Dobbs because of the snow? Let me go ahead and pull up how bad the Broncos weather will be. Typically, I look to not really account for weather until Sunday morning just because, I mean, so many times the weatherman's just wrong. Like, it's funny that nobody really trusts the weatherman in their local area, right? They'll say, oh, it's going to rain in 2 days. And you're like, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. But whenever it comes to fantasy football, it's like I'll get questions on Wednesday. Hey, the weather in Denver is supposed to be bad on Sunday. What am I doing? And then typically we're just ignoring it because obviously we have just no idea until Sunday morning. But let's search Broncos weather here and see what pops up. Okay. Yeah, the weather looks tough. Looking at tweets for 14 minutes ago, there's a lot of snow. I think it's close. I think that this will be something that if the weather was fine, I would rather have Sutton over Dobbs. But it's close enough where if before the game, the weather is really bad, we can go ahead and we can pivot over to Romeo Dobbs. I definitely think we can. Okay. Let's move this over to Uncle Dud says 12 team PBR 6-1. We have Jefferson, HN hurt. Pick our RB2 into flex. Out of Miles Sanders, Shoe Bubber, Deonta Foreman, Zach Charbonnet, Deontay Johnson. Okay, so yeah, great team once we get these guys back in. We're going to go ahead. We're going to play Deontay Johnson for the flex spot. And then for our RB2, I think we're going to go ahead and we're going to be taking Miles Sanders. Let's go Miles Sanders at RB2. And then we're going to go Deontay Johnson for the flex. Now, Jay says, pick 2, Ridley, Watson, Deontay. Having trouble benching Ridley. Also, the Jets defense at the Giants or the Ravens defense at the Cardinals. Appreciate the advice. And I appreciate you, my man. I think we're going to go ahead. I think we're going to play. Oh my gosh, that's so damn tough. We're going to go with the Ravens No, my gosh, my man. We're going to go with the Jets defense against Tyrod Taylor. Both defensive plays are great. All these wide receivers have questionable floors but high ceilings. I probably go Calvin Ridley and Christian Watson, but it is damn close. That is a tough call, my friend. Now, Swisher says, good morning. Pick 2 out of Miles Sanders, Alexander Madison, DK Metcalf, Christian Watson, Kendrick Bourne. Matchups are putting me in a bind. Don't know who to play as my second flex. I'm going to go DK Metcalf despite the tough matchup. And in a full BBR format, I'll go Christian Watson as well, even though I don't really want to be that excited about playing Christian Watson this week. If it was a non-BBR league, I think we would pivot from Watson over to Alexander Madison. My thing is I just think that both players have low floors, but maybe we have a slightly higher ceiling with Christian Watson. Now, Ryan says, have BBR 12-team league, pick 3. We have Thielen, Moore, Deontay, Puka, Henderson, Deonta Foreman, Joshua Palmer, 2 receivers in a flex. Eckler and Etienne are our running backs. We're going to be going with Puka, wide receiver, Adam Thielen as well at the other wide receiver slot. And then for the flex between Palmer, can't start him because he plays on Sunday night. And we don't know if he's going to play or not. Foreman, can't play him in a horrendous offense with Roschon split in the backfield. Really between Darrell Henderson, DJ Moore, Deontay Johnson, I think they're close. I'd probably just go DJ Moore. I mean, we always know the passing volume is going to be earnest in Chicago, regardless who the quarterback's going to be. In reality, though, with DJ Moore, I mean, at least he's just going to see a ridiculous target volume. Now, Cheese says full BBR can only start 3 running backs and 3 receivers. We have JT, Walker, Swift, Kamara. Flowers, Dell, Downs, London, Rice, and Pickens. Our running backs, we're going to be going with Kamara in a full PBR league, DeAndre Swift, and Jonathan Taylor. Tough spot, but Walker banged up a bit. And then our wide receivers, we're to be going with Pickens, Flowers, and then between Dell, Downs, Rice, the true answer, it's up to you. I think it really does just come down to your personal preference. My personal preference is Josh Downs, but full transparency, we're winning a lot of money in underdog drafts right now because Josh Downs was my second most drafted receiver. So I am very biased when I tell you that. Just make sure we bench London and you can go with any of those other 3 receivers. But real quick, ladies and gentlemen, we're about 1 like away from hitting 700 likes on this live stream. If you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on the stream. We have live streamed for 184 days in a row at this point. Have not missed a day since April. And Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. So if you're ever going to go down there, hit that like button. If you're ever going to subscribe, now would be the time to do so. And of course, if you wanted to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, I'll say now is probably the time to do so as well, because if you use promo code FLOCK, they're going to match your first deposit dollar for dollar up to 100. Plus, you will get our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. Plus, on top of that, a Jalen Hurts special pick'em. Side note, I really do like Nico Collins more than 6.5 targets this week with no Robert Woods. But on top of that, with code FLOCK, a Jalen Hurts special pick'em more than less than half a total yard, and an Amon-Ra St. Brown special pick'em more than less than half a total yard. So make sure you are taking advantage. But 49ers Collection says, Sup Mason, full BBR, we need a flex between Myers, Hollywood, Ford, Najee, and Ingram. Loving the grind, brother. No, thank you, my man. I think we will go ahead and we will take Jacoby Myers. Maybe when Kyler Murray gets back in this offense, if Arizona's better, we can reevaluate. But ultimately right now, I mean, Myers just sees that consistent target volume when you have Jimmy G in there at quarterback. And if you look at his underdog pick, he's at 60 yards. I think Hollywood's only like 49.5. So yeah, I think we have to go ahead. I think we have to play Myers. Aiden says, Foreman or DeMercado as my RB2. I think we're going to go ahead. I'm actually going to play DeMercado. Hoogamorans, obviously we were saying Foreman last week, but that was when you had no Roschon Johnson. Now I think Foreman's going to be a running back by committee in one of the worst offenses in the NFL. Now Mike says 4-3, 10-team PBR, triple flex. We have Hurts, CMC, Jones, Singletary, Spears, HN, AJ Brown, Keenan, Rice, Hopkins, Lockett, JSN, Samuel, Boyd, Goddard. Who to start in any moves you'd look to make? I've lost 3 straight. I think Devon HN getting hurt's the reason for that, my man. We're going to go CMC, Aaron Jones at running back. Wide receiver, we're going to go AJ Brown, Keenan Allen. For the flex spots, we're going to go Rashee Rice, Tyler Lockett, and I guess DeAndre Hopkins. I mean, this is a team that desperately needs additional depth. I would say in a 10-team format, however, we're going to have solid options off the waiver wire where we don't necessarily need to go out there and make trades for said depth. Instead, we can kind of just chill on our hands and we can just try to churn the waiver wire, especially if we are still 4-3 and we are going to get HN back in a few weeks and we'll be in a much better spot. Now, Clutchbox is PBR pick 2, London, Hollywood, and Kendrick Bourne. I'm going to go with Hollywood and London. I don't know how excited I'd be to play Bourne now that you have Ramsey playing and at the same time. I don't know. I mean, it's just such a bad offense in New England in the first place. Now, Jay Inman says start 2 PBR. Higgins, Rice, Downs, or Henderson. I'm going to be going Rice, Downs. I think in the long term, you could definitely convince me to go T. Higgins. Hell, honestly, I could go T. Higgins this week easily. Like long term, give me Higgins. I just think that it maybe is a better spot to wait it out whenever you're looking at T. Higgins in a brutal matchup going up against the 49ers. When we don't know if he's 100% healthy and we don't know if Burrow's 100% healthy, I think we could bench him. Now, Alex says 10-team full BBR. We have Lawrence, Stroud, Kupp, Kirk, Kamara, Walker, Kincaid, Flowers. And then on the bench, we have Jacobs, Nico, Kmet, Russ, Lockett, Mack. Suggestions to start in trades. Traded Adams and Gino for Lawrence and Flowers last week. My man, this is just a bad spot. You can't be rostering 3 quarterbacks. Cut Mac Jones. I would have rather got a better quarterback in return if we were going to go through, if we were going to trade away Devontae Adams. But yeah, cut Mac Jones at this point. And then I would also start Josh Jacobs over Zay Flowers in that flex. So cut Mac, pick up another running back wide receiver off of waivers, and then start Jacobs over Flowers for your flex spot. Oh, no, actually, if this is a super flex league, then you're chilling. If this is, you didn't say it was super flex, but if it is a super flex league, then never mind, ignore me. But we would still start Jacobs over Mac. Now, Blake says 18 BBR, 2 quarterback league, 2 and 5. Bad at trades and need upgrades. We have Kirk, CJ Eckler, Bijan Pollard, Amon-Ra, Nico, Smith, Waller, Cook, White, Amari, Rice, Deontay, and Warren. So ultimately, the thing is just in an 8-team, 2 quarterback league, we really can't overcome being this bad at quarterback. What I would love to do is if we could go out of our way, if we could sell a depth wide receiver, like sell, say, Nico Collins and CJ Stroud, and go get an upgrade at quarterback where wide receiver depth in this league isn't going to matter that much, but the stud quarterbacks will. I think we would look to do that. Rich says Pickens or Rice for the flex. Probably going to go George Pickens. Todd says PBR, wide receiver 2 and a flex between Olave, Nico, Pittman, and Garrett Wilson. I'm going to go with, oh my gosh, this is so tough. I'm going to go Nico Collins with no Robert Woods. And then probably Chris Olave as well. Olave did have 14 targets. Obviously, there was some chaos with him getting arrested during the week. But as we are further removed from that, I think we can say it's probably not going to matter. He had 14 targets. It's really close between Olave, Pittman, and Wilson. He can kind of do you. I think maybe Olave is the guy. But I'm definitely playing Nico Collins. Now, Sagittarius says Hollywood or Downs full BBR. I'm going to go Downs. Been burned the last 2 weeks. Yeah, I think long-term you can make an argument for Hollywood as we get Kyler Murray back into Arizona. But as you have Joshua Dobbs still in there, I'm going to be fine avoiding Hollywood. Now, Waddy I coming out saying PBR Watson or Ridley. I'm going to go Ridley over Watson. And then Henderson or Foreman. I'm probably going to go Henderson. Like I was saying, I think Foreman is a must-bench option this week. He was a must-start guy for us last week when he was the last guy left in Chicago. Now that you have Roshan coming back in and it projects out to be the worst offense or one of the worst offenses in the NFL this week, I'm probably going to want to go through and I'm probably going to want to be benching Deonta Foreman. Tim says, good morning, Mason. Good morning, my man. Who should I start in the flex? 12-team full BBR league. Hopkins, Jones, Dobbs, Osborne, Pitts, and Justice Hill. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Aaron Jones. Not too excited about it. I would rather wait and see Aaron Jones fully healthy before we were to put him in the starting lineup. But ultimately, at the end of the day, I don't necessarily know if we can avoid it here in particular. Whenever, like with DeAndre Hopkins would be the other play, right? But can we start DeAndre Hopkins when we don't know what the quarterback play is going to really be with Will Levis? When you have Treylon Burks coming in, so the target share may even come down? I'd say probably not. Now, Hogan says Lawrence with the knee injury or Jordan Love. I'm going to go Lawrence over Love, my friend. And then Foreman or Aaron Jones. I will go Aaron Jones, like I was saying. With how bad the Chicago offense is, and with it being a committee, I can't start Deonta Foreman this week. Even though I love him, hook 'em Lawrence. Now, next question coming out. From Chris, and maybe we're going out of order here. I'm going to pull up my other screen just to make sure that we are good. But if you think we skipped you, I didn't. Promise you I'm not going to miss you. Chris says, full BBR, need to pick 2 between Olave, Amari, Devonta Smith, and Isaiah Pacheco. We're going to go ahead. We're going to go with Pacheco, bench Amari for sure, with PJ Walker as his quarterback. If you're looking at Olave versus Devonta Smith, this is where we can kind of go back and forth. I think that it will be up to you here. I think I probably go Olave if we're just going to play it smart. Just go with the guy that had 14 targets. Even though I do want to start Devonta Smith in what should be a pretty good matchup against Washington. I do like the matchup. Okay. Now, we actually need to swing this back around to the other end. Just give me 1 second to do this. So our last question when we were actually in order was from Hogan, who said Lawrence with the knee injury or Jordan Love. We said Lawrence. So now our next question is coming out from Scott says, need to flex Dermicado, Roshan, Kelly, Reed, or Mims. Definitely Dermicado getting all the snaps. And then between Mims, Kelly, and Jaden Reed, I think we probably end up wanting to just go ahead and play Roshan Johnson. I mean, it's tough. With this being a full BBR format, though, Roshan should be the running back out there on third downs. Roshan should be the guy getting targeted out of the backfield. Now, Timeout Sports says, hardest working dude in fantasy. 12-team non-BBR. Need one for the flex. Hunt, Pittman, Dillon, Hollywood, Osborne. Thanks, Mason. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, my friend. Non-PPR format, if Jerome Ford does not play, we will go with Kareem Hunt. In a situation where Jerome Ford does play, however, we will pivot over to Michael Pittman. So it does depend on what we get with Jerome Ford. I don't think we have official news on Ford just yet. Of course, we'll be monitoring, and we should know in about an hour and a half, and I will let y'all know. Now, Joe says 10-team, have BBRs start 9. 3 flex, deep rosters. Pick 2 between Downs, Watson, Palmer, Henderson, Osborne, Najee. Happy BR format where we also have JT and Pittman. Well, looks like we're going all in, my friend, on the Indianapolis Colts here. Let's go ahead and let's play Josh Downs. And then probably Christian Watson as well. I mean, I think if you're looking at all these guys, they all have incredibly low floors. So might as well just go with the player with the high ceiling. But I will say Watson does have a very low floor. I just think that his ceiling versus someone like Najee Harris has to be higher, no? Now, Bradley says 12-team BBR 1 and 6. Wide receivers were Chase, Puka, Moore, Palmer. Running backs are Gibbs and Pierce. No one would take Moore, so I traded Puka for Mixon. Was this terrible? I would say you 100% lost out on value. Obviously, when we had a great wide receiver room and a really bad running back room, it makes sense in going out there making that trade. So I see how it makes sense for our team. I will say we definitely lost out on value, though. Now, Kevin says, Mixon, DK, or Amari at the flex today. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to play Joe Mixon. It is a very tough matchup going up against San Fran, though. And Chase says, Higgins, Dotson for Mike Evans. 7-0 in a triple flex league. Higgins, Dotson for Evans. Dotson literally could not matter less. So it's either would you rather have T. Higgins or Mike Evans? I think at this point, you probably have to prefer Evans. And then we already answered this question from Chris. Need to pick 2. We're going to go Olave and Pacheco. So now we can swing this back around to the other side, ladies and gentlemen. And this next question coming out from Rock Bottom says, PBR, drop Ford or Brian Robinson to pick up Devon Achane. Hell yes, I would go out there and I'd drop either guy to pick up Devon Achane. I mean, if I had to pick between the two, we probably end up dropping Brian Robinson with the cap ceiling. But yeah, up to you. I would drop either one. John says, start 2 at BBR. Higgins, Hunt, Foreman, Roshan, Christian Watson, Damian Pierce. Okay. I'm going to go Hunt and T. Higgins. Like we were saying with the Chicago backfield, I think it's a must avoid. The only player I would start in Chicago this week would be DJ Moore, and I would do so reluctantly with how bad this offense is going to be. And I like Christian Watson. It's just that I would rather see him healthy before we go out there and start him again. Full transparency. I started him last week in what I thought was a great matchup against Denver. And he wasn't able to stay healthy. Once we see him fully healthy, we'll get him back in. Doug says, 10-team full BBR. We need a flex and a receiver. A.J. Brown is wide receiver 1. Should we play Kupp or Allen wide receiver 2? And then we also have JT as an option for the flex. This is a tough spot. I would say, honestly, we're going to play Kupp and Allen in a full BBR format. And we're going to leave running back as is. The only thing I'd say is if you have no Zach Moss, then at that point, I probably play Jonathan Taylor over Breece Hall. But that's assuming that you have no Zach Moss. If Zach Moss plays, then I think we bench JT for Hall. Matthew says, full BBR pick 3. Addison, Flowers, Higgins, Olave, Hunt. How do we foresee Matthew Stafford for today? I think Stafford will be fine. Obviously, the issue is with Matthew Stafford from a fantasy perspective, this is a quarterback that's just simply not going to run the ball at all. So it's hard to be super, super pumped about him for fantasy. And then for our 3 receivers, we're going to be going Olave coming off the 14-target game. We're going to go Addison coming off the multi-touchdown game. And then between Flowers, Higgins, Hunt, if you have no Jerome Ford, I think we probably go Kareem Hunt. If Ford plays, we probably go Zay Flowers, even if Higgins is the guy that I want in the long term. Now, Lou says 14-team PBR, choose 3 of 4. DK, Pittman, Rice, or Watson. So we essentially just have to bench one player here. I think the guy that we will bench is going to be Christian Watson for this week. I actually probably prefer Christian Watson over some of these options long term. Just going back to what we were talking about previously, I think that honestly, we can afford to just wait and see Christian Watson fully healthy before we have to go out there and play him again. Now, Jason says 10-team, need 2 for the flex. Gus, Hopkins, Henderson, DK, Hollywood, Craig Reynolds. I'm going to go DK Metcalf under the assumption it's a full BBR league. And Hollywood Brown. If it was a non-BBR format, you could flip from Hollywood to either Gus or Henderson. But under the assumption it's a full BBR format, we probably want to go with the receivers. Now, B says 12-team, full BBR, 3 wide receivers in a flex this week. Any moves? We have Brown, Keenan, Puka, Addison, Nico. Saquon, Sanders, Freeman, and Spears. So our 3 wide receivers, we're going to go Brown, Keenan, Puka. Our flex, we're going to go Saquon, if he's not already in our starting lineup. If you're saying we're going to have to start Saquon, Miles Sanders at running back, then we're going to flex Addison. And then I would say, yeah, I mean, if these are all our running backs on this team, then at that point, we would love to see if we could go and sell Nico Collins and Miles Sanders to go get a running back upgrade. But I don't know if you're just asking like, hey, here are our options for 3 wide receivers and a flex, and we have 2 other starting running backs, right? Or if that's the case, then we're probably just chilling on our hands because this is that 12-team league. We need to start 3 wide receivers, but phenomenal wide receiver group in that league. Now, Pina Colada says, Goff or Stroud? I'm going to go Jared Goff. If you look at the Detroit Lions applied team total from Vegas Sportsbooks right now, they are telling us that the Detroit Lions should be a top 5 offense in the NFL this week. And then Lamb or Adam Thielen. I am still probably going to go ahead and say CeeDee Lamb. It is damn close for me, however. Like if you look at our flex rankings this week, we have Thielen and Lamb in the same tier. I think you can kind of go back and forth. You know what? Let's go Thielen over Lamb. I'll throw y'all a bone. Let's go Thielen over Lamb. Thielen's averaging about 5 points per game more at this point. I think rest of season, though, to be honest, I still probably rather have CeeDee Lamb. Now, Rise of the Vacation says, pick 2 full PBR, London, Tank, and DK Metcalf. I'm going to go with Tank and DK Metcalf. Arthur Smith doesn't care about fantasy. I don't care about Arthur Smith. I'm going on a boycott, starting benching all Atlanta Falcons players, not named Bijan Robinson, until further notice. Camo Killa says, yo, man, happy BR. Please pick 2 running backs, 1 receiver, and a flex. Bijan, Breece Hall, Jahmyr Gibbs, A.J. Brown, Jordan Addison, Nico Collins. Oh, my gosh. This is tough. I think our 2 running backs, it doesn't matter. We're going to start all 3 running backs because we're going to throw one in the flex. And then for our wide receiver, we're going to go A.J. Brown. So start all 3 running backs. Just put Jahmyr Gibbs in your flex spot since he plays on Monday night, just in case anything happens. And then put A.J. Brown at your wide receiver. And we're going to bench Addison and Nico. Love Addison and Nico this week. Just a phenomenal team. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are 1 like away from hitting 900 likes on this stream. Please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this live stream. Help us hit 900. I mean, we live streamed every single day since April. Not going to miss the day until 2024. And yeah, Sunday morning live streams are by far and away the most important for us. So if you're ever going to hit that like button, if you're ever going to subscribe, I would ask you to do it today. And also, if you were ever going to want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, a Jalen Hurts special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for the games today, and a Flock exclusive special pick'em, Amon-Ra St. Brown, more than less than half a total yard as well. So please make sure you are taking advantage of that if you have not done so already. Now, Camo Killer says, yo man, happy BR, please pick 2 running backs, a receiver, and a flex. But no, I'm sorry, we already answered that one. Joe Rule says, Minshew, Howell, Ritter, we got to pick one. This is brutal, my friend. I mean, I am going to repeat my boycott. We are not starting any Atlanta Falcon not named Bijan Robinson. If you're looking at how I have these guys ranked this week, I have Minshew, quarterback 17. I have Sam Howell, quarterback 18. Probably do want to go Minshew with how bad the matchup is for Sam Howell against Philly. Jacob says, would you trade Thielen for Laporta? Looking to upgrade tight end. Currently, we have Jake Ferguson. It's a triple flex league. Current receivers are Lamb, Hill, Higgins, Moore, Thielen, Watson. And it's a 10-team format. I would say not in a triple flex format. If it was a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, then yes, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to make this move. However, in a triple flex league, I think we probably want to keep the extra wide receiver value, where tight end's going to matter much less in that format in particular. Now, Henry says Deontay, Metcalf, or Gus for the flex. Full PPR format, I'm going to go Metcalf. Non-PPR league, I will go Gus. Nate says pick 1, Pierce, Warren, Roshan. I'm going to go Damian Pierce, and then pick 1 between Flowers and Calvin Ridley. I will go Zay Flowers, even with Lawrence being good to go. Now, Tio says full BBR, Amari, Hollywood, or Downs. We got to pick 1. Super tough spot to be in. If you look at the underdog pick'ems, I believe you have Downs at like 48.5 receiving yards. You have Amari at like 49.5. You have Hollywood at like 49.5. They're all literally neck and neck and neck and neck. In reality, it's just up to you. It's up to your personal preference. My personal preference is Josh Downs, but I am very personally biased in that Josh Downs is by far and away my most drafted wide receiver out of these guys in underdog drafts. I would say rest of season, I definitely want Amari, right? But it's just tough because we have PJ Walker in right now. We have Josh Dobbs in right now. Now, Evan says, Sanders, Brian Robinson, or Deonta Foreman in a half PPR league. Here, I think you can go ahead. You can take Deonta Foreman. All running backs are operating in committees. All running backs are in bad offenses, so we can go with the hot hand in Deonta. But like I said, typically this is going to be someone that I'm looking to bench where we can. Okay, Mason says, Ayuk or Flowers for the flex. I think you have to go Ayuk. Ayuk looks like he's going to crush now that you have both No Debo and Brock Purdy is playing. And then Andrews or Laporta at tight end. I will go Mark Andrews over Sam Laporta at tight end as we have been all season. Dallas says 12-team PBR, start 2-2-1. We have Eckler, JT, Jacobs, Jones, Ridley, Waddle, Wilson, JSN. Teams 2 and 5. I need a win to turn it around. Full PPR, you have to go Eckler JT, especially as you may not have Zach Moss playing in this game. And if he does, I think we can assume he's limited. Our receivers, I think we're going to go ahead. We're going to be playing Waddle and Garrett Wilson. And then for our flex, we're going to go Josh Jacobs. It does suck with how bad Jacobs been as of late. The matchup isn't great against Detroit either. But ultimately, when you do have the guaranteed workload, it's going to be tough to go through and bench you for someone like Aaron Jones, where we just have no idea what we're going to get. Now, Vulcan Labs coming out says, pick 2, Walker, Pacheco, and Olave. I'm going to go with Walker and Pacheco. We're going to go with the guaranteed touches. Now, Kyle says, 10-team PPR. Double flex, Wilson, Addison, Nico Collins. I'm going to go with Jordan Addison and Nico Collins this week, where you have no Jefferson and you have no Robert Woods. Rest of season, I would rather have Garrett Wilson over Nico Collins, though. Okay. Angel says 10-team PPR. We need a flex between Watson, Gus, Rice, JSN. And would you start the Texans defense with the Giants defense off of waivers? It is going to be up to you. Typically, I prefer playing teams that are favored when we're going with their defenses. So I'd be completely fine to go with the Texans here. And then between Watson, Gus, Rice, JSN, I'm going to go with Rashee Rice in that full PPR league, even though I think rest of season, I'd potentially rather have Christian Watson. I'd rather just see Christian Watson fully healthy before we make that call. Justin says, which wide receiver could I get for Olave and Jacobs or Hall? I think you could get guys like Lamb, Adams. I don't know if you would do it for those players. Maybe if you wanted to see if we could get up to like Cooper Kupp, we can go for it. In reality, you're going to have a very difficult time selling Jacobs right now. And when it comes to, you're going to have a hard time selling Olave as well, even though Olave had 14 targets last week. I think it'd be better to try to sell these guys coming off a strong performance than right now. Nobody says start Nico Collins or Christian Kirk. I can't decide. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Nico Collins. And honestly, I'm not going to think about it too much. I think it's a good matchup, good situation, good wide receiver. And he's had the production all season. Now, E345 says, hey, Mason, hope you're ready to collect some dubs this week. Always ready, my friend. Need your help securing mine. Star 2 full PBR. Hopkins, Rice, Dell, and Deontay. We're going to go Rice. Okay. I do not know. Okay. I'm going to be honest with you. I know we should bench DeAndre Hopkins with Will Levis at quarterback, with Treylon Burks coming back in. We just simply have no idea what we're going to get with those guys. Between Rice, Dell, Deontay, I think that you can make an argument for any one of these players. Ultimately, at the end of the day, I do think that it comes down to your personal preference. And I'll ask the live chat for you here. Can everybody do me a favor? One, we are 1 like away from hitting 1,000 likes on this live stream. Hit that like button and be our 1,000th like if you have not done so already. 2, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And 3, if you were sitting with Rice, Dell, and Deontay Johnson, who are you cutting? Please let me know, ladies and gentlemen. Who would you cut between, who are you benching? I apologize. Between Rice, Dell, and Deontay Johnson. And as we wait for your answers, of course, I will remind y'all, if you have not done so, you can always check out those pick'ems on Underdog Fantasy. Links in the live chat, links in the description, links in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, get a 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, a Jalen Hurts special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for the games today. And tomorrow, an Amon-Ra St. Brown special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard as well. Make sure you take advantage. But let's see who people are benching. Rice, Dell, Johnson, Dell, Rice, Johnson, Dell, Johnson, Johnson, Rice, Johnson, Dell. Johnson, Johnson, Deontay. Yeah, it looks like most people are benching Deontay Johnson here, my friend. Looks like most people are benching Deontay Johnson. It is tough. I think you can use the snow as a tiebreaker if you really wanted to. Like if you wanted to wait, say, until, I don't know, noon to make that call, just so we could pull up the most recent weather that we have in Denver. I think that would make a lot of sense. Now, our next question coming out from OG says, pick one, Downs, Rice, Dell. We asked the live chat this earlier, my friend, and the boring answer that I know you do not want to hear, but the correct answer is it really is up to you. They're all about the same. And also, do I trade Kyron? And regarding trading Kyron Williams, I think it's going to matter with your overall league format. If you are, your overall situation. If you are, say, 6-1, 5-2, probably no. Probably just look to hold them. If you're 2-5, then hell yeah, you probably have to go out there and you have to get some value for him right now. Now, Neurologic says, great channel. The steady grind set does not go unnoticed. Thank you so much, my man. Told my league mates to check you out as well. To my disadvantage. Thank you, Mason. No, thank you. I mean, this sounds like you were sabotaging your league here. A good play, good play. And I will say, this is probably the best way, ladies and gentlemen. I know that there is a percentage of this live stream that is accurately found out that I am an idiot and I have no idea what I'm talking about. And if you are in that percentage where you have realized that I am stupid, what you can do is you can send the link to this live stream and the link to this channel to your league chat and go, hey guys, I found someone for y'all to check out. And then hell, you get an edge regardless. Get an edge regardless. But thank you so much, my friend. Really do appreciate you, my man. Now, Orlando says 12-team, happy BR, start one. Sanders, Akers, Zach Moss. We're probably going to start Miles Sanders. Zach Moss, not startable whenever, he's a game time decision, right? If he's a game time decision and Jonathan Taylor is going to be the guy anyway, I think that maybe it just shrinks his role even more. Clutchbox says Dell or London. Like I said, I am going on a boycott. I am not starting any Atlanta Falcons, not named Bijan Robinson, until Arthur Smith gives me, Mason Dodd, an apology directly for not caring about our fantasy teams. Now, Omega Les Paul says, what's going on, Mason? Said I got to bench one of these guys, but pick three. Pollard, Brees, Mostert, and Jonathan Taylor. Oh, this is tough. You have to play Pollard. If Zach Moss misses, you have to play Jonathan Taylor. And then in that spot, we probably bench in a happy BR league where we're more inclined to go touchdown upside. We probably bench Brees. However, if instead Zach Moss plays, then you could pivot and you could bench Jonathan Taylor if you would like. Alan says, happy BR, Pacheco, Hall, Bijan, Pickens, Waddle, and Garrett Wilson. We're going to start Bijan, Hall, and Pacheco. We're going to go two running backs and a flex. And then our two wide receivers are going to go Waddle and Garrett Wilson, and we're going to bench Pickens now that Deontay's good to go. Now, Will says, standard 10-team league, 4-3, Stroud or Lawrence. I'm going to go Stroud over Lawrence, but I do have these players ranked back-to-back, and it really is going to be up to you. They're so close that this is like the most common quarterback question I've had this live stream. Now, Vito says, good morning, second flex, Michael Thomas, JSN, Javonte, or Dalton Schultz. Good morning, my friend. Michael Thomas dealing with an illness that we don't really know about. For that reason, if you wanted to go Javonte Williams, not going to fault you. I think it kind of depends on if we get any news about this Michael Thomas illness that we heard about last night. Now, Jalen says, sit one, McLaurin, Smith, A.J. Brown, Chase. Go Eagles. Go Eagles, my friend. I think we are going to be benching Terry McLaurin, given the fact that, Devonta Smith just has that great matchup against Washington. Now, B. Jordan coming out saying, need 2 flexes, full PBR. We have Watson, Hunt, Bourne, and Jalen Warren. Thank you for doing the stream. So thank you so much, my friend, for being a member of the flock. I think we're going to go ahead. I think we're going to be playing Kareem Hunt and Christian Watson. If Jerome Ford were to play, then at that point, you'd be able to flop from Kareem Hunt to Jalen Warren. But even if Ford plays, you could keep Kareem Hunt if you wanted. As I mean, Ford would probably have a very small role. Veek says Hollywood or Dell in the flex. I'm probably going to go Dell this week with no Woods and with Kyler not playing in Arizona. Long term, probably Hollywood. Jason says PBR, double flex. Who to sit out of Bijan, Gibbs, Olave, and Ayuk? I can only start 3 of them because we have Brees, Amon-Ra, and Kupp. It sucks. I think we end up having to bench Olave. I don't want to bench Olave. This is a wide receiver coming off a 14-target game. But, I mean, we're going to have to play running backs with the guaranteed workloads over them. And also in the case of Brandon Ayuk, I mean, this is a wide receiver that's in a smash spot with Purdy good to go. And also not having Debo Samuel. You'll have to give the bump up to Ayuk. Now, Jalen says pick 2, Kirk, Smith, Waddle, Thielen, Hunt, if no Ford. Full PBR, we're going to go Waddle and Thielen. Non-PBR, we're going to go Thielen and Hunt. And obviously, that's under the assumption that you have no Jerome Ford. If Ford plays, you can't play him over any of the receivers. Now, bet these always happy to see us says, traded Addison, Mixon for Flowers and Swift. Needed a running back help badly. Did I overpay? Thanks, Mason. Good luck this weekend. Thank you, my friend. Mixon to Swift is an upgrade. Addison to Flowers is a downgrade. I think that it is a fine move, assuming that obviously we are getting Jefferson back in the long term. If we were getting Jefferson back in the long term, then at that point, you could easily go out there and you could make it. Now, Christian says, are the thumbnails with fingers crossed about Gojo? To be completely honest, I know I'm sure this is like some just joke that I don't understand. You know, please spam it. Let me know in the live chat. What does this mean? I don't know what it means. Kirk or Myers? We're going to go ahead and we will take Jacoby Myers. And then Jason says, pick 2, Bourne, Watson, Dell, Rashee Rice. I'm going to go with Dell and Rashee Rice until we see Watson fully healthy. Love the channel. Thank you, my friend. Really appreciate you. And yeah, with Kendrick Bourne as well. Horrible offense. And we really can't go through and start Kendrick Bourne in a very tough environment where you have Ramsey coming back in as well. Now, Nighthawk says, got offered Adams and Godwin for Waddle and Addison. Do we take it? We have Diggs and Olave, also have Tua and Mostert. Kind of want to trade one Dolphin. Okay. So going from Waddle to Godwin, or Waddle to Adams, slight upgrade. Addison to Godwin, downgrade. I am completely fine with us just holding on to the Dolphins and making one consolidated bet, as you did coming into the season, that the Dolphins offense was going to be better than people were expecting. You've gotten that bet massively correct, my friend. And we are printing money because of it. So it's an okay trade. You can make it if you would like. But honestly, I do think it's up to you. I'm fine having 3 Dolphins. Now, Akil says, 10-team, full BBR. Start 2 running backs and 1 flex out of JT, Saquon, Bijan, and Waddle. Appreciate the work. Appreciate you, my friend. I really would like to play Waddle this week, but honestly, if we have 3 bell cow running backs, we're going to have to go through. We're going to have to take the 3 RBs. Now, Doctor says Sutton, Palmer, Edwards, pick 2 in a non-PPR format. I'm going to go with Sutton and Edwards. Worried about the weather when it comes to Sutton. But ultimately, at the end of the day, I mean, we can't start Joshua Palmer. We don't know if he's going to be good to go Sunday night or not. Now, Philip says 8-team full BBR. Need to start 2 of these. 3. Kamara, Pollard, and Etienne. Oh my gosh, this is brutal. Probably Pollard and ETN, just given the fact that Kamara may get, I mean, he's most likely getting vultured at the goal line, right? But obviously, we would want to start Kamara if we can. I think we just probably have to bench Kamara out of these guys because the other options are just 3-down bell cows. Okay. Now, Yock says, have BBR bench 2. Taylor, Swift, Bijan, Gibbs, Waddle. I'm going to bench Waddle. And then we're going to bench Taylor if Moss plays. We're going to bench Bijan if Moss doesn't. Now, Gleek says, are you trading Javonte for Watson or Rashee Rice? If you wanted to go out there and make a trade for a receiver, I personally would prefer Watson. But it is kind of up to you. I think it's a fine move regardless. Now, Chris says, have BBR. Pick 2 to start for my flex. Puka, Lamb, Deonta Foreman. Foreman is so tempting to start after the performance last week. I love Foreman. Last week, my friend, he was a must-start guy when you had no Roshan, when you had no Khalil Herbert. However, I will say this week it's going to be much, much tougher. Whenever Roshan's going to play, now he's going to be in a committee in one of the worst offenses in the NFL. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Puka and CeeDee Lamb with a ton of confidence over Foreman. Ton of confidence over Foreman there. Joey, always happy to see us, says, pick 3, please. Ford, Strong, Dillon, Thomas, Bourne, Dell. Full BBR. Thomas with the illness makes me nervous, but so does Bourne with Juju back in the mix. And you have Ramsey back in for Miami. If it's a full BBR league, however, I think we do start both wide receivers. And then if Jerome Ford plays, we'll go Ford. If Jerome Ford doesn't, we'll go A.J. Dillon. Now, Bob says, how BBR 12-team league, pick 2. Puka, Ayuk, Thielen, DJ Moore. Thank you, sir. No, thank you. If you would have asked me earlier in the week, I would have told you to go with Puka and Adam Thielen. Now that we have no Deebo Samuel and Brock Purdy is playing, I think it's going to be a little bit tougher for me to just say bench Ayuk. I would love to play Ayuk. Can everybody please spam the chat? Now that we have no Deebo Samuel and Brock Purdy is playing, who would you rather have between Adam Thielen and Brandon Ayuk? Please let me know in the live chat. We're all going to agree that we play Puka. We're all going to agree that we bench DJ Moore. But between Ayuk and Thielen, who are you playing? Okay. So we have Ayuk, Thielen, Thielen. Looks like the majority of people are saying Adam Thielen here. Now we have some more Brandon Ayuk's out. I got a DJ Moore sneaking in. For the love of God, do not play DJ Moore. Honestly, I think it's going to be up to you between Adam Thielen and Brandon Ayuk. Just please don't go out there and play like DJ Moore. Don't do that. And ladies and gentlemen, real quick, if you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream. We've been live for about 2.5 hours. I've live streamed every single day since April. Not going to miss a day until 2024. And yeah, Sunday morning live streams are by far and away the most important for us. So if you're ever going to go down there, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, please do so now. And also, if you wanted to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, a Jalen Hurts special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for the games today. And an Amon-Ra St. Brown special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard as well. That second one is a Flock exclusive. So please make sure you take advantage of that while you can. But our next question coming out from Zach, who says, 10-team double flex, pick 1. Ramondre, Jones, or Roschon Johnson. I'm going to go with Ramondre and Aaron Jones. I can't start any of the running backs in Chicago. They're going to be in a horrendous offense, arguably the worst offense in the NFL. And they're going to be split in the backfield. So bench Foreman, bench Roschon Johnson. I hope I'm wrong. Hook 'em horns. They're our guys. But still. Just no reason to do so. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from Kevin says, full BBR pick 2. Moore, Ridley, or Pittman? Thanks. Thank you, my friend. I think I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take DJ Moore and Michael Pittman. Now, Clutch Play says 12-team BBR. Should we trade Herbert, Taylor, Lamb, Aaron Jones, Henderson for Love, Etienne, Waddle, Devonta, and Mixon? So going from Taylor to Etienne, upgrade. Jones to Mixon, upgrade. Lamb to Waddle, downgrade. Justin Herbert to Jordan Love, downgrade. I think it is a fair deal, and it's going to be up to you. If you felt comfortable streaming quarterbacks in your league, I go ahead and I make the deal. Now, Radiant says, who to start? Watson, Hunt, Demercado. If there's no Jerome Ford, it's going to be easily Kareem Hunt. If Jerome Ford does play, then it's going to be tough, but we probably go Demercado. Now, Jacob says 12-team, full BBR. We have Saquon, Mostert, Swift, Algier, Herbert. Wide receiver, we have Adams, Collins, Godwin, Michael Thomas, Metcalf. Should we trade Mostert, and who should we target? If you really wanted to send like DK Metcalf and Raheem Mostert, and see if we could get over to Bijan Robinson, see if we can get over to Jonathan Taylor. We can go ahead and do that under the assumption it's a 2 wide receiver single flex league. Under that assumption. Now, Sean says, have BBR trade Ridley for Javonte. We have Waddle, Flowers, Godwin, Diggs, but no RB2 with Ford and Montgomery hurt. Must win week for me. I would just look for a better running back. My issue with Javonte Williams is he's in a 3-man running back by committee in one of the worst offenses in the NFL. I was fine with Javonte at the beginning of the season. But that was before we knew P. Ryan was going to be something. I'm sorry, we kind of knew P. Ryan, but that was before we knew Jaleel was going to get in the mix as well. You can overcome a 2-man committee, but a 3-man committee is just so much tougher. Now, Momo says, 12-team double flex, start Kmet or Michael Mayer. I'm going to go Kmet, and then pick 2 for the flex. Hall, Swift, Ayuk, thanks for all you do. No, thank you so much, my friend. We are just going to take the running backs with the 3-down workloads. We will go with Breece Hall and DeAndre Swift, even if Ayuk looks to be in a great spot. Devin says, hey, Mason, love the content. Thank you. 12-team BBR, we have Tua, CMC, JT, Breece, Puka, Waddle, Olave, Higgins, Laporta. What moves do we make currently tied in first place, 5-2? Okay. Great team. Three down bell cows. I would say we're not going to do anything right now. If we do get a Higgins, Olave pop, and then at that point you have 4 wide receivers that we're very comfortable with and their value sees a spike as well. I would love to see if we could go and sell, say, like Puka and Laporta and go get Travis Kelce, just given how loaded we are. But ultimately, you are in a great spot with a great team. Now, Ryan says, good morning. Full BBR, pick 2. Flowers, Ridley, Pickens, Garrett Wilson. And then should we drop Sam L to start Ritter? No. Out of these options, we will keep Sam Howell, even if it's a tough matchup. And then between Flowers, Ridley, Pickens, Garrett Wilson, I'm going to go Garrett Wilson and Zay Flowers. Garrett Wilson, Zay Flowers. The weather is not supposed to be great in Pittsburgh. Obviously, that is something we can continue to monitor over the next few hours. Now, That's Him says full PBR pick 2. Kirk, Zay, and Jalen Waddle. I'm going to go with Zay Flowers and Jalen Waddle. Like we said, we are going to continue to monitor the Pittsburgh weather over the next few hours. Now, Steve says start Deontay Sutton or T. Higgins. I think I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to be taking T. Higgins. I definitely prefer Higgins in the long term. I think in the short term, maybe it's a little bit tougher with him coming back from the rib injury, with Joe Burrow working himself back from his own injury, and also it being a tough matchup against San Fran. But obviously, I love Higgins, the talent, and I love the long-term upside of this offense. But Jay will be our next question. Let me refresh this so we can keep bringing these up. Now this says start 2. Watson, Hollywood, and Rashee Rice. Plan A is going to, and Ridley. Plan A will be Rice, Ridley. Plan B, if the weather looks too bad in Denver, would be Ridley, Watson. So I think that we do need to continue to monitor the weather in Denver. For now, I want to plan on Rice. But if in 2 hours it looks like it's not clearing up at all, and it looks like it's just going to be nasty the entire game, then at that point, we probably will avoid it. Now, VT Collins says, 14 team full BBR. Who should we flex? Palmer, we have Johnston as a backup, Najee, or Deonta Foreman. I'm probably just going to go ahead and play Najee Harris. Because, I mean, Najee will be in a better offense than the Bears. And the thing is, if we were to, like, if Palmer was 100% healthy, he would be the guy, right? He would be. But the issue is projecting that out when we just simply have no idea to know. And while we want to believe that Quentin Johnston would step up in the case of Joshua Palmer missing, in reality, we just have no idea, right? We have no idea. Now, Croughton Live says, good morning, Mason. The square was lit last night for Halloween. I'd imagine it was a lot of fun, my friend. My brother went out to 6th last night. Sadly, your boy had to wake up at 6 in the morning, and his girlfriend may or may not be in Europe. So he's stuck here and did not get to do anything, but I hope you had fun. Pick 2, PBR, Addison, Taylor, Flowers. We're going to go with Addison and Taylor. Taylor is a must-start player at this point. And then we are going to go Addison over Flowers for the time being when we have no Jefferson. And Croughton Life, 1, I need to hear what you wore for Halloween. And 2, everybody in the live stream. If you are going out to any Halloween parties this weekend, please let me know. What are you wearing? What is the Halloween costume? Let me know, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Judy says start Olave or Collins. I'm going to go ahead. I will take Collins with no Robert Woods. Really like Collins in this spot. Now, Mike says, good morning, Mason. Had BBR want to get rid of Ridley. Do we trade Ridley and Brees for Higgins and Ramadre? Ridley to Higgins. Give me Higgins. Brees to Ramadre. Massive downgrade. No, you cannot do this. You cannot do this, my friend. But let's see what people are dressing up for Halloween's. I was invited to Europe. She went with her family, but sadly, I don't know if you've heard of the dumbest thing I've ever done, committing to live stream 184 days in a row. I sadly could not break the streak, so I was not allowed to go, my friend. Well, it's not that I wasn't allowed to go. I chose not to. Now, I do not see anybody in the live chat letting me know what they are wearing for Halloween. Is nobody dressing up for Halloween? Are y'all kidding me? Okay. We got one person. Oh, I love this one. I'm Shrek and my girl's Lord Farquaad. If that is true, my friend, that is the best Halloween costume I've heard. That is the best. Forte says, dressed up as CMC, dyed my hair blonde, and all. That is awesome. Dressed up as Vigo the Carpathian, Ghostbusters 2, with the Donald Trump mask. Sadly, I do not remember that, so I do not know. Hugh Hefner, a chicken inflatable, a terrible coach, a.k.a. Arthur Smith, a Fortnite banana, Mason Dodd. Ooh, god dang. Good luck keeping the ladies off you, my man. Soldier Boy. Micah with the lion suit and a Cowboys jersey. Okay, we got some good ones. I'll say the Shrek and Lord Farquaad definitely wins it. Luigi and wife is Mario is pretty good. My costume was the drunkest guy at the bar. Dressing up as Ridley, a clown. Going as Thor and my dog Loki. Love to hear it. Going as the Addams family. Oh, that is awesome. That is awesome. Okay. And I will be passing out candy for the first time this year. I will be passing out candy. And we are no longer in an apartment. We have a house, so we got some responsibilities this season. Now, Mike says, good morning. Oh, no, we already answered that one. Akili the Great says, flock goat for the flex. Jeb Wilson Jr., Taji, KJ Osborne, Juwan Jennings, or Quentin Johnson. Oh, my gosh, this is nasty. This is disgusting, my friend. We probably go Taji Spears. Full BBR format. Actually, you know what? I think we can go KJ Osborne. Let's go KJ Osborne. We have no idea how bad this Tennessee Titans offense is going to be. Now, Memphis Bears says pick 2, Nico, Wilson, Pickens, Watson, and Higgins. Okay. I think I'm going to go ahead. I think we're going to take Nico Collins and Garrett Wilson. I really like Watson long-term. I really like Higgins long-term. I'd rather just see them healthy. Now we have CeeDee Lamb coming out saying Flowers or Devonta Smith. Most people would say Flowers. They're probably right. I am probably going to go Smith given the good matchup we have against Washington. Now Danny says pick 1, Dobbs, Curtis Samuel, or Deonta Foreman. Like we were saying, I would like to bench Foreman where we can. And a lot of questions here, we will be benching Foreman. Given Roschon being good to go, probably want to be playing Foreman over these guys, though. Now, Bone says, pick 1, Moore, Jennings, Powell, and Reed. I refuse to play Juwan Jennings. I'm just not doing it. We're going to go Elijah Moore and say maybe if Jerome Ford and Nick Chubb's hurt, then you're going to get Elijah Moore with some more manufactured touches. I don't know. Maybe. Michael says, who should we start? Happy BR, single flex. We have Goff, Kamara, Jacobs, Lamb, Higgins, Brees, Stevenson, Rice, Sutton, and Palmer. Okay. So we're going to be going with Kamara, Jacobs at running back. We're going to go Brees in the flex, but actually put Jacobs in the flex because he plays on Monday night. So go Kamara, Brees, running back, Jacobs in the flex. And then wide receiver, we are going to take CeeDee Lamb and T. Higgins. Unless the weather clears up in Denver, and then at that point you could pivot to Rice over Higgins. But I think based off the snow in Denver being this close to the game, probably have to be moving off of Rice. Now, the real Yannick says, I could be stupid, but I think you missed my question earlier. Ridley in the rain, Deontay Rice, or Aaron Jones. Keep it up. I'm 5-2 and projected to win. I'm so sorry if I did, my friend, but thank you so much for being a longtime member of the flock. I think here in this range, you're dealing with weather for Ridley, dealing with weather for Deontay, dealing with weather for Rice, dealing with Aaron Jones in a spot where we just don't have the guaranteed touches. It's not like Ridley's the only one dealing with the rain. You have Deontay dealing with the rain. You have Rice dealing with the snow. I think I probably go Ridley. It would be very nice to know if Aaron Jones was going to be 100% and good to go, but the coaching staff is saying not. They're saying no, my friend. Now, Andrew says 10 team, have BBR 2-5, need a win, pick 3. One has to be a running back. We have Higgins, Ridley, Pittman, Ramondre, or Aaron Jones. We have Burrow, Eckler, Waddle, Flowers, Ingram, and the Seattle defense. Okay. Our running back, we are going to go with, oh my gosh. We'll go Jones over Ramondre, and then we are going to be playing Pittman for sure. We'll go Jones, Pittman, and maybe Ridley. I would rather have Higgins over Ridley rest of season. I just don't necessarily know if we can be starting Higgins right now coming off the injury with Burrow dealing with his own thing, right? I mean, I hope that in the long term these guys are good, and there's that definite possibility, but we just don't know at this moment. Tyler says, start 3, have BBR, Pollard, Etienne, Gibbs, Jonathan Taylor. I'm going to go Pollard, Etienne, and Jahmyr Gibbs if Zach Moss plays. If Zach Moss does not play, then at that point, we probably go Pollard, Etienne, and Jonathan Taylor. Jose says, what can I get for Christian Kirk and Alexander Madison in need of a flex? If you could pivot over, if you could somehow try to get to like CD Lamb, I think that'd make a lot of sense. Somehow get to Devontae Adams, get to Jonathan Taylor. Let's do it. In reality, much easier said than done, though, right? I mean, going to be hard to get anything for Alexander Madison. Now, Jeffrey says, 3 wide receiver league, start 2. We have Amari, Hollywood, Downs, Palmer, Tank, Bourne. Also, any moves besides those receivers, we have Allen, CMC, HN, White, Cup, and Andrews. Okay. Honestly, great team. I don't necessarily think that we're looking to do anything. And then I think we're probably going to start Hollywood and Josh Downs. Cannot play Joshua Palmer. I mean, with Palmer playing on Sunday nights, he's a game time decision. We have no idea if he'll be good to go. Even if he is good to go, there's the outside chance that he isn't. I mean, with this same workload you would usually expect. So I really don't have much hope when it comes to Joshua Palmer. Dylan says, start 2, Moore, Myers, Smith, Hollywood, Amari. We're going to be going with, you got saved with the Mike Evans touchdown, first off. Running back, we're going to go Jalen Warren over the Chicago backs. And then wide receiver, we're going to go Devonta Smith, given the matchup, and Jacoby Myers. Just the more that we think about this, the more that I want to be avoiding all Chicago Bears. Like, I think that this may be a complete and utter disaster. Let me go ahead and pull up the implied team total for the Chicago Bears in this game. And as I do this, of course, if you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream, ladies and gentlemen. We've been live for almost 3 hours at this point. We have live streamed every single day since April. If you have not done so already, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And of course, if you wanted to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, going to get a 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, a Jalen Hurts special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard. And on top of that, an exclusive Amon-Ra St. Brown special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard as well. So please make sure you are taking advantage. But let's move this over. So the implied team total that we have with Chicago, it's not as bad as I was assuming. It's 19 points. You have less points for the Giants, the Titans, the Bucks, the Cardinals, the Browns, Washington, Atlanta. They're right in line with New England and the Jets. I don't know. I mean, honestly, I feel like that's even aggressive. As we always say, Las Vegas sportsbooks are smarter than me. They know more than I do. But if I can avoid the Chicago Bears right now, I want to go ahead and do that. Ooh, sorry. We're going to have to reframe this to make it look better for y'all. Okay, so L Scorpion says, start to sit the rest. Happy BR League. JT, Addison, Olave, Garrett Wilson. Much love to you in the flock. Much love to everybody in the flock. We're going to have to go ahead. You're going to have to play Jonathan Taylor. And then between Addison, Olave, Garrett Wilson, we are going to go ahead. We will go Jordan Addison this week with no Justin Jefferson. Long term, it could be a different spot, right? Long term, maybe we go ahead, and long term, maybe we instead pivot to Chris Olave. But for right now, when we have no Addison, I think we want to do it. Now, Chad says, Pickens or Ridley, pick one to start. Pickens has been much better than Ridley so far, and we don't know if Deontay is truly at 100%, so I think we can go Pickens over Ridley. Now, G. Medina, a longtime member of the flock, happy to see us, says, hey, Mason, full BBR for the flex. We're going to go Watson, Foreman, Deontay, Downs, or Sanders. I know Roschon's back. If not, I would have went Foreman. I think, yeah, for that reason, we're probably going to end up, I'm going to play Josh Downs. Full transparency, I am extremely biased when I say this. Josh Downs, my second most drafted wide receiver in underdog drafts this year. So, I mean, we're currently printing money in underdog drafts because of our Josh Downs exposure. But I still think that Downs is a safe guy because it's not like he's just getting there off of efficiency. We've seen consistent volume as well. Christian Watson has the ceiling, but also I'd rather wait to see Christian Watson fully healthy. Now, Donnie's thought says, full BBR, who would you go with this week? Brian Robinson or Tyjae Spears? Drop a like. Love the channel, brother. Appreciate you, my friend. I will go Brian Robinson. It is really tough, right? Because, I mean, at the end of the day, Brian Robinson is seeing his workload take a step backwards. He does have a bad matchup going up against Philly at the same time. But it is what it is. It is what it is. I mean, Tyjae Spears is just the straight up backup running back for Henry at this point. And there's an outside chance that the Tennessee Titans offense is significantly worse than what we have in Washington. We just have no idea what we're going to get with Will Levis. And I do want to reiterate, like, all jokes aside, y'all know we make jokes about FaceTiming Bijan Robinson, yada, yada, yada. We did interview Will Levis at the NFL draft this year. And Will Levis gave us, he threw us the biggest bone you could ever imagine. He went out of his way. He made himself look a little bit foolish to give us a great interview. He never had to do that for just some random YouTube person on the red carpet. But so I am forever rooting for Will Levis. Honestly, the game I probably watched the most of today outside of Red Zone is probably going to be the Titans game just because I want Will Levis to do well. Is he going to do well? Probably not, right? Like, we can try to be realistic here and to say Will Levis is probably not going to be a good quarterback. Collins says, I want to get rid of Moss and Collins. Who do we go get? Probably a little bit too late. If you wanted to go try to make a play for Lamb, go try to make a play for Adams. We would try. Just much easier said than done. Now, Jack says, start to full PBR. Higgins, Watson, Downs, and Rashee Rice. My plan A would be Downs and Rice this week. And honestly, I'd rather have Higgins, Watson long term, but we just want to make sure they're fully healthy. However, if the weather looks too bad for Rashee Rice in Denver, then we will pivot to T. Higgins from Rice. Now, Keller coming out saying, pick 2, Waddle, Wilson, Nico, Pickens. We played Mike Evans. A fine week with Evans. You at least got the touchdown, right? I mean, you got saved, I will say, but still. We're going to go ahead. We're going to play Nico Collins, must-start guy whenever we have no Robert Woods, and Nico Collins has just been dominating. Good matchup as well. And then we also are going to go ahead. We're going to play Jalen Waddle. Now, Cody says 12-team PBR Superflex. Would you start Ritter, Dobbs, Hunt, Henderson, or Rice in the Superflex? We will go ahead. We will take Desmond Ritter, and we will break our rule of not starting any Atlanta Falcons not named Bijan Robinson in protest of Arthur Smith. Now, Logan says 12-team, happy BR. Start Foreman, Hill, or Pierce at RB2. Thank you, my dude. Love the stream. Thank you, my friend. I will go with Deonta Foreman here. Like we were discussing previously, I am trying to avoid all Chicago Bears if we can. I do think that this turns into a running back by committee, and I'm not nearly as excited about Foreman this week as we were last week. But still, we can. We can go ahead and start him over like Dameon Pierce. Pierce is going to be in that committee regardless. Give more. Happy to see you, says, my guy, good morning. 10-team full BBR. 4-3. We have Hurts, CMC, Bijan, Etienne, Barkley, Waddle, Puka, Watson, Collins. Been tossed 2 different trades. Would you trade Etienne for Diggs or Etienne for Kelsey? Open to any moves. Thanks. Thank you, my friend. So, yeah, we are sitting here with 4 elite level RBs. I know we are looking at trading one of these guys earlier in the week as well. This is a much better price point. I think that I'd be completely fine with us going through, and especially looking at this roster, trading Travis Etienne for Travis Kelsey, and then still at running back having CMC, Bijan, and Saquon Barkley. Phenomenal team. And then at that point, we have 3 elite backs. We have the elite quarterback. We have the elite tight end. And we can focus in on running back, wide receiver upside down there on the bench. I think that's the good price point to sell out on one of those running backs. Now, Andres says, have Kupp and A.J. Brown. Should we put Puka in that flex spot? We have Higgins, Downs, Bourne, and Devonta Smith on the bench. Hell yeah. I mean, I'm definitely going to start Puka over these guys, right? I mean, I don't know if you're worried about having Puka and Kupp in the same lineup, but still, it is what it is. Now, Jeff says, good morning, happy BR, Brian Robinson or Jalen Warren. Thank you. No, thank you, my friend. And yeah, we are going to go ahead. We will take, oh my gosh. Can everybody spam the chat? I really don't want to do this. Oh my gosh. I do not want to start Brian Robinson. Going up against Philly, it's a horrible matchup. He's in a bad offense. Can y'all spam the chat? Are you going to go Brian Robinson or Jalen Warren? But Jalen Warren is for sure split in the backfield with Najee. It's not like Jalen Warren's in a great offense. So let's see what people are saying in the chat. We got Warren, Robinson, Warren. Robinson, Robinson, Warren, Robinson, Warren, Robinson, Warren. Warren, Robinson, Warren, Robinson, 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 Robinson. Okay, so it does look like most people are saying Robinson here. Looks like most people are saying Brian Robinson. I think it's so damn close, and it is up to you, my friend. I'm very, very sorry. I wish I had a better answer for you. But Anthony says, what's up? Full BBR for the flex. Pittman, Pickens, or Josh Downs? I'm going to go ahead. I will take Michael Pittman. I think you have to say Pittman is the wide receiver 1 here. Now, Landon says, full BBR start to Hollywood, DK, T. Higgins. I think I'd rather have T. Higgins long-term than Hollywood Brown. But for this week, before we see T. Higgins 100% healthy, before we see Burrow healthy, and it's a tough matchup against San Fran, probably going to go Hollywood and DK. Mike says, good morning. I was offered Ramondre, Mostert, Sutton, Amari, and Pitts for A.J. Brown and Saquon. Love the channel. Appreciate you, my friend. Going from Saquon to Mostert, downgrade. A.J. Brown to Amari, downgrade. Sutton and Pitts are not going to bridge the gap. I would easily rather have A.J. Brown and Saquon Barkley, or not close either. Now, Torres the Great says, full BBR, Javonte, Aaron Jones, or Hollywood Brown. I'm going to go ahead. I will take Hollywood Brown in a full PBR format. If it was a non-BBR league, maybe you could chase the touchdown upside with Aaron Jones. Now, Stevan says, full BBR, running backs are Stevenson, Najee, Roshan, Montgomery. Latavia is struggling at running back this season. Roshan or Najee? Appreciate you, my friend. I think that we are going to go ahead. We're probably going to play Najee Harris over Roshan Johnson. The issue is just how bad the Chicago Bears offense is. And as we were mentioning previously, I just really don't want to be starting I just don't want to start Roschon. I mean, I love him, hook 'em horns, but I can't do it. Now, Noah says PBR need upside. Start to Dell, Watson, Ramadre, and Drake. I think we're going to go Dell and Ramadre. I think the long-term upside is with Christian Watson, but I would prefer to wait for Watson. I would. Okay. Now, Chris coming up says, signed up on Underdog. They match my $500, but the only pick'ems it shows are the players' total fantasy points. I can't find the yards. Okay, so my friend, please let me know in the live chat what state you are in. I think maybe Colorado is the state that does that. There's one out of like the 50 states or something that does do fantasy points only for the pick'ems on Underdog. But let me know. Maybe I'm wrong. Let me just clarify. What state are you in? As I'm in Texas. We have everything. I was in Florida last year. We had everything. I know California has everything. But let me know in the live chat. I'm sure there are other people in the same state that are on Underdog. What is the state on Underdog where you only have fantasy points and you do not have the yardage either? Please let me know, Chris. Okay, Chris says he is in Colorado. Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. I'm sorry, my friend. If you did not know that whenever you signed up, I'm sure if you reach out to Underdog support and you want a refund or something, I'm sure they'll get that sorted out for you. But now we know. I thought that it was something weird and like Colorado did something along those lines. But yeah, thank you for bringing that up to me, my friend. And I'm very sorry. Like I said, if you were like, hey, I would never have deposited on Underdog if I knew I didn't have the yardage pick'ems and it was just fantasy points and just drafts, then please reach out to Underdog. I'm sure that they'll get you set up. And Underdog support reaches out and like they should get back to you like ASAP. Alex says Kyle Pitts or Gus Edwards. I'm going to go Gus Edwards for the flex. Not even close. Like, we were not flexing a tight end, my friend. Now, Sam says pick 2 PBR. Puka, Nico, Addison, or Flowers. Puka for sure. And then between Nico, Addison, it's going to be close. I'm not playing Flowers here. I think it's going to be up to you. I probably go Jordan Addison, but it is close between Nico and Addison. Now, Vertically Challenged says, need help, Warren or Brian Robinson in a PPR league? We literally just asked this question in the live chat, my friend, and the overwhelming sentiment is, I do not know. I think it is up to you. In a full BBR format, maybe we break the tie break in favor of Jalen Warren. And then we probably break the favor of Warren in a full PPR format. Now, Cody says, Ingram on bye next week. Any favorable matchups this week for tight ends? I do not plan on Everett. He's a game time decision. Actually, oh, you're saying next week. We have Taysom on the bench. I would go out, and if I was actually going to look to pick up a tight end, I would probably actually instead go get Trey McBride. I think that would be a little bit more interesting. And obviously, we should have a better idea after this week. Tight end matchups aren't going to matter nearly as much as other positions. Now, heads up, ladies and gentlemen, it looks to be raining pretty heavily in New York right now for the Giants-Jets game. Now, Willie Pete says, have BBR single flex spot. We have Gibbs, Bijan, Etienne sitting. Kupp, Waddle starting at wide receiver. Can't decide if I should play Puka as well and not sure who I should bench if I do. Okay. I would say yes. I think if you were to make a swap here, you'd probably go Puka over Jalen Waddle. Let's go Puka over Waddle. I'm not super confident in it, but we can do it. Now, Brandon says, start Sutton Boyd over Madison. I will start Madison over Boyd, my friend. And then are we going to get a Garrett touchdown today? I would say it's unlikely, but definitely possible. Like if it was an underdog pick'em with Garrett Wilson to score a touchdown, I'd probably need like a 1.5x multiplier. Now, Dan says, hey, Mason, 4-3, 10 team, happy BR. We have Puka, will be a 15th round keeper next year. What does this do for his trade value? It is really going to depend on the amount of keepers that you have. If it is a league where you can keep 6, 7 guys, then you really want to go ahead and you really want to hold on to Puka. However, instead, if it's a league where you only keep 1 to 2 players, 3 players even, then you're going to have so many viable keeper guys that, I mean, you don't necessarily need to be going, oh, I need to keep Puka next year. I can't trade him. So it really does depend on the amount of keepers that you have. The more keepers, the more valuable he is then. Now, Alex says, you rock, bro. Keep rocking it. Appreciate you, my man. Thank you so much. Now, Prohibit says, Henderson or Madison in a standard scoring league. Probably going to go Henderson over Madison, if I'm being honest with you. Okay. Oh, my gosh. We were maybe showing the wrong question the entire time as we went through and talked about this. Now, NT Ramsey says, start to Downs, London, Christian Watson. I'm going to go Downs and Christian Watson. I am boycotting all Atlanta Falcons, not named Bijan Robinson. I'm boycotting. Can't do it. Can't do it. Now, Grant says, trade Kamara in a 5th for Jamar in a PPR keeper league. I'm stacked at running back and keeping Achane and Jonathan Taylor next year, so I'm not keeping Kamara as a 5th too much. Depends how many guys that we are keeping. I would say that I'm going to go ahead and I'm probably going to make this trade anyway. So 5th, ultimately, at the end of the day, it's not going to move the needle too much. I'd rather not sell a ton of future picks if we can avoid it, though. Now, real quick, Ursa will be our next question on this page, but we have to refresh. And as we do this, let me answer the question from Cora. Says, hey, Mason, should I start Rice, Palmer, Curtis Samuel, Kendrick Bourne, or Demercado at the flex today? Thanks, man. Thank you so much. If the weather is fine, where you're not super worried about Rice, you can go Rice. If not, I think we're going to go Demercado, and we're just going to get the guaranteed volume in his backfield, even though obviously he's in a bad offense and a bad matchup, and he's not a great talent either, so it's not like we're super excited about him. But yeah, bench Samuel, bench Bourne, bench Joshua Palmer. Can't rely on Palmer whenever he has a game time decision. And real quick, before we get back to questions, I actually have an updated weather report here for the majority of these games. So let's read this out. So, okay. The games that will be played in a dome and will have no issues. Rams, Dallas, New Orleans, Indy, Baltimore, Arizona, Chicago, Chargers, Las Vegas, Detroit. Now, New England, Miami, you're going to have heavy winds. The Jets, Giants will have some rain. And Denver, KC will have some snow. Those look to be the 3 games that you'd possibly need to be concerned about. And of course, I will continue to update y'all with what the weather looks like as we get closer to kickoff. Obviously, that will change. And also, I'll continue to update y'all with injuries as we're going to get more information in about 30 minutes on who's active, inactive. I'll actually pull up more injury reports right now just to see if we have anything. And as I do this, if you have not done so already, ladies and gentlemen, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream. I mean, we have live streamed every single day since April without missing a single day. Not going to miss the day until 2024. Sunday mornings are by far and away the most important for us. So if you were ever going to drop a like on this live stream, please do it now. Subscribe to the channel as well if you play fantasy football. And if you wanted to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. A Jalen Hurts special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard, and an Amon-Ra St. Brown special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard as well. But Deshaun Watson is going to be considered day-to-day still. No plans to put him on the IR. Zach Moss plans on playing today. And Justin Fields will be practicing next week, but we do not know if he will be playing or not. All right, so not too much in terms of injury updates compared to where we were previously sitting at. We're going to learn a lot more in literally 24 minutes. Okay. But Ursa was our next question, which says, Nico, Zay, and Jacoby. We got to pick two. Okay, let's reframe this. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Nico and Jacoby. We're going to bench Zay, even though you should be excited about Zay overall. Now, Blake says start three, CMC, Taylor, Pollard, Gibbs, and then Amari or Watson. I'm going to go with CMC, Taylor. I'm going to go CMC, Pollard, Gibbs if it's a full PBR format. If it's a non-PBR league, we'll go CMC, Taylor, Pollard. And then I'm going to go ahead. I will play Amari over Watson. It's damn close. Honestly, I think you can go back and forth. It is just very, very difficult to know. Whenever we're in a spot, of course, that have PJ Walker as a starting quarterback in Cleveland, but we don't know exactly how healthy Christian Watson actually is. Now, Robert says, should we start Addison over any of these three? Brown, Keenan, or Puka? No, I think you have to start these three wide receivers. I'd love to get Addison in there. I just don't think we can there. Now, Bull says start two, Higgins, Osborne, Devonta Smith, and Ramondre Stevenson. We'll go Smith based off the matchup, and then between Ramondre, Higgins, give me Higgins long-term. Probably give me Ramondre this week, even if we're not excited about it. Now, Spencer says, good morning. Start Addison, Nico, or Olave. Thanks. Thank you, my friend. We will start Jordan Addison here with no Justin Jefferson. I don't think the touchdown efficiency keeps up this much, but I think Addison's definitely a player that could see more target volume. Now, P-Ty says, 10-team full BBR 1-6. Just completed a trade giving Waddle and Jonathan Taylor for Kupp and Mixon. Give me Kupp over JT in a full PBR league. Mixon, Waddle, kind of up to you. Fair deal. I think it's up to you. Current lineup is Lawrence, Barkley, Mixon, Chase, Kupp, Waller, Myers, Watson. Any recommended moves to turn the season around? I mean, if we have a ton of wide receiver depth here, I wouldn't mind seeing if we could sell like Myers and Lawrence and go get a stud quarterback in a 10-team league. I think it's a fine deal, and it does come down to your personal preference. On a team that's 1-6, we need as many startable games right now as possible. So it does make sense going out there and trading for those players like Joe Mixon that are already past their bye week, though. Now, Mike says start JSN, Foreman, or Jalen Warren in a half PPR league. Half PPR where the receiving usage is not going to matter as much. Probably going to go with Deonta Foreman. It's close. Don't love Foreman. Like we said, I want to be avoiding all these Bears if we can, but it is what it is. Top Gun Finn says, who do we start, DJ Moore or Olave? I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take the wide receiver that had 14 targets last week. I'm getting more and more nervous about the Chicago Bears offense as we get closer. I will go Olave over DJ Moore. But real quick, Cranabo says, we cranking Pacheco or Downs? Got to go ahead and you have to play Pacheco over Downs, my man. I mean, obviously, Pacheco, much better matchup against Denver. The weather may be a little bit of a tough situation. Downs has been productive, but you have the guaranteed workload with Pacheco as well. Now, James says, Waller or Laporta? We're going to go Laporta. And then trade Waller for Tank Dell and Rashee Rice. Dressing up as Darth Vader. Okay, that's a classic, my friend, classic. I'd be fine if you wanted to make this trade. If it's a multi-flex league, then I think we go ahead and do it. If it is a league with only one flex spot, I think that it would be tougher to do so. I know it'd be tougher to do so if it's a league with only one flex, just because they're like the wide receiver depth's not going to make a difference. Now, Christian says, pick one, 12-team PPR for the flex. We have Palmer, Dell, Deontay, Roschon, and then another league, a 12-team PPR, double flex, pick two. Downs, Deontay, Warren, and Wandale. That second league, we're going to go with Downs and Deontay in a full PPR format. Not going to think about that one too much. And then for the flex between Dell, Palmer, Deontay, Roschon, Johnson, we're going to go ahead. We're going to go Tank Dell with no Robert Woods. And as we mentioned, you can't start Joshua Palmer. He's a game time decision. He plays on Sunday night, and we just have no idea what to expect. Now, Terrence says Javonte and Garrett Wilson for Mostert and Akers. Mostert, Wilson, up to your team. Javonte, Akers, give me Javonte. I think it's a fair deal, and it's up to your roster. Now, Bullman says 10-team, half PPR, Madison or Madre Henderson. We got to pick two. Ooh, I'm probably going to go Ramadre and Henderson. I mean, the thing with Madison is Akers is just seeing a larger and larger role in this backfield. Like, it's funny, 2 weeks ago, Cam Akers had nothing, right? But now it's just a completely different spot. Now, first of his name says 10-team PBR. We have Eckler, Pollard, Mostert, Allen, Puka, Kirk, Devonta Smith. Starting Eckler and Pollard, Allen and Puka. Pick one, Mostert, Smith, or Kirk for the flex. So if the wind's really bad in this Dolphins-Patriots game, well, you maybe say, oh, okay, maybe they go out there and actually run the ball a little bit more. I think we're going to go ahead. I think we will take with Raheem Mostert. I mean, also, the Miami Dolphins have the highest implied team total of any team in the NFL this week. Let me just make sure that's still true with the weather update. Yeah, Miami's still at the very top of the NFL with their implied team total. So I think we are going to go ahead. We're going to make that move. Okay. Now, Mark Jam says, pick one, Hunt, Madison, Spears, Jaleel. We're going to go Hunts regardless of if Ford plays or not. And hopefully Ford does not play, to be honest. I have a lot of Kareem Hunt. It would be nice in our best ball leagues for Kareem Hunt to go out there and dominate. But now Kronk says start three, Cup, Thielen, Lamb, Puka, Flowers, Lockett. We're going to go Cup, Thielen, and Lamb. If you wanted to go Puka over Lamb, not going to fault you in the slightest in doing so. You have to play Cup. You have to bench Flowers. You have to bench Lockett. And then between Thielen, Lamb, Puka, it's up to your call on who you bench out of the three. Top Gun says, pick one, more Olave, Pickens, or Watson. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. Probably going to go ahead. Probably going to be playing Chris Olave coming off the 14 targets. Booba says, PBR, Burrow or Purdy, and Aaron Jones or Madison. Probably Purdy. And then I will go Aaron Jones over Alexander Madison just because I think both players have very low floors, but I think Jones possibly has higher ceiling. Now, Forte says, full PPR start Javonte or Sutton in the second flex. We're going to go Javonte, especially if the weather's not great in Denver. Maybe they look to run it a little more often. Now, Derek says, Foreman, London, or Henderson in a half PPR league. Can everybody spam the chat? Are you going to go Henderson or are you going to go Deonta Foreman? Henderson or Foreman, ladies and gentlemen, with Roschon Johnson being good to go. They're both sharing their backfields. My thought process is, well, Foreman has the better matchup. Henderson is in the better offense. Also, I just want to say Elgin Morans, but Foreman, Henderson, Henderson, Foreman, Henderson, London, Foreman, Henderson. I think it's tough. I do think that it's going to be up to you between the two running backs. I am not starting Drake London. I refuse to start any Atlanta Falcons not named Bijan Robinson. Chris says 3-4, 10-team PPR. Jones or Mixon? We'll go Mixon. Starting Purdy, Kamara, Kupp, Adams, Kelsey, Addison. Wishing you the best of luck, my man. And obviously in a much better spot if we have Kamara and Kupp back with this team. And I think that we should be in a more comfortable position going forward. Now, Sammy Sosa says, full BBR, single flex. Got offered Tyreek and James Cook for Ramondre, Amon-Ra, Dallas Goedert. The team would be Mahomes, Brees, Cook, Achane, Chase, Tyreek, and Puka. Amon-Ra to Tyreek upgrade. Ramondre to James Cook, up to you. Probably an upgrade. Really, they're close. And then paying Dallas Goedert to get it done. Hell yes, we're going to go ahead and do it. Let's go and let's get Tyreek Hill here, my friend. Now, Mikado says, Pittman, Myers, or Hunt for the flex in a PPR format. If Jerome Ford is active, we're going to go Michael Pittman. If Jerome Ford misses, then I think you can pivot to Hunt. Lewis says, thanks for all your hard work, man. No, thank you. Would you go Brian Robinson or Deonta Foreman this week? I would go Foreman over Brian Robinson. I mean, both in committees, both in bad offenses, but Foreman does have the better matchup. Now, Disc Down says, hook 'em horns, Mason. Hook 'em horns, my friend. 10-team, have BBR, need to start 2 running backs. Pacheco, Walker, and Gibbs. I think rest of season, I would say that Kenneth Walker's my favorite guy out of this list. However, this week in particular, I'm actually probably going to go ahead and instead, I'm probably going to go Jahmyr Gibbs and Isaiah Pacheco, with Kenneth Walker having a brutal matchup against Cleveland and with him dealing with the injury earlier in the week. Now, Mr. Lamb Jam says, have BBR, double flex. We have Hurts, Diggs, Ayuk, Hall, Swift, Goddard, Edwards, Foreman. On the bench, we have Ridley, Roshan, Deontay, and Jake Ferguson. Is my flex solid or does it need to move? Have BBR format, the wide receiver is going to be a little bit less appealing. I personally am an idiot, so I will still start Calvin Ridley over Deonta Foreman. I hope that I'm wrong. I drafted a lot more Foreman in underdog drafts this year than I drafted Ridley. Y'all know Ridley was my least drafted Jacksonville Jaguar. I've really avoided Ridley all offseason, but still, he does have this ceiling from a week-to-week perspective to go out there and say that he can be the play here. And he's in a better offense than Foreman. Now, Ramses says, full BBR is starting Aaron Jones or Gus Edwards. Ooh, tough spot. I think both running backs are in committees. You have a better matchup and a better offense for Gus Edwards. However, we're probably going to go ahead and just say go Aaron Jones whenever it's a full BBR league, and Aaron Jones will have a little bit more of a role as a pass catcher. But let me refresh this so we can keep on bringing up these questions. And as I do this, if you have not done so already, ladies and gentlemen, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream. I mean, we are closing in on 1,600 likes on this stream. It looks like well over 10% of y'all have hit that like button. So thank you so much for everybody going down there, dropping a like. We have live streamed every single day since April. Not going to miss a day until 2024. So subscribe to the channel if you have not done so already. If you're ever going to drop a like and subscribe, now would be the time to do it. Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. And if you wanted to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers, and a Jalen Hurts special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard going up against Washington today. And we have a Flock additional special exclusive pick'em for y'all. More than less than half a total yard for Amon-Ra St. Brown. So make sure you are taking advantage. Only going to get all that with code FLOCK. But our next question coming out from Evan, who says, full BBR Superflex, Russ or Geno? We're going to go with Russ, if the weather's okay. If the weather looks disgusting, we'll pivot to Geno. And then RB2, Brian Robinson or Jeff Wilson Jr. Thanks, Flock. Love the dedication. Appreciate you. And before we see Jeff Wilson Jr. have a really nice role that we can be excited about, I do think that you have to go ahead and you have to start Brian Robinson over him. Now, Paul says start Watson, Dell, or Sutton. I'm going to go Dell this week. Long term, I want to go Watson, but I want to see Watson healthy first. Now, Alex says full BBR, Wilson, Higgins, Ayuk, pick 2, much love. Appreciate you, my friend. I think that we are going to go ahead. We are going to take Garrett Wilson and Brandon Ayuk. I think long-term, we can make an argument for T. Higgins over Garrett Wilson based off the overall offensive environment that they are in. However, short-term, it's probably not a call that we want to be making. Short-term, we'd probably rather see Higgins fully healthy. I'd probably rather see Burrow fully healthy before we do it. Now, Landon says, should I pick up the Cleveland defense for rest of season and start in a bad matchup this week, or pick up the Lions or Falcons for this week only? Let me pull up the next few games that we have for the Browns here. I think that would actually matter a considerable amount. And we are less than 10 minutes away from getting some key injury updates, ladies and gentlemen. Really excited to see those. But let's look up Browns schedule. Who are the Browns playing next week? It's not the worst matchup in the world playing Seattle, right? They get Arizona next week, probably with Kyler, but regardless, it's a good spot. Then they have Lamar and the Ravens, then the Steelers, then the Broncos, then the Rams. Late in the season for the fantasy football playoffs, the Browns get the Bears, the Texans, and the Jets. So I would say that we want to be holding on to the Browns and honestly, probably just playing the Browns right now, even if they have a little bit of that tougher matchup. Okay. So let's move this. Colby says, have VBR start Javonte, Dell, Judy, or Addison. We're going to go ahead. We are going to be starting Jordan Addison here relatively easily with no Justin Jefferson, my friend. Roquan says, need a flex 10-team PBR format. We have Kirk, JT, or Amari. I think we're going to go ahead. We will take Jonathan Taylor here, my friend. Now, Trevor says, happy Sunday. Is Spears still a stash with the news of Henry? Was hoping we would hit it big. Need a receiver and a flex in a happy BR 8-team league between McLaurin, Ramondre, Najee, Sanders, Pickens, and Higgins and Henderson. I think we're going to go McLaurin and Pickens. And I would say, yes, Spears is still a stash. I mean, he was that pickup regardless of if Henry got traded or not. And obviously, if Shetty says that he's not going to get dealt, that is something that we can take pretty seriously. But I would say at the same time, there's still the outside chance, right? There's still the chance that they're just trying to drive the price up and like, hey guys, we're getting a ton of offers. Just to let you know, everybody around the league is sending us offers for Derrick Henry. We're probably not trading him though. We probably want him to retire as a Tennessee Titan. There's a chance that they're saying that to try to bump it up from a 3rd round pick that they're getting maybe to like a 3rd and a 5th. Now, Alex says Dermicado or Gus Edwards. Very close. I think that is going to be up to you, my friend. Like, if I am looking at this, in my flex rankings this week, I had Dermicado at 51, Edwards at 52. So I think full BBR format, maybe Dermicado, non-BBR league, probably Edwards. Eric says, full BBR pick 1, London, Ridley, and Javonte. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Calvin Ridley in a full PPR league. Now, Tuides says, full BBR Foreman, starting Stevenson, Aaron Jones. I would start Ramondre Stevenson over Deonta Foreman in a full PPR format. I think both are in committees. Both are in bad offenses. However, Ramondre should have a larger role as a receiver. The professor says, weather's still bad in New York. Start Hall and the Jets defense. Yeah, I think so. I mean, if the weather's bad, then that just makes the Jets defense even that much better. And right now you have the lowest implied team total of any team in the NFL this week for the New York Giants. So I'd say the Jets defense should be one of the best defenses you can have in fantasy for this week in particular. Now, Jacob says Christian Watson or Dell. We're going to go Dell over Watson. And then Aaron Jones or Javonte Williams. I'll go Aaron Jones over Javonte. Just Javonte, I think they both have an incredibly low floor. Javonte is just maybe he has a little bit more of a cap ceiling. He's in a 3-man committee and one of the worst offenses in the NFL. Jago says start Waller or Ingram at tight ends. I think we're going to monitor the weather in both situations. I'm probably going to go ahead. I'm probably going to take Evan Ingram, especially with Darren Waller dealing with an injury. Now, Austin says Mostert or Swift in the flex. If you look at my rankings this week, I had Swift at 19 in our flex rankings. I had Mostert at 17. And honestly, if the weather's going to be very bad in the wind's going to be very bad in this Miami game, maybe they do look to just run the ball a little bit more. So I think it is close. I think it is up to you. I think that you can go Raheem Mostert here. Alex Habitasia says, what's up, my guy? Hope all is well. 6-point passing touchdown. Start Burrow or Stroud? I'm going to go Stroud this week. I will go Burrow long term. I just want to make sure that Burrow's fully healthy. And also, it is that tough matchup that you have going up against the 49ers, right? It is a tough matchup against the 49ers. And then San Fran or Miami's defense. Leaning Miami. I think you have to go Miami. Miami has like the highest spread of any game this week. And with Burrow, I mean, even though maybe we don't want to go out there and say like we can start him for sure, still there's that outside chance that he goes out there and he is 100%, right? So I don't want to be starting the 49ers defense against them if we have another great option, even though the 49ers definitely have a better defense. Now, Joshua says, have BBR start 2 in the flex. Foreman, Watson, Sutton, Dermicado, Osborne, and Flowers. I think we're going to go ahead. I think we're going to take Zay Flowers and Dermicado. Long term, we're going to be going with Watson. But Dermicado at least gets the guaranteed snaps this week, right? Now, Jose says, full BBR. We have Amari, Madison, Christian Watson for the flex spot. I think I'm going to go ahead. I have no idea. Watson, we don't know if he's fully healthy. Madison, he's in a committee in a bad situation. Amari has PJ Walker as his quarterback. Can y'all please spam the chat? Who are you going to start in a full PPR league? Spam the chat. Let me know. Amari, Alexander Madison, or Christian Watson. Amari, Alexander Madison, or Christian Watson. Please let me know in the live chat, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Amari, Madison, Amari. Madison, Amari, Watson, Amari. Yeah, looks like most people are going to go ahead and take Amari Cooper here. I don't know, my friend. I think it is very, very tough. I would rather have Amari Cooper rest of season, that's for sure. But right now, it's tough to know. Now, I'm the Black coming out saying 12-team full BBR, Aaron Jones or Justice Hill. We will go Aaron Jones over Justice Hill. I mean, Justice Hill is going to be in a committee regardless, right? I think both have very low floors. Aaron Jones does have a higher ceiling in that instance. Now, Anthony says 12-team PBR, pick one receiver. Douglas, Amari, Osborne. We'll go Amari here. And then pick 3 running backs. Henderson, Najee, Dermicado, Stevenson, Foreman. Thanks for all your efforts, Mason. And thank you so much, my friend. We are going to go with Dermicado, seeing all the snaps. We'll go with Ramadre getting targeted out of the backfield in the full BBR format. Then between Henderson, Najee, and Foreman, I'm probably going to go with Darrell Henderson as well. Obviously, Foreman was that guy last week, and Foreman was a must-start player for us last week. Just a much tougher spot when we have Roschon Johnson back in. Now, Gavin says, Mason, I need help. 12-team BBR started 4-0, 0-3 since. Quarterbacks are Tua Purdy. Running backs are Bijan White, Elijah Mitchell, Demercado. Receivers are Amon-Ra, Devonta Smith, Ayuk, Kirk, Nico, DJ Moore, Gabe Davis. Tight ends, Jonnu, and need help at running back tight end. Thanks. Thank you, my friend. And I know you've been a long time member of the flock. You know I appreciate you. So if we're looking at this quarterback room, I would say Tua is probably someone that you can start every single week regardless. So if you could get any value out of Brock Purdy, I would. Like if you could send Brock Purdy and Rachaad White and go get a slight marginal upgrade at running back, that'd be nice. Wide receiver, we're starting Smith, Ayuk, and then Devonta Smith in that flex. So ultimately, here's what we're going to look to do. If it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, we have so many expendable wide receivers. Where if we could go through and if we could look to sell, say, DJ Moore, Nico Collins, Christian Kirk, Gabe Davis, look to package one of those guys and go get a tight end. Like just sell, say DJ Moore for Sam Laporta, right? DJ Moore and Jonnu Smith for Sam Laporta. That'd be an absolute no-brainer. If we could sell, say, Nico Collins and Rachaad White and go get like Bijan Robinson, or Christian Kirk, Rachaad White, go get Bijan Robinson. We already have Bijan. But maybe like Brandon Ayuk, Rachaad White, and go get Tony Pollard. Those would be moves that I'm looking to make. You just have so much wide receiver depth that we have to try to capitalize on some of that wide receiver depth down there on the bench with 2-for-1 deals. Hopefully get that upgrade in the starting lineup where we can. Now, Bo Spam coming out saying 6-1, 12-team PPR, pick 2. We have Ford, Ridley, Rice. We're going to go with Ridley and Rice. I don't think we can start Ford almost in any circumstance. I don't think we can do it. Now, Annabelle says 6-1, 10-team non-PPR. We have Herbert, CMC, Travis Etienne, A.J. Brown, Puka, Laporta, Josh Downs, DeAndre Hopkins. And then on the bench, we have Foreman, Hubbard, Singletary, Zay Flowers, Christian Watson, Garrett Wilson. Any moves? I would say not necessarily. Non-PPR format, we want to build around running back, which we've already done. I would say in a non-PPR league in particular, we probably switch the starting lineup around where honestly I'd be putting Deonta Foreman in over DeAndre Hopkins. Full PPR league, if you wanted to go Hopkins, I'm not going to fault you for it. But in a non-PPR league, Hopkins is just significantly less exciting. Now, Work says pick 3, Waddle, Dell, Myers, and Adams. So we essentially have to bench one of these guys, and we are going to go ahead. I think that we are going to be benching Tank Dell here. I think we bench Dell. Now, Nick says 12-team PPR, need to fill my last 2 flex spots. Hollywood, Amari, Dell, London. Thanks, man. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. We're going to go with Dell and Hollywood. I think long-term, we're going to be looking at Amari. Just short-term, it is very difficult to get there with PJ Walker as our quarterback. But let's actually pull up some injury updates, ladies and gentlemen. We should be getting actives and inactives right about now. So let me pull this up. And as we do, if you have not done so already, please go down there. Drop a like on this live stream, ladies and gentlemen. We've been live for almost 4 hours at this point, and we've live streamed every day since April, not missing a day until 2024. And if you wanted to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, a Jalen Hurts special pick'em more than less than half a total yard in the game today. And a Flock exclusive special pick'em as well. And Amon-Ra St. Brown more than less than half a total yard for tomorrow night. So please make sure you are taking advantage. Okay, so Patrick Mahomes dealing with an illness. Yes, Mahomes is sick, ladies and gentlemen. And I know everybody's going to rush and think worst case scenario, similar to what we had with Bijan Robinson last week. Just because Bijan flamed out when he had a headache doesn't mean we need to assume that you're going to get the same thing from from Patrick Mahomes. Maybe if Mahomes won't be 100%, then at that point we can use it as a tiebreaker to say, okay, well, let's bench Rashee Rice if we were looking at other guys. But I don't think we're going to make that call right now. Not going to do that right now. Now, Jalen Ramsey is active. Luke Musgrave is active as well. Darren Waller is active, ladies and gentlemen. So you can start Darren Waller. Zach Moss is active. Michael Thomas is active. Curtis Samuel is active. And oh my gosh, I forgot. Yeah, Cleveland plays at 3, don't they? Yeah, they play in Seattle, so that's going to be a later game. So crap. Really, the main injury update I wanted to hear was the Jerome Ford one. We're not even going to get that. I'm stupid. For whatever reason, I was thinking, oh, Cleveland, I guess we'll get news at noon. No, they play in Seattle. Yeah, so I would say if we're not going to have that clarity with Ford, then we probably want to go through and be a little bit more hesitant in terms of starting Kareem Hunt, right? At least I would be. Okay, but let's move this around. And if y'all have any injury questions, feel free to ask me. But we already answered that one for Nick. Crystal says, full BBR, Hollywood or Bourne? Thanks. Thank you. We are going to go Hollywood over Bourne. Micah says, start 2, full BBR Smith, Collins, Amari, McLaurin, or Flowers. I'm going to go with Nico Collins with no Robert Woods in a good matchup. And then I think we're going to be going with your call between Devonta Smith, Zay Flowers. I would go Smith given the matchup, but I know a lot of people smarter than me would go Flowers. Now, White says Henderson or Flowers in the flex. Non-BBR format, I think that you could go ahead and play Henderson. Full BBR league, we want to go Flowers. Michael says starting Jacobs, Mostert. We have Stevenson, Montgomery on the bench. Scared of the Jacobs matchup this week. Would you still start him? Appreciate the streams. Appreciate you, my friend. And yes, we still need to go through and start Josh Jacobs over Ramondre Stevenson, despite Jacobs being bad last week and this being a tough game environment for him this week as well, right? I mean, what pretty much everybody knows, what Vegas is pricing in, is they are pricing in that the Jags are going to, that the Raiders are going to get boat raced by the Lions. Okay. So our next question coming out from Hans, who says, full BBR, choose 2. Higgins, Pittman, Downs, and Rashee Rice. I'm going to go with Pittman. And honestly, if you would have asked me this earlier in the day, I would have said your call between Downs and Rice. If you're possibly having to worry about some snow in Denver, and we're possibly having to worry about the Mahomes quote-unquote sick game, I think we can just go ahead and say Josh Downs over Rashee Rice. So we're going to go both of the Colts. Now, Abe says, full BBR pick 1, JT, Bijan, Olave, and Waddle. I'm going to go ahead. Dear God. We're definitely choosing between the running backs. JT, Bijan is up to you. We would have said JT easily if Zach Moss did not play. But now that Zach Moss is active, I'm going to go Bijan Robinson, but hook 'em Lawrence. I'm extremely biased. Now, Tyler says, Mason the GOAT, who's my flex this week? 12-team PPR. Lockett, Dell, Rashee Rice, and Deonta Foreman. I think that we are going to go tank Dell using the tiebreakers that you have no Robert Woods, Patrick Mahomes is sick, and the weather may not be great in Denver. So using those tiebreakers, let's go Dell over Rice. And then full PPR format, not too excited about Foreman. Now, Luigi says Stroud or Lawrence. I'll go Stroud. And then Higgins or Dell. I'm going to go Dell this week. Higgins long-term. Just tough matchup for Higgins. And pick 3, Bijan, Etienne, Eckler, Walker, JT. We're going to go Etienne, Eckler. And then between JT, Walker, Bijan, it's very close. Walker, brutal matchup. JT now has Zach Moss good to go. Still would love to play JT. But I think when we have these great options, I'm not going to roll the dice. We'll just take Bijan. MVS says Amari or Deonta Foreman. Full BBR format, you probably go Amari. Non-PPR league, probably go Foreman. Now, Jeremy says 14-team non-PPR format. Need 2 for my flexes. We have Dylan, Thomas, Hill, Freeman, Spears, JSN, and Odell. Non-PPR format makes it a little bit tougher. Michael Thomas sick. Also, you want Thomas in a PPR league, not a non-PPR league. I think we probably go Dylan and Royce. If it was a full PPR format, I would honestly probably tell you Thomas and JSN. Now, Lady says pick 2, Eckler, Mostert, Derrick Henry, and Tony Pollard. I'm going to go with Austin Eckler and Tony Pollard under the assumption it's a full PPR league. Now, Steven says Ridley, Foreman, Madison, or Roshan. We're going to go with Ridley, assuming it's a full PPR league. And then Ridley, Foreman, or Edwards for the flex. We'll go Ridley there as well. But yeah, please, everybody, let me know if it's like, it's a big difference if it's a PPR versus non-PPR league. So please let me know when you ask your question. I'll give you a much better answer. Matt says DK versus Browns or Rice versus the snow. I'm going to go DK, especially if Mahomes is a little bit sick here, if he has the sniffles. Now, first of his name says Uno Mas, Happy BR, Barkley, Mostert, Bijan, JT, Amon-Ra, Addison, Chase, Adams, Double Flex Dynasty League. Great team. Running back, we're going to go Barkley, Bijan. Wide receiver, we're going to go Chase, Amon-Ra. For the flexes, we're going to go Mostert and JT. And then in the other league, Jeb Wilson, Cam Akers, or Darrell Henderson. We will go Darrell Henderson. Tyler says, snow game in Denver, Jaleel or Roshan. We're going to go Roshan. Jaleel's in a 3-man running back by committee and one of the worst offenses in the NFL. Roshan's in a 2-man running back by committee and one of the worst offenses in the NFL. And I think Roshan's better. Pivot to Hunt if Ford is out. Oh, no, we'll definitely pivot to Hunt if we can. Honestly, I probably just plan on going Hunt then. Because the thing is, even if Ford plays, I don't know how excited we can be about Hunt, right? I don't know how excited we can be about that. Now, DeMonte says, full BBR, 1 flex. Start Mixon, Sutton, or Bourne. We will go Mixon. Now, Max says, Cousins or Lawrence. We're going to go ahead. We're probably going to take, oh my gosh, we're going to go Cousins. It's tough with no Jefferson, but we're still going to do it. And then start 2 out of 3, Saquon, Addison, Ayuk. We're going to go Saquon for damn sure. Then between Addison, Ayuk, it's going to be a little bit tougher. It would have been easy to go Addison if we had no Brock Purdy. But now that Purdy's playing, really, it is up to you. Can everybody spam the chat? Who would you play, Addison or Ayuk? Addison or Ayuk, now that you have Brock Purdy good to go and no Deebo Samuel. But also you have no Jefferson, of course. And as we wait, we will answer a question coming out from Matthias, who says, Happy BR, Watson, Tank, or Singletary is the flex. We are going to go Tank this week. Probably Watson long term, my friend. But we got Addison, Ayuk, Addison, Ayuk, Addison. Ayuk, Addison, Ayuk, Addison, Ayuk. Addison. Yeah, so if you look at the chat, it is split 50-50. That's why I mean. Typically, those questions that I don't know how to answer when we ask the chat, they are split damn near down the middle. So I do think that is up to you, my friend. But Kevin says Warren or Foreman at RB2 in a full BBR format. Wish I had better. I can go back and forth with these guys. I just hate questions like this that are so close and it really just comes down to your personal preference. A non-BBR league, I'm going to go Foreman easily. Full BBR league, I feel like we can pivot over to Jalen Warren. I think we probably actually just go ahead and we just say, let's play Foreman. Us roll with the hot hand. I do not know. King Flores this morning. Are we going to go Burrow or Tua? I'm going to go Tua, my friend. The wind is a little bit of a concern in Miami. But, I mean, for Burrow, you have to be concerned about the injury and the tough matchup against San Fran. J. Robs is playing JT Walker. We have Mixon as well. We got to pick 2. Okay. We're going to go JT and Walker. Mixon has that very tough matchup against the 49ers. I think Walker's the better running back at this point of their respective careers. Now, Sean says, hey, Mason, love the channel. 10-team at BBR looking to bench for a bench stash. Pick 2. Singletary, Jeb Wilson, Akers, Taysom, Charbonnet, JSN, Burks. Thanks. Thank you. We are going for the highest ceiling in the long term, which I believe is going to be Jackson Smith and Jigba, as well as Zach Charbonnet there, my friend. Chungy Mekki says Kirk or Collins for the flex. I'll go Nico Collins. Fisi Burrito says Kelsey, Mahomes plus Kelsey or Hurts and Brown due to the weather. I'm assuming you're asking for like a DFS perspective. Because we're not making a trade just because of the weather. I'd say give me Hurts over Mahomes. Give me Kelsey over Brown, given the value of a replacement at their respective positions. But that is tough. Here real quick, and then maybe we have some more injury updates. So Mostert playing, Moss playing, Waller playing, Purdy playing, Trent Williams still questionable. Tyler Lockett still questionable, Jerome Ford still questionable. I think we should expect Lockett to play though. Now, B. Salas says, Pittman or Downs? Oh, we're definitely going to go Pittman. Burner account says, Happy BR, 1 flex, Palmer, Roschon, Jameson. We'll play Palmer if he's good to go. We'll go Roschon if he's not. It's nice that they're in the same game. Now, Duro Moody says, trade my Najee and Collins and acquire Thielen. Sure, you can if you want. I mean, Najee Harris really not someone that we are super, super excited about, right? He's more so like a handcuff running back. If Warren were to go down, then he gets the backfield to himself, then he has upside. Now, Landon says, last flex spot open, full BBR, JSN, Dell, Hubbard, Zeke, Bourne, Demercado, Cooks, or Roschon Johnson. Okay. We will go Tank Dell in a full BBR format where we have no Robert Woods, and it's a good matchup. Now, Chris says, pick 2, Stevenson, Palmer, Pittman, Madison. I'm going to be going with Pittman and Stevenson in a full PPR league. James says, 12-team PPR, need a receiver and a flex with Debo out. Watson, London, JSN, Roschon, Brian Robinson, Warren. Starting Bijan. Arthur Smith sucks. Don't trust the Watson. Need help, bro. Appreciate you, my man. Don't fault you at all for not trusting the Watson. I think that we probably still have to start him. In a full BBR league, it sucks, but we probably have to start Christian Watson, Drake London. I think both players have incredibly low floors. I think you get a decent ceiling when it comes to Christian Watson. And London has shown us a ceiling as well. And maybe Arthur Smith doesn't just... Maybe Arthur Smith doesn't be the worst person on the play. I don't obviously can't say that. Hopefully he's not the most frustrating person in my life at the moment. Now, Tilted Abus says, Happy BR trade Puka and Mostert for Adams and Bijan. Who gonna Adams up to you? Mostert to Bijan, give me Bijan in the long run. So I would make the deal, but I'm biased. Raviel says, start to Nico, Waddle, Higgins. I'm going to go Nico, Waddle this week. Higgins possibly for the long term. Douglas says, Bijan and Gibbs, Hollywood, Deontay. I'm going to go Gibbs over Bijan in a full BBR league this week. Bijan over Gibbs long term. And then we're going to go Hollywood over Deontay with Deontay dealing with an injury. Colton says, Gibbs or Jalen Waddle. We will go Jahmyr Gibbs. Gibbs in this game environment with no Montgomery officially will be a must-start running back. Isaiah says, who do we put in the flex? Mixon, Henry, Ridley, Pittman, or Deontay? We're going to go ahead. We will be playing your call between Joe Mixon and Derrick Henry. I'd say, honestly, based off how bad the matchup projects out to be, especially if we have Brock Purdy now playing in San Fran, where we can assume the 49ers probably are leading the game the majority of the way, we're probably going to go with Derrick Henry over Joe Mixon. Now, Chip Uzi says 10-team full BBR. DK, Nico, Deontay, Palmer, Rice, Downs, pick 4. And should we start Aaron Jones over the one? Okay, so essentially we need to go through and bench 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We need to bench 2 guys. I think we bench Joshua Palmer with him playing on Sunday and with us not knowing if he's for sure good to go. And then outside of that, it would be a difficult call. But I would say the other guy that we're probably going to be benching would be Rashee Rice. I mean, with Rice earlier in this live stream, I wouldn't have said that. But now if we have these things stacking up against him, he could still easily go out there and be great. But at the end of the day, you are dealing with a Mahomes mystery, injury, and not the best weather. Now, Quino says, good morning, Mason. Happy BR, Amari Watson or Aaron Jones? I don't know. I think we probably end up going Amari. I'm not excited about it, though, with PJ Walker. Greg Film Stuff, always happy to see him, my man says, what's up, Mace? Starting Carr, A.J. Brown, Metcalf, Stevenson, Kamara, McBride, and Waddle for the flex. Mixon and Anderson on the bench. Should we stick with Waddle? Appreciate it, bro. Appreciate you, my man. If it is a full BBR format, I would say yes. I think it's a team that could definitely afford to go out there and trade like DK Metcalf and get a viable quarterback if we can. But you know what? Actually, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to stick with Waddle in the flex, but I am going to play Joe Mixon over Ramondre Stevenson. Take out Stevenson and put in Mixon, even if Mixon has that brutal matchup. Now, Kyle says, happy BR, need one flex between Deontay Watson, Rashee Rice, Downs, or Alexander Madison. If you would have asked me earlier in the day, we would have said it's your call between Downs and Rice and Deontay. But now I think, honestly, Rice is maybe out of the mix given the Mahomes sickness and the weather. So instead, I think we probably want to be pivoting over to Downs. And I think Mahomes, let me be on record, Mahomes is going to be okay. For the love of God, do not go out there and panic with Patrick Mahomes. But I'm saying whenever we are looking at these players that are in the same tier and they are neck and neck and it is so damn close, we can use it as a tiebreaker, right? And we can decide to pivot off of someone like Rashee Rice. It's not like I'm coming out here and saying Mahomes is going to be a bum now. No, Mahomes is going to be great. But it can be a viable tiebreaker where we need one. Now, Caleb says, 12-team PBR single flex, 5-2. We're starting Goff, Mixon, Kareem, Tyreek, Hollywood, Tank, Goddard. And then the bench is Palmer, Darrell Henderson, Hopkins, Michael Thomas, Achane. Is it a good lineup in any trades I should try? I would say no, because we are 5-2. Really, the only thing that we're looking to do is we are looking to wait until we end up getting Kyron Williams and Devon Achane back in. The primary thing that I'd be looking to do at this point is I'd probably just be sitting on our hands. And if Jerome Ford does play, then possibly we pivot to Darrell Henderson. What time does Dallas play? I'm going to swing this back around. Just give me 1 second. Dallas plays at noon, so maybe we aren't going to have that situation. Maybe we're going to have to go through. Maybe we're going to have to play Hunt, I guess, and not have that backup option. Now, Hip Hop coming out saying we have Breece and Pittman for Jefferson and Downs. I think it really does depend on your team. If you're 5-2, you're 6-1, let's go get Jefferson. Gio says, who should we start 2, 2, and 1? Lamb, Puka, Cup, Thielen, Saquon, Pacheco, Bijan. Our 2 receivers, we're going to go ahead. We're going to play Cup and Thielen. 2 running backs, we are going to be going Saquon, Bijan, and we're going to go Pacheco for the fly. So start all 3 running backs. For sure, play Cup. And then who we play between Lamb, Puka, Thielen really is going to be up to you. Now, FC Burrito says, Mahomes, Kelsey, or Hurts, Browns. Like I said, it really does depend on value over replacement that you're going to be getting from tight end. I'm assuming that this is a DFS question just for this week. If you're asking me who scores the most raw fantasy points, I would say Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown. But the question is, what's the replacement level tight end that we would get if we had to go in that direction versus what's the replacement level wide receiver? You know, whenever we're choosing Kelsey or A.J. Brown or vice versa. Okay. Now, Chris says, super appreciate the hard work and advice. Keep it up, bro. You're on a great path. No, thank you so much, my man. Thank you. Thank you. And A to Z says, super flex, 4-point passing touchdown format. Brock, Howell, Minshew, Pickett. Thanks, brother. Thank you, my man. We'll go Brock Purdy, numero uno. Then we'll go Gardner Minshew, numero dos out of these options. But let me go ahead and refresh this so we can keep bringing these questions up. And ladies and gentlemen, we've been live for 4 hours. If you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream for us. I mean, we have live streamed every single day for 184 days in a row at this point. Sunday morning live streams are by far and away the most important for us. So if you're ever going to do so, go down there, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And if you wanted to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match and our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, a Jalen Hurts special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard going up against Washington today. That's only for new people on Underdog. But we also have a Flock exclusive special pick'em that we're able to get everybody that's used code FLOCK with an Amon-Ra St. Brown more than less than half a total yard. And yes, you're going to get both if you signed up to Underdog today with code FLOCK. But our next question coming out from Works, who says, full BBR, pick 3, Adams, Waddle, Pittman, Dell, Myers. We're going to go Adams, Waddle, Pittman, and I'm probably going to have to start being a little bit quicker with our explanations here, just so I make sure we don't miss anybody's question. DM says, got offered Ayuk for Kamara, half BBR, already have Eckler. I understand the deal, but you need more value if you are selling Kamara. Logan says, starts at Roshan, Foreman, Sanders. I think we're going to rank him Foreman, Sanders, then Roshan. Daniel says, full BBR, pick 1 to flex. Rasheed, Downs, Watson, Lockett, Palmer, Spears. Thank you, brother. Thank you, my man. I think we are going to go ahead. We're going to go Josh Downs. Fiano says, have BBR start to Ramondre, Hollywood, Pittman, London. Also the Ravens or Chiefs DST. Thanks. Thank you. Probably going to go with the Ravens DST for this week. And then I think we are going to go with Hollywood Brown and Michael Pittman there for our flexes. Now, Sebastian says, PBR sit 1, Bijan, Etienne, Brees, JT, I am in chance. Yeah, this is a tough call, my friend. I think that now that we have Zach Moss good to go, we probably bench JT, but I still would love to start JT if we could somehow do it. Cap says, tough matchup at BBR pick 2, Ridley, Flowers, Watson. I'm going to go ahead. I will take Ridley and Flowers, even if we like Watson in the long term. Let's see him healthy first. Jim Bin, always happy to see us, says, PBR start Downs, Rice, or Aaron Jones. Ooh, probably Downs. Aaron Jones is close. Rice or Downs rest of season. Thanks, Mace, for being the GOAT. Thank you. I think we probably go Rice rest of season over Downs, even if we went Downs over Rice this week. I mean, I think you maybe have a little bit more upside with Rice just being in a significantly better offense that will have more touchdowns to go around, right? You are going to get more touchdowns there. Okay. Now, JJ says, PBR pick 1, Dell, Rasheed, or Henderson. I think we are going to go tank Dell. Logan says, start sit, full BBR. Deontay, MT, Sanders, Foreman, Roshan, Lockett, Raheem. Trying to decide if I should start Sanders and the Bears running backs over Deontay, Michael Thomas, and the flex. So we're going to go Raheem Mostert, number 1 running back. Number 2, we're going to go Deonta Foreman. And then our top wide receivers, we're going to go Deontay, then Lockett, And then for our flex, I think we probably end up going Miles Sanders. But yeah, you have to play Raheem Mostert. Like Raheem Mostert, if you're only starting one guy here, Raheem Mostert is like by far and away a tier ahead of everybody else. Now, Jack says 12 team, PBR 5-2. God dang. I accidentally just bit a piece of my lip off. That's gross. But Jack says 2 flex, Rice, Jones, Bourne, or Palmer. We're going to go Jones, Rice, not relying on Bourne. Tough matchup. And with Palmer, plays on Sunday night. We don't even know if he's going to be good to go. Can't play him. Cameron says Pacheco, Gibbs, Waddle, Addison. We have Smith on the bench. Do we make any changes? No, I think we're going to keep this as is, my friend. I mean, I love Smith, but I think we have to play Addison and Waddle over him. Now, Hudson says, full BBR, we have Eckler, Walker, running back, Kirk, Olave, receiver. Who do we start in the flex between Thomas, Demercado, Henderson, Bourne, Jamal Hunt? Thanks, Flock. Thank you, my friend. I think we are going to go ahead. We are just going to take Demercado. I mean, I don't love the player. I don't love the matchup. I don't love the offense. But I do like that we at least have the guaranteed volume, right? If we're going to get the guaranteed volume, if we are going to get the guaranteed touches here, we can say, okay, at least we have a baseline floor of what we can expect. Whereas these other guys, they have incredibly low floors as well. Ethan says, Rice or Foreman at the flex in a full PPR league. We're going to go Foreman now, given the weather and the Mahomes illness. I think we're just going to use it as a tie break. In reality, you can do what you want. Fodu says, single flex, Cousins, Love. We're going to go Cousins. Barkley, Pierce, Hubbard, Demercado. We're going to go Barkley, Demercado. Ayuk, Myers, Puka, Thielen, Deontay. We're going to be going with Ayuk, Puka, Thielen. And then if you were wanting to get an upgrade here with the trade, you're going to be selling Myers and Pierce and going and getting an upgrade at running back. Jordan says, hey, Mason, in one league, I'm between Rice and Gibbs for the flex. And in the other league, I'm between Waddle and Gibbs. Help. Appreciate you, my friend. We're going to go Gibbs in both instances. I was too low on Jahmyr Gibbs in the rankings this week. Gibbs, a must-start player. Joey says, Thomas or Bourne. We'll go Bourne. We'll go Bourne in a full PPR format. Hopefully the win's not too bad. Now, Rick says, pick 2, Brian Robinson, Ford, Moss, Chuba, Sanders. Don't rely on Ford later in the day when we don't know if he'll be good to go. I'm going to go Miles Sanders and Brian Robinson and cry. Dustin says, Demercado or Osborne for the flex. We'll go Demercado. Johnny says, non-BBR start 1, Rice, Sutton, or Watson. Probably just play Rice this week. Crystal says, one more, Hollywood or Foreman, full BBR format. Full BBR format will go Hollywood over Foreman. Space Prod says, have an extra flex spot. Start Dobbs, Dell, Hopkins, JSN, Kmet, or Demercado. We're going to go Dell here. Leaning towards Dobbs because of his targets in the red zone. Would you agree? I don't think so. I think that you go Dell for the reason that you have no Robert Woods. I think you're in a better passing offense and you have a good matchup going up against Carolina. I mean, maybe if Robert Woods was playing, then we could say to go with Romeo Dobbs. But there's also that outside chance that now is finally the week that Aaron Jones, Christian Watson are good to go. So I want to be avoiding Dobbs where we can. Now, Austin says, happy Sunday, Mason. Happy Sunday, my friend. 12-team BBR. Who would you start at the flex? We have Eckler, Hall at running back, Brown and Waddle at receiver. Should we start Metcalf, Anderson, Tank Dell, Josh Downs, or Joshua Palmer for the flex? Don't love it. He doesn't have a great matchup. You know, we've been saying to sell him high for a while. I do think that here in this range, though, we probably do want to be selling. I mean, we do want to be starting DK Metcalf. And yeah, I keep those guys in the starting lineup as is at the top, and they're great. Now, Obi Bryant says, Lockett or Thomas. I'm going to go Lockett, assuming he plays. 80 says, is Jerome Ford playing? We do not know right now. It sucks, but we have no updates on Jerome Ford other than he's going to try to work out before the game, and we'll see. I would not rely on Jerome Ford this week. Please do not start Ford. Because even if he does play, we don't know what the role looks like. Jay Carlos says, 10-team BBR double flex, pick 1. Ridley, Deontay, or Deonta Foreman. Full BBR format, I will go Calvin Ridley, and I do not love it. Ryan says, Javonte or Amari in a PBR league. Full BBR format will go Amari. Kyle says, have BBR need a flex. Watson, Deontay, Rashee Rice, Downs, Madison. Thanks for your help. No, thank you so much, my friend. for being a member of the flock. I think that we are going to probably end up going with Josh Downs. All of these guys are so close, and I want to be very clear and very transparent with y'all. The correct answer to this is I do not know. Deontay, Rice, Downs, all these guys are right in the same tier for me. I would be lying if I told you I have an expert opinion. I know what's going to happen. In reality, if you look at the projections, they're all within about half a point. I think it is almost up to your personal preference. And while I say Josh Downs, I'm willing to admit that I'm very biased when I say that, with Downs being my second most drafted wide receiver on Underdog this year. But that's what I would do. Now, Mean Muggin says, hey man, hope your fantasy teams are doing good because of Downs primarily. And I don't say primarily, but he's a big reason, but they're doing great. I got one question for you. Start Watson or Downs? We'll go Downs. I'd probably rather have Watson rest of season. But I think at this point, we want to probably wait and bench Watson until we get confirmation that he is fully healthy, right? I think we can wait a little bit. But let's move this over. And our next question coming out from, I believe, Manuel says, pick one for the flex, Watson, London, Brandon Cooks, or Spears. Cannot play Cooks, cannot play Spears. I think we're probably going to go with Watson or London. I'm going to go Watson over London, but full transparency, I am not Arthur Smith, number one public enemy. Number one. Anthony says, PBR pick 2, Foreman, Dermicado, Darrell Henderson. I'm going to go Dermicado and Deonta Foreman. Henderson's close, though. Excedra says, appreciate you, Mason. Appreciate you. 18 PBR league. Lamar, Saquon, Bijan, Brees, H.N. Puka, Moore, Smith, Olave, Higgins. Trade Saquon and Moore for Gibbs and Jefferson. Saquon and Jefferson, if you are a winning team here, I think you can go Jefferson. Moore for Gibbs, give me Gibbs. So yes, I think that we would do this in an 8-team league in particular, where the only thing that matters is the elite level ceiling. Now, Corey says, extra flex spot, happy BR, Brian Robinson or Lockett. I will go Lockett. I really do not want to play Brian Robinson given this matchup. Joe Mule says, sup, they said pick 3 total, 2 running backs and a flex, with Hill and Waddles as my set receivers. Brees, Gibbs, Jacobs, Nico, Ayuk. Love the channel. Appreciate you, my friend. Our 2 running backs, we're going to go Brees, Gibbs, and our flex, we're going to go Jacobs. We're going to play all 3 running backs that have a 3-down workload. I mean, obviously, Ayuk, Nico, they're both in great spots. I would love to get them in. It's just going to be very difficult to do so at this point. Now, Ben says start Aaron Jones or Darrell Henderson this week. I know you have Jones higher, but I just don't trust him. I don't fault you at all. If you were in a non-PBR format, I'd probably go Darrell Henderson. A full PBR league where Henderson's not really going to be involved as a receiver, I'd probably go Aaron Jones. I will say Henderson has a higher floor where Jones has the higher ceiling. Depends if you're in that non-PBR, full PBR format. You're more excited about Jones in a full PBR league. Jack says, full PBR, 2 running backs and a flex. JT, Pacheco, Stevenson, Watson, Michael Thomas. We're going to go JT Pacheco at running back, and then for our flex, we will go with Ramondre Stevenson. Long-term, we'll go Christian Watson, but short-term, let's wait until he's good to go. Vader says, need a flex, full PBR. We have Downs, London, Hunt, Foreman, Ford, Osborne. We're going to go, oh my gosh. If we knew Jerome Ford was playing, I would go Downs. If we thought Jerome Ford was not playing, I would go Hunt. So it is going to be up to you to figure that out on your own, my friend. Right now, we have no news with Jerome Ford other than he's going to practice before the game, and then we'll see. That is a tough call. That is a tough call. Now, I want to ask y'all a question here. I was watching this little clip of y'all know, like the hypnotist, I don't know what they call him, that he's always on Hard Knocks and he does some crazy things and always goes on Twitter. Like he'll go to NFL team meetings and he'll say like, oh, think of an animal. And then someone will think of a giraffe. And then he pulls out a giraffe out of his hand or something. Or he's like, think of a score, and they think of it. And then he turns the board around. He knew what they were thinking. There's no way that's real, right? Let me know in the live chat, is there any chance that is real? What do y'all think? Is that just seems like the nuttiest thing that I've ever seen in my entire life. Okay, so we need to refresh this and continue to bring this up. Austin says no shots. It is. It's a gimmick. It's real. I don't see how it's real. We got the chat split 50-50. Caesar says small chance it is real. This is where my brain's at. Like, I feel like small chance it is real. Some of that stuff, it's like, okay, there's no way he didn't talk to Burrow right before this, right? I don't know. But let me go ahead and refresh this so we can keep bringing these up. And as I do that, ladies and gentlemen, if you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. I mean, we're going to be live streaming every single day until 2024. Today's day 184 in a row. And if you wanted to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, going to get a 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers, plus a Jalen Hurts special pick'em more than less than half a total yard, and an Amon-Ra St. Brown special pick'em more than less than half a total yard as well. So please make sure you take advantage if you have not done so already. But our next question, we're actually going to skip around and answer this one. For Bravo, here in Aid Service says, full BBR to flex, estimated to lose. Watson, Downs, Dell, Henderson. It's going to be between Downs and Dell. I think that I probably just go Downs based off what we've seen. But you can make a strong argument for Dell as you have no Robert Woods in here. But Victor with our next question. No, we actually, I believe, already answered that one. Ray with our next question says, Henderson, Hopkins, JSN, Spears, Dillon for the flex. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. We will go ahead. We will play Darrell Henderson here. No interest in Hopkins this week. AD says, don't like starting Hunt in the flex, but only have Hubbard single. Oh, yeah, you're going to go ahead. You're going to play Hunt there. I think you play Kareem Hunt, full BBR format. If you were to pivot, you go Watson. Colton says, non-BBR pick 2, Ayuk, Waddle, Pittman. We're going to go Ayuk and Waddle. I think there's more touchdown upside in their respective offenses. Ross says, Tua or Lawrence. I'm going to go Tua. Joel says, Logan Thomas or Taysom Hill. Non-PBR, give me Taysom. Full PBR, give me Logan Thomas. Adam says, Dak or Stroud. Floor seems equal, but I'm unsure how the ceiling is for the two. We need some advice. I'm going to go Stroud over Dak. I mean, Stroud has been just much better than Dak so far. I will say, though, if you are looking at Las Vegas sports books, they are telling us the Dallas Cowboys offense will be much better than the Houston Texans this week. Cameron says we have Jacobs, Madison, Chase, Ayuk, Waddle in the flex with Myers on the bench. Any changes? Also, how do we feel about Burrow or Goff this week? You're the GOAT. Appreciate you, my friend. We're going to go Goff over Burrow this week. And then if we were going to be putting Myers in over someone, we'd be starting him over Jalen Waddle. In reality, I think that we leave this team as is. Now, F. Beeson says, Happy BR, Flowers, Nico, Smith, Downs. We need 2. We're going to go with Nico and then Smith over Flowers, given the good matchup against Washington. A lot of other people will tell you Flowers, though. BD says, non-BBR, we need 2 receivers, a running back, and a flex. We have Ayuk, Olave, Watson. I'm sorry, Kirk, Flowers, Addison. Running backs are Ramadre, Hunt. CMC is RB1. We're going to go Ayuk. We're going to go Ayuk, Addison, wide receiver, non-PBR format, more touchdown upside. Running back, we're going to go Kareem Hunt in a non-PBR league. And then for the flex spot, we will go ahead and we'll play Chris Olave as well. Now, Hudson says, full BBR, we have Eckler, Walker, and Kirk Olave. Who do we start at the flex between Thomas, DeMarcado, Henderson, Bourne, Williams, Hunt? Thanks, Flock. Appreciate you, my friend. We're going to go Kareem Hunt if we have no Jerome Ford. If Ford does play, then we probably pivot over to DeMarcado. Now, Pot Snob says start 2, 12-team BBR, Jones, Pierce, Hubbard, DeMarcado. We're going to go DeMarcado and Aaron Jones. It is tough. I mean, Pierce, Jones, Hubbard, we have no idea what the role is going to be for these guys. So I think we just say they have a low floor. Let's go with the high ceiling guy in Jones. Nicholas says must win. Mixon, London for Eckler in a happy BR format. Yes, let's go get Eckler. Jack says Dell or Myers, happy BR. We're going to go Myers. John says Chuba Hubbard or Dell. We're going to go Dell. AD says favorite pick'ems this week. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. Let me run through this real quick. My favorite one earlier in the week that I think too many people took, so they had to lower it down, is everybody, I'm assuming a lot of y'all were able to get Christian Watson for fewer than 58.5 receiving yards. Now that's down to 46.5, so that's going to be a stay away. Let's see. This is a boring then. I know nobody ever likes taking the lower thens on Underdog. Everybody always likes going higher than, higher than, higher than. I typically look for the lower thens. And I actually really like Cooper Kupp to go fewer than 12 targets. I mean, obviously, Kupp, phenomenal wide receiver, but ultimately, if he were to go out there and average 12 targets through the course of the entire season, it's over 200 targets in a season, right? I don't know if Kupp's a 200 target wide receiver with Puka in the same offense. So my favorite pick him this week now is probably going to be the Kupp for fewer than 12 targets. Okay. Now, Andrew says, flex Rice or Pierce. Full BBR, I will go Rice. Now, Sawball says, full BBR, Gibbs or Henry in one league. Ford or Chuba in another. We'll go Chuba in the other because I don't know if Ford's going to play. And we'll go Gibbs in the full PPR format. Keith says, Ridley for Pickens. I'm going to go Pickens. I'm 1-6. Ridley's the wide receiver 2. I'm going to go Pickens, but full transparency, I drafted a lot more Pickens than I did Ridley this year, so I am very biased. Trevor says, Myers, Nico, or Ridley. 12 team playing young at quarterback. Ooh. Not playing Ridley, it's going to be either Myers or Nico Collins, and I do think it's up to you. I'd probably go ahead. I'd probably just take Nico Collins here. In a half PBR league, I think he has, actually no. Myers has been scoring, let's go. Oh my gosh. No, we're going to go Nico Collins. Better matchup. Isaac says, would you trade CMC and Waller for Addison, Pickens, Ramadre, Johnny, and Montgomery? Horrendous trade. One of the worst trades I've ever seen. Do not do this. Like, Jonnu Smith is someone that is not even worth a roster spot. He's a waiver wire guy. You're trading you're trading a $10 bill for 4 quarters, you know? Please do not do that. Please keep CMC, my friend. Now, Lion says, PBR, start 2, Taylor, Bijan, or Etienne. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take Etienne and Bijan now that Moss is playing. Now, Victor says, full BBR. Barkley, Jones, Allen, Waddle. Flexes Downs, London, Osborne, Hunt, Ford, Foreman. Yeah, so we will be playing in a full BBR format. Josh Downs here in this flex. If we knew for sure that Jerome Ford wouldn't be playing, then at that point, I think we could go Kareem Hunt. But it's just tough to say that for sure, right? It is real tough to say that. Now, Colby says, full BBR for the flex, Kendrick Bourne or Darrell Henderson. I'm going to take Henderson over Bourne. And then Samuel says, trade DJ Moore for Hawkinson. Hell yes, go get Hawkinson easily. Ned says, full BBR pick 2, Collins, Rice, Lockett, Watson, and Deontay. I'm going to go Nico Collins. And then if you would have asked me earlier in the day, I would have said Rashee Rice. But if Mahomes isn't 100% and the weather's bad in Denver, we could pivot over to Deontay Johnson. Mike says, Yo Mason, Hoogamorans, PBR, starting Bijan, Jacobs, Ayuk, Flowers, Kupp, Kelsey. And then on the bench, we have Jeff Wilson Jr., Olave, Singletary, Cook. Quarterbacks, Allen, Cousins, Burrow. Any depth concerns? Not necessarily. I'd say we're definitely wanting to go through and sell one of these quarterbacks if this is a one quarterback format. If it's a super flex league, you're in a phenomenal spot. But yeah, this is a 1 QB format. You have to look to go through and sell one of these guys, my friend. Okay. Ian will be our next question. We have to refresh this, though, if we're going to keep bringing them up. And as I do that, if you have not done so already, ladies and gentlemen, please go down there, hit that like button. We are closing in on 2,000 likes on this live stream. We have live streamed for 184 days in a row. Sunday mornings are by far and away the most important for us. So if you are ever going to hit that like button, please do it now. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And if you wanted to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat in the description. If you use promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers, and a Jalen Hurts special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for the games today, and an exclusive Flock special pick'em, Amon-Ra St. Brown, more than less than half a total yard as well. So please make sure you take advantage of that if you have not done so already. But let's move this over. Our next switch coming out from Ian, who says, have BBR start one running back frustrated with Jacobs. Foreman, Madison, Hunt, or Jacobs. We will go Jacobs here. I always start my studs. Jacobs is no longer a stud. Not going to fault you at all for saying Jacobs is no longer a stud. I still think that you have to start him over these guys, though. These other guys aren't studs. John says Rice or Madison. Based off weather and Mahomes maybe not being 100%, I think we could pivot over to Madison if you really wanted to. I will say if everything was equal and you didn't have to worry about anything with this team, I probably in a vacuum do prefer Rice, though. Ron says, Mason, my good man, would you start Cousins or Stroud? Tough spot to be in, my friend. I mean, if you're going to look at our quarterback rankings, we do have these guys pretty damn close. You just have a really good matchup for CJ Stroud this week. We do have Stroud QB 8, Cousins QB 10. I mean, Las Vegas sports books are telling us that you'll actually have the Texans scoring more points, so we're probably going to go with Stroud. And then also one of Higgins, Myers, Brown, Kirk, non-PBR. As always, stay classy. Appreciate you, my friend. Under the assumption this is Hollywood Brown, we're going to go with Jacoby Myers. If that's A.J. Brown, then we're going to go A.J. Brown. And thank you for being a long time member of the flock. You know I appreciate you. Now, Felly Play says, happy Sunday, bro. Happy BR Flex, Nico, Ayuk, Ramondre, or Madison. I will go with Ayuk now that you have Purdy good to go and you have no Debo. Bruh says Javonte Foreman or Miles Sanders at running back in a full PPR league. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm trying to think. I think we just go with Foreman. I'm not excited about any of these players for one reason or another. I think they all have pretty big red flags. But ultimately, we can just roll with a hot hand, right? We don't know what the role is going to look like for any of these players. Hospital Mike says, 12-team PBR, need a flex spot rest of season, Cooks or Boyd? Probably neither. If I had to go with one, I'd probably go Cooks. Just given the fact that, I mean, you have Higgins now good to go in Cincinnati, and Boyd didn't do anything whenever Higgins went down. Eric says, 12-team, full PBR, extra flex. Pick 2, Palmer, Kirk, Ramondre, Warren, Henderson. We have Tyreek and A.J. Brown starting at wide receiver. Brees and Gibbs starting at running back. Okay. We're going to go with Kirk and Ramondre Stevenson in that full PBR formats. And then, yeah, I mean, if it was a non-PBR league, then we could pivot to Henderson. Joshua says, unless I missed my question and never got answered, let's go ahead and let's pull this up. We did answer this. I'd be happy to answer this again. My friend Happy BR started to in the flex. Foreman, Watson, Sutton, Dermicado, Osborne, Flowers. We're going to go with the combination of Zay Flowers and Dermicado, getting the guaranteed touches in that backfield. Okay. Now, Joey says, should I wait for Ford to go and go strong if Ford is out, or start Dillon? Oh, start Dillon. I think Dillon would be possibly better than Ford, even if Ford plays. Like, if Ford plays with a high ankle sprain, like, do not expect Ford to be good. Like, I'm interested to know if Ford's going to play or not, but that's so we know if we can play Kareem Hunt or not. It's not that I would ever want to go through and consider playing Ford here. Now, BPski says start 2, DJ Moore, Myers, Nico, and Mixon. I'm going to go with Mixon and then probably Jacoby Myers. It is very close between Myers and Nico. I literally asked me 100 times. I'll give you 50 answers for Myers, 50 answers for Nico. Now, Joe says 14 team, Pierce, Hunt, or Jaleel. Love the streams, brother. Keep them going. Appreciate you, my friend. We will go Kareem Hunt, and we will hope that Jerome Ford does not play. Now, Rajan says, morning, am I forced to play Ridley over Addison? Hell no. Play Addison. Why would you do that? Danny says, Najee, Deontay, or Henderson in a standard league. Probably going to go with Deonta Foreman. It is very, very close, though. Very close. Now, Turpin Pirate says, need help picking a running back, receiver, and a flex. We have Hunt, Pierce, Amari, Hollywood, Lockett. Sit 2. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you, my friend. Okay. Probably going to bench Pierce and Lockett. Let's bench Pierce and Lockett. Lockett not 100%. Pierce, we don't know what the role is going to be. It's kind of funny though, right? As Pierce has a beautiful matchup. You could see Pierce doing well. It's just tough where the last time we saw him, he got out-snapped and out-touched by Devin Singletary. Now, Double S says 12-team full BBR. Start 1 running back. Sanders, Chuba, Hunt, Foreman, Singletary. Hunt if you have no Jerome Ford. If Ford does play, then you can pivot to Foreman. Yeah, Panthers running backs have a great matchup, but the issue is similar to what we were just talking about with the other running backs in that same game. You just simply have no idea what we're going to get with the split between Miles Sanders and Chuba Hubbard. We have no idea. Jesse says, full BBR, pick 1. Hunt, Spears, Warren, Henderson, Gibson, or Roshan Johnson. We're going to roll the dice. We're going to take Kareem Hunt. It's tough because if Ford was for sure playing, I'd probably go Darrell Henderson instead. But I think we're going to roll the dice and go Hunt. Trey says, PBR need 1 in the flex. London, Henderson, and Calvin Ridley. I'm going to go Ridley in a full PBR league. Non-PBR would go Henderson. Now, Finham says, full PBR, we need a flex this week. 2 to start and flex. Ridley, Downs, Myers, Wilson. Thanks. Thank you, my friend. I think we're going to go Myers, Myers, Wilson as our top option. Yeah, if we need to start 2, we're going to be going with Myers and Garrett Wilson. Oh, if you need to start 3, we'll go Calvin Ridley still over Josh Downs. Gets Knowledge says, good morning. Open slots in a wide receiver and a flex. Who do we fill him with? We have DJ Moore, Addison, Olave, Downs, and Brees. Okay, so our wide receiver slot, we're going to fill with Addison. And then for our flex, you have to play Brees Hall, my friend. Vincent says, start 2, Higgins, Downs, Hollywood, Judy. I'm going to go Downs, Hollywood, even if Higgins is probably our play in the long term. Now, Andrew says, need to have BBR, Ford, Hunt, Pierce, Hubbard, or Singletary. I'm going to go Kareem Hunt and Damian Pierce. Flex, Higgins, Downs. I'm saying T. Hill. I'm assuming this is Taysom. If it's Taysom, we're going to go Josh Downs. If it's Tyree, you know we're going Tyree. If you meant to say Tank Dell, still probably going to go Josh Downs. I love Higgins in the long term. Just really tough matchup against the 49ers. And I would rather wait to see him fully healthy, and I'd rather wait to see Burrow fully healthy. Now, Zach says, Eckler, Walker, Mostert starting over Gibbs. Full BBR format, I'd start Gibbs over this week over Walker. I know it's crazy, but we would. Now, T says, yo, Flock, full BBR, pick 2 starting wide receivers in a flex. Olave, Pittman, Amari, and Foreman. Thank you and good luck to you and the viewers. Thank you so much. And I just want to clarify something real quick. I know it's a small thing. Obviously, I'm not upset. Just so we're all on the same page. I am not Flock. We are all the flock. Okay. I am Mason. I'm a member of the flock, as you are as well, my friend. But thank you again. And we are going to go ahead in a full BBR format. We're going to start Olave, Pittman, and then in a non-BBR league, I go Foreman. In a full BBR format, if you wanted to go Amari, I'm not going to fault you for it whatsoever. Not going to fault you for it whatsoever. But you have to play Pittman and Olave. Now, Ben Moon says Sanders or Chuba, go. Appreciate you, my friend. If you look at their underdog pick'ems this week, literally, that was just on the screen. Let's scroll that back 10 seconds. The projections between Miles Sanders and Chuba Hubbard have them almost identical. You have Miles Sanders, 53.5 total yards. You have Chuba Hubbard at 51.5 total yards. You probably go Sanders over Hubbard, give him a slight edge, and just say, okay, if he's fully healthy, maybe they give him a larger role, but it is difficult to know that for sure, right? But I think we go Sanders over Chuba. It's close. Now, let me refresh this so we can keep bringing these questions up. And as I do this, let me remind you, if you have not done so already, please go down there, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And if you wanted to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, going to get a 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. A Jalen Hurts special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard, and an Amon-Ra St. Brown special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard on top of that. So please make sure you take advantage if you have not done so already. But let's swing this back around. Our next question. Coming out from, I believe, Minglewood says, Kittle or Laporta? We're actually going to go Kittle now that you have Purdy good to go, and the same time, you have no Deebo Samuel. And then Purdy or Carr, love the show. Appreciate you, my friend. We will go Purdy over Carr. Nicholas says, have BBR in the flex, Kirk or Henderson? Ooh, I'm going to go Kirk, but it's close. Brother Charles says, 12-team BBR single flex. Started Kincaid at tight end. Good call. Do we play London, Lockett, Henderson, Laporta, or Waller in the flex? First thing is, you better be selling a couple of these tight ends, my man. Second thing is, we probably played Drake London in a full PPR format. But yeah, you have to sell some of those tight ends. Scar Icy says, DJ Moore or Tank Dell this week at wide receiver 2. Standard scoring, leaning Tate because of his birthday. It's his birthday. I didn't even know it's his birthday today. Thanks for the call, but we still are going to take DJ Moore over Tank Dell. But interesting that it's Dell's birthday. So you know if Dell has a good day, that's all we're going to hear all day. Now, the devil you know says full BBR flex Ridley or Downs. I'm probably going to go Ridley, but it's damn close. I can go back and forth. Boy says Gibbs or Christian Watson. We will go Jahmyr Gibbs over Christian Watson, my friend. AWS says Higgins, Rice, Watson, or Downs. We're going to go with Rice and Downs. I prefer Higgins and Watson rest of season, though. I'd rather just see them fully healthy before we have to make that call. Julian says start Lockett or Dell. Appreciate you, my friend. We will go with the birthday boy. We'll go Tank Dell here. And then Sanders, Moss, Warren, or Hubbard. We're going to go ahead. We will take full BBR format. We'll go Jalen Warren. Non-BBR will go Sanders. And then should we trade Jacobs for White and Wilson? Thanks, bro. No, thank you. I'd say probably not. I mean, you already have the depth with this team, right? Now, Jaden says Rice or Lockett at the flex with the hamstring. If the weather clears up where it looks like it's going to be fine in KC, completely fine going Rice. Matthew says Myers or Nico Collins, full point PPR. We've kind of gone back and forth. Probably going to end up going Jacoby Myers, just how good he has been so far. But this is one of those spots I can go back and forth. Eric says Burrow or Tua. We're going to go Tua, much better matchup. Jason says need to start to Addison, Flowers, Wilson, T. Higgins. We're going to go Addison and Garrett Wilson, even if I expect Flowers and Higgins to continue to get better as the season goes on. Now imagine Braveheart says full BBR, start a receiver and 2 flex. Ridley, JSN, Downs, Quentin Johnson, Dermicado, Algier, Elijah, and Michael Wilson. Our wide receiver, we're going to go ahead. We will play Calvin Ridley. And then our 2 flex spots, we're going to go with Dermicado and Josh Downs. G-Ray says start Hollywood or DK. We're going to go DK. And then Hunt or Foreman. We're going to go Hunt if you have no Ford, Foreman if Ford does play. Joey says, last question, Dylan or Bourne? PPR, appreciate it. Appreciate you, my friend. Full BBR format, we will go Bourne there. Mark says, have BBR pick 1. Sanders, Najee, or Hunt. We will go with Kareem Hunt and send up a prayer that you have no Jerome Ford in this game. And then also Waddle or Addison. This is actually a very tough call. I mean, I'd love to start both if I had to choose between the two. It's going to depend on the weather in Miami. If you go out there and pull it up and maybe you're really concerned about the wind that we have in Miami, which I know was a concern earlier this morning, I think you could pivot over to Addison. If it is just clear skies and there's no breeze in Miami at the moment, then I think you can go with Waddle. So definitely pull up what we have with the updated weather report. Like we said earlier this morning, you possibly had to be a little bit worried about what we have with the weather there. But Nathaniel says, who do we flex, Kirk or Zay Flowers? Now that we have no Zay Jones this week, we'll just go Kirk. Joe says, Hal Purdy, Minshew, or Jimmy G? We're going to go Brock Purdy. AWS says, we have Cup. Should we start Addison or Puka? Close matchup. I think we're probably going to go ahead and take Puka and just make that one consolidated bet, right? That the Los Angeles Rams have a good offense and they're able to overcome the tough matchup against Dallas. Then Michael says, brother, at BBR 12-team league, can only start 3. Jacob, Swift, Saquon, Taylor. Also 5 and 2, trade Herbert and Kyron for Jalen Hurts. Thanks. So thank you, my friend. I would trade Herbert and Kyron for Jalen Hurts, even though I'd say typically 5 and 2 team, we're not looking to trade Kyron, but we do there. And then at running back, we're going to go Saquon, DeAndre Swift, and Jonathan Taylor. Yeah, bench Josh Jacobs, go Swift, Saquon, and Taylor. Now, Kawagi says PBR pick 2, Stevenson, Kirk, Garrett Wilson. We have Evan Ingram at tight end if that matters. I don't think it matters too much. I think we're going to go Kirk and Wilson regardless in a full PPR league. Now, Aaron says, have BBR Metcalf, Higgins, Gibbs, Dell, Javonte, Downs. Pick 4. Also Pitts or Schultz. Pitts, Schultz, a little bit frustrating. I think we probably have to say Schultz at this point. And then we're going to go DK, Gibbs, Downs, and Dell. DK, Gibbs, Downs, and Dell. Johnny says, PBR, who should we drop to pick up a kicker? Ford, Hopkins, Hunt, Rice, Sanders, or Henderson? If you would have asked me earlier in the week, I would have said Ford, thinking Ford's going to miss a considerable amount of time. But if Ford's coming back now, I'd say probably Darrell Henderson if it's a full PPR format. Emmanuel says Hunt or Gus Edwards. We're going to go with Hunt and send up a prayer that you have no Jerome Ford. Mario says PBR in the flex, Hall or Devontae Adams. I think we're going to go Brees Hall at this point. Aaron says Olave, Pittman, Thielen, Foreman. We got to pick 2. We're going to go with Olave and Adam Thielen. Sidra Strax says PBR to play Ford if healthy, Hunt or Singletary. We're going to go Hunt. 5280 says, should we flex Pittman or Mixon? Tough matchup for Mixon. Probably still play him over Pittman, though. Zach says Higgins or Ridley this week. Give me Higgins rest of season. Give me Ridley this week, however, before we see Higgins at 100% health. And it's a tough matchup, of course, going up against a very good 49ers defense. But let me go ahead, refresh this so we can keep on bringing these questions up. And as I do this, let me remind you, go down there, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And if you wanted to check out those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, a Jalen Hurts special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard, and Amon-Ra St. Brown special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard as well. That second one is going to be a Flock exclusive. But let's move this over. Our next question coming out from Bodo, who says, Brees or Taylor, please help. We will go Brees over Taylor now that Moss is playing. Steven says, full BBR, or Seven says, full BBR, Taylor, Eckler, Kamara, Hall. I got to pick 3. We're going to go with Eckler, Kamara, and Hall now that Zach Moss is playing. Still love Jonathan Taylor, but I think that we can use that as a tie break there. Okay. Now, Mr. Philly Webb says, is Akers startable this week? No, sir, he is not. MCF says, drop Pitts and start Schultz. I probably would rather have Schultz over Pitts this week. It is tough to say to drop Pitts, though. Now, Danny says, T or Judy. And start 1, Spears, Roschon, Jeb Wilson Jr., or Singletary. We're going to go T over Judy. And then we are going to be starting, most likely, Roschon Johnson at RB. Now, RJ says, Najee, Dermicado, Palmer, Myers. Who should we flex? I think if it's a full BBR format, we're going to be flexing Jacoby Myers. Please, nobody rely on Palmer this week. Shelby says, Yo, Mason, who would you start, Higgins or Watson? Ooh. Probably Christian Watson, because with Higgins, we have to be worried about his injury and the matchup, where Watson, we're just worried about the injury. Dan says, full BBR in 4 and 3 and in 4th place. We have Lamar, CMC, Henry, Moore, Hollywood, Hawkinson, Kirk, JT, Roschon, Sutton, Dobbs, Elijah. Any moves that we should look to make? I would say no. We have the elite quarterback, the elite tight ends. We're focusing on our running back, wide receiver upside down there on the bench. So honestly, great team. And it would be very difficult to make a trade in the next 19 minutes, right? Bravo Hearing Aid says, who to start at wide receiver? Waddle, Higgins, Watson, or Dell. We have Downs in the flex. We're for sure going Waddle. The GOAT says, full BBR, Henderson or Dobbs. We're going to go Henderson over Romeo Dobbs. Also, Tank with no Bobby Trees or Ridley. We're going to go Ridley over Tank, but I completely understand if you wanted to take Tank. And it looks like it is still raining in New York, ladies and gentlemen. Squidbait says start Kirk in the rain or Myers in the flex. I will go Myers over Kirk regardless of matchup. Brody says, regardless of weather. Brody says Pittman, Mixon, Higgins, Bourne, Downs, Ridley. We need to flex 2. We're to go with Pittman and Mixon. Pittman and Mixon. Now, Verk says PBR, 10-team double flex. Jacobs or T, worried about Jacobs. I completely understand why you're worried about Jacobs. We're still going to start him there, though. Now, Keona coming out saying, start 3. Higgins, Ridley, Amari, Watson to the man base. Appreciate you so much, my friend. We're going to go Ridley, Amari, then between Higgins and Watson. We're probably going to go Watson. I mean, the more we are looking at the projections that you have for that game against San Fran, the more I'm a little bit concerned about Higgins for this week in particular. So I think we can still say we really like Higgins in the long term, but probably not looking to start him right now. Now, Jesus says, full BBR, start 1. Hunt, Sanders, Deonta Foreman, Brian Robinson. We're going to go ahead. We're going to be starting Kareem Hunt. If you have no Jerome Ford, if Ford does play, then we'll go Deonta Foreman. And then start 1, Deontay, Hopkins, Dell, or Downs. Very, very close. Bench Hopkins for sure between Deontay, Downs, Dell. Not going to fault you for going any way you want. I'd probably go ahead and probably take Downs, but that's just me. But just make sure you bench Hopkins. Mr. Vildy Webb says, is either Hunt or Ford startable if Ford is active? If Ford's active, the guy that I'd want out of the 2 will be Kareem Hunt, given that we can assume that Ford's not at 100% with him dealing with the ankle. However, with that being said, I mean, it is tough for me to come out here and say that we are super excited, right, to go through and start Kareem Hunt. Now, KJ says, 12-team full BBR. We have Waller, Schultz. Want to play Waller, but might deal with Hammy. Schultz been doing good. Who should we start? I'd go Darren Waller in a full PPR format. Sadiq says, start 1, London, Watson, Downs, Rice, Dell. I'm going to go ahead. I will be playing Josh Downs, but Downs, Rice, Dell are all right there. I actually probably prefer Watson rest of season, though. Nicholas says, PBR for the flex, DJ Moore, Jacobs, starting Waddle, Olave, Hall. We're going to go Jacobs over Moore. Preston says, Sup Mason, pick 2, Downs, Rice, Ridley. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. We're going to be going with Ridley and Downs. Connor says Henderson or Aaron Jones. Non-BBR format, we're going to go Henderson. Full BBR league, we will go Aaron Jones. But Tommy has our next question. Let's go ahead and let's refresh this so we can keep bringing these up. Okay. Actually, we may be able to pull this up on the other screen, no? Yeah, hell yeah, we can pull this up over here. Tommy says, Kirk, Nico, or Terry. We're going to go ahead. We will play Nico Collins, my friend. No Robert Woods, and great matchup. He's been great so far this season. Now, Andrew says, flex Devonta Smith or Calvin Ridley. I'm going to go Smith. Good matchup against Washington. Pure says, full BBR, 2 running backs and a flex. Henderson, Aaron Jones, Javonte, Calvin Ridley, or Josh Downs. Running backs, we're going to go Henderson and Jones, and then for our flex, we will go Calvin Ridley. I want nothing to do with Javonte. Bad weather game. He's in one of the worst offenses in the NFL, operating in a 3-man running back by committee. Just not interested. Alex says, drop Hyatt for Levis, ceiling for Levis, and we could, yes, I would go ahead and do it. I mean, the thing is, we can see Will Levis this week, and if he's great, then that's awesome. If he's a bum, then cool, we'll drop him, you know? So I think that is a no-brainer. Joel says, start 2 for the flex. Javonte, Hunt, Sutton. We're going to go with Javonte and Hunt, and then Logan or Taysom. We're going to go Logan in a full PPR, Taysom in a non-PPR. Yamil says, PPR start Cleveland, Atlanta, or Miami. We're going to go with the Atlanta defense against Levis. Start Olave, Addison. Very close, probably Addison. And then start Deontay or Palmer. For sure, we're going to go Deontay Johnson. Do not rely on Palmer. Hospital Mike says, need a flex spot, Brandon Cooks or Dalton Schultz. Thanks, brother. Appreciate you, my friend. Probably Brandon Cooks. It's close, though. I just never want to start that tight end in the flex. Rob was able to trade Ford for Laporta. That is awesome. And then Christian Watson or Downs. I'm going to go Downs this week. Watson long-term. I do want to wait to see Watson at 100% health, though. Soul Assassin says, should we start Cousins or Tua? I'm going to go Tua. And then flex DJ Moore or Devonta Smith. We're going to go Moore. And then Hunt or Stevenson. Very tough on the last call because if we were to have no Jerome Ford, give me Kareem Hunt relatively easily. But if Jerome Ford plays, give me Ramondre Stevenson relatively easily. So I think it kind of depends on your pivoting options and your comfortability as well. Now, Sean says, have BBR need a flex. Dell, Najee, or Jalen Warren. I think I'm going to go ahead. I will take Tank Dell here, my friend. Double I says, have BBR start 2. Moss, Algier, Curtis Samuel. Samuel's not fully healthy, plus it's a tough matchup going up against Philly. So I don't love him, but we're going to go Moss and Algier. Now, Rhinzo says start Cousins or Dak. We'll go Cousins. Mr. Vildy Webb says start Lockett, Foreman, Osborne, or Atwell. We're going to go... We'll go Foreman. We'll go Foreman. Just whatever you do not play Atwell or Osborne. Noah says Javonte or Wilson. We're going to go Garrett Wilson over Javonte. And then Puka or Thielen. Very, very close to you on the second call. Can everybody spam the chat right now? Who would you rather have? Would you rather have Puka or Thielen this week? Zach says Olave, Addison, or Nico. Probably want to go ahead and just play the hot hand pull. Probably play Jordan Addison here, no? I think we want to. And then if you are copying and pasting your question over and over again in the live chat, I am sorry, but you are going to get muted for the time being. It does ruin the chat for everybody else. It does ruin the chat for everybody else. So if I see anybody that's just straight up copying and pasting their question. Okay. So our next question coming out from, I believe, we're going to have to find this. Give me 1 second. And as I find this, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And if you wanted to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers, plus a Jalen Hurts special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard. Make sure you take advantage of that ASAP. And an Amon-Ra St. Brown special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard as well. That is going to be exclusive with only code FLOCK. But Captain Insano says trade Dameon Pierce for James Conner. We already have Eckler and Pollard. Yes, sir. Let's go get the long-term upside. Dalton, really appreciate you, my man. Says, hey, Mason, new flock member here. Am I starting Gus Edwards or Aaron Jones in the flex? Full PPR. Thank you for clarifying the league settings. I think that is a very tough call in that you have a much higher floor with Gus Edwards and a great matchup and a great offense with a guaranteed workload. I think you have a higher ceiling with Aaron Jones. However, especially as you're going to be looking at Aaron Jones. I mean, Aaron Jones does have the receiving upside. I think if you need a player with a high floor, you go Edwards. A player with a ceiling, you go Jones. And I probably end up going Aaron Jones, me personally, but that's because I'm always willing to go with the ceiling. Chase says, full BBR, Metcalf or Ridley? We're going to go Metcalf, my friend. Anthony says, flex 1, Pittman, Pickens, Ridley, or Downs. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take Michael Pittman. Jake says, pick 2, Smith, Pickens, Scary Terry, or Amari in a full PPR league. We'll go Smith and Pickens. Gabriel says, Bijan, Walker, Swift, Hall. Start 2, full PPR league. We're going to be going with Swift and Breece Hall. It's just because Kenneth Walker is such a tough matchup going up against the Browns. BV Bitcoin says 12-team PBR, Addison, Collins, or Downs. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Jordan Addison. Really like all these wide receivers this week, though. I think it's like Addison, then Nico, and then Downs, definitely a couple tiers down. Evan says PBR pick 2, Pittman, Waddle, Smith, or Collins. I'm going to go Pittman and Waddle. If you really wanted to go Smith or Collins over Pittman, though, I wouldn't fault you at all for it. I think that you probably have to play Jalen Waddle, but the other guys are kind of going to be up to you there. Now, Max Drive says, full BBR, I need 2 running backs and 3 best options. Who should we start? JT, Pacheco, Jacobs, or Gibbs? So if we're going to rank these guys, I would say Gibbs, Pacheco are the top 2 running backs, then JT, Jacobs. So I don't know if we need 2 to 3. If we need 2, we're going to go Gibbs, Pacheco. We need 3, we're going to go Gibbs, Pacheco, JT. And then lastly, we're going to go Jacobs. But Pacheco must start guy here, considering the fact that, I mean, you have the best matchup you could ask for going up against Denver. IM says 5-2 PBR. Running backs are Bijan, Stevenson, James Cook, Javonte. Wide receivers are Lamb, Puka, Nico, Godwin, Hollywood, Deontay. Trade Godwin for Kyron or hold for another deal. If we're going to be able to get the Godwin points this week and then make this deal next week, I'm completely fine with it. Obviously, this team needs a running back. I mean, I would go and try to get Devon Achane instead. Try to get Achane instead, and if you can't, then we'll settle for Kyron. Trent says, correction, PBR, Sutton, Pierce, Sanders, or Dell. We will go Tank Dell. I don't know what the previous one was, but we will go Tank Dell. Okay. Schleep says, have BBR, flex, Pittman, Flowers, Deontay, or Darrell Henderson. We'll go ahead. We'll take Michael Pittman here. Big B says, pick 1 to bench today. Breece, JT, Bijan, Gibbs. Brutal spot. I don't want to do it. We probably benched. Oh my gosh. You have to play Breece. You have to play Gibbs. JT, Bijan, up to you. I probably bench JT now that we have Zach Moss good to go. And real quick, just to make sure we answer these, we're going to go Pittman over Ridley. We're going to go Ridley over Watson. Pick 1, 12-team PBR for the flex. Dell, Deontay, Roschon, and then another league we need 2. We're going to go Dell there at wide receiver, and then the other league, we're going to go we're going to go Deontay and Downs over Warren if it is a full PBR format. Dean says, might be crazy, but play Rashee Rice over DK Metcalf. Yes, I think that is crazy. I think you want Metcalf. Dipster says, PBR start 2, Watson, Downs, Deontay, Waddle, Hunt. We're going to go with Waddle and Downs. Trent says, with snow in Denver, flex Sutton, Pierce, or Sanders. We're going to go Pierce in a great matchup. Sleep, we're going to go Pittman over Flowers, Deontay Henderson. I think we're answering a couple of these a second time. I just wanted to make sure that we did not miss any. Shane says, Addison or King Henry in a half PBR format. Probably in a half PPR league, Derrick Henry at this point. Half PBR, probably Derrick Henry now. Lurger says, full PBR, Smith or DK Metcalf. We'll go Smith in a much better matchup against Washington. Nabil says, pick one for the flex. Happy BR. London, Myers, or Hopkins. We're going to go Myers. We buy homes near you says, my guy. What's up, Mason? Non-PBR, start one. Cousins, Stroud, Goff. We're going to go Goff. Flex one, Barkley, Hall, Walker. We are going to go Barkley. And then start one, Collins, Addison, Flowers, Higgins. We will go Addison. Bid Moon says, Zeke, Cam, Warren, or Jonnu. We're going to go Jalen Warren. Eric says Burrow or Tua. We're going to go Tua. And Garrett Wilson, Jacoby, or T. We'll go Jacoby. Trent says correction. PBR. Oh, no, we already answered that one. Sorry. We're going to go Dell over Sanders, Pierce, Sutton. I think we already answered it, though. And then Joseph says Ahmed or Miles Sanders. Please go Miles Sanders. I mean, it may be Jeff Wilson Jr. here. We don't know who the RB2 is going to be. But ladies and gentlemen, we have less than 5 minutes from kickoff. So now's your last chance. Make sure you go down there, subscribe to the channel if you have not done so already. We're going to be getting y'all a video after the games today, recapping all the lessons that have been learned. And also, if you wanted to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can still do that. Find the link in the live chat in the description in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers, plus a Jalen Hurts special pick'em more than less than half a total yard, and a Flock exclusive special pick'em of Amon-Ra St. Brown more than less than half a total yard as well. Oh, I cannot wait to eat some lunch. Your boy is starving. Now, A1 the Great says start one, Henderson, Roshan, Sanders, Moss. We will go ahead, probably take Darrell Henderson here. These other guys, we just don't know what the workload's going to look like. Austin says Chuba Hubbard or Aaron Jones. You for sure need to be playing Aaron Jones over Chuba Hubbard this week, my friends. Big Mall says Garrett Wilson or Tank Dell. We will go ahead and we will play Garrett Wilson over Tank Dell. Then Carter says Waller or Laporta. We're going to go Laporta. Juan says Addison or Gibbs for the flex. We will go Gibbs. And then Parker says Aaron Jones, Madison, or Deonta Foreman in a non-PPR format. Non-PPR league, it's a little bit tougher. Non-PPR league, I'm actually willing to go Foreman here, where the receiving usage doesn't matter nearly as much. Sadiq says thoughts on London rest of season. I think he is trapped in the worst offense known to man, an offense where the head coach specifically wants to ruin the day of any fantasy football player you're ever going to have. So, yeah, I'm not excited about London. Great player, horrible situation. Quay says, full BBR, Hunt or Roshan. Thanks, Mason. Thank you, my friend. We are going to go Kareem Hunt, regardless if Jerome Ford plays or not. Because, I mean, in this range, even if Jerome Ford plays, I mean, Kareem Hunt still should have a role in a week-to-week perspective. And at the same time, you're in a really good spot where if you possibly have no Jerome Ford, he can get legitimately everything. Now, Awad says Mixon or London. Please play Mixon over London this week, even if it's a tough matchup. Naeem says Roshan or Foreman or Demercado. I'm going to go Demercado just because he is the guy that's getting pretty much everything in his respective backfield. Anish says give CMC, AJ Brown, Kittle, and get Jefferson, Hall, and Laporta. No, I want the CMC side, and it's not even remotely close here. CMC is a clear 2 tiers ahead of Justin Jefferson rest of season. Please hold on to CMC. Once Jefferson is back and healthy, then at that point, maybe we can explore a trade along those lines. But I think that's all I have for you. Again, thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out with us in this live stream today. I really appreciate you. Like I said, if you have not done so, subscribe to the channel. And if you wanted to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, link in the description. Code FLOCK, get that 100% deposit match, get our rest of season rankings and tiers, and get the Jalen Hurts special pick'em more than less than half a total yard, and the Amon-Ra St. Brown special pick'em more than less than half a total yard. But thank you again, ladies and gentlemen. I really do appreciate you. Really hope you have a great day, and really hope we get to see you with the video after the games tonight.